The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roly Martin or that coon out Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Sharpton going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about Sharpton going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl, and I'm baby boy. And man makes them happy, because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chan Truman. And we are joined with the other host, Lady Shay, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Santoria, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Also, I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High in the legal migrants flooded city. Go Broncos tomorrow.
Man, later for them bums, man. Them is scrubs, man. Them is scrub.
No team is the scrubs. Y'all are in the basement.
Well, you're damn right about that. You're getting an argument from me on that, man. And they need to fire the whole goddamn coaching staff. They need to fire the general manager up here losing the damn bums. Lost to the Chargers?
Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Michael Pan. Appreciate y'all tapping in, and anybody else who's watching and not speaking. This is season 4, episode 34, or excuse me, not 34, 35. Tray 5, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, and we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is tangibles. We're not letting up on them tangibles, Black family.
No, sir, none whatsoever.
So it's tangibles 2024 all the way up to 2100. Continue to mass for your vote. Then we got fighting anti-Black hate crimes. So there's been a push against anti-Black hate crimes, and Professor Black Truth's going to give us an update on that. Then we got the Democratic Shill. Oh, Tether Uncle Luke continues to wish FBAs harm for VP Kamala Harris losing the election. Then we got the
man
will never start winning elections again until they do right by FBAs.
Yep, and diasporic Africans.
Well, FBAs in this case, Shabaki. And then the Democrats, excuse me, I lost my track of topics.
Okay, you got background noise, Brother Che.
I know it's the damn laptop, Shabaki. It's the damn fan on the laptop.
Okay.
Revealed how much.
Yeah, there you go.
How much Kamala paid Roly Poly, Al Sharpton, etc.
Right.
Then who will the Democrats run in 2028?
Oh, they're gonna run that raggedy ass Governor Gavin Newsom of California.
You would think, oh shit, Cuzzo's in the building. We got Jay Militant in the building.
Hey, what's cracking, Jay Militant? What's cracking? I can't stay, but the new episode of the Blackout tomorrow after the games, mass deportation and how it'll affect the Black community. Okay, hey, Jay Militant, yeah, definitely. Okay, is that on YouTube, Jay Militant?
Yeah, it's gonna be on his YouTube channel. What's cracking with Jay Militant TV?
No, okay. So send me the link to it, Brother Che, please.
Okay, and then we got who already said who they run. Latest CBC members trying to revive the gender war.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got Susan Smith. That's that crazy white woman that killed her babies 30 years ago and lied and said it was a
Sick
black
bitch.
man that did it.
Yeah.
She's been denied probation and will remain behind bars.
Good.
And that race soldier, Amber Guyger, who killed Bolton John in 2020,
Right.
been ordered to pay $100 million in civil trial. And then
Okay. So what they're gonna have to do?
We got the dump, as in human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
No, yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Man, come on,
Bronco
Jay,
country.
man.
Yeah, go
Come
Bronco.
on, man. Come on, Jay. After all, man, the Raiders used to be in the Bay Area too, man. Come on.
Fan of them, you know he's a Niner. He has no
I know. And then Jay Militant, how many more years do the Raiders and the 49ers play each other in the regular season? Because I think they do it like about once every 5 to 7 years.
Oh, years or something.
Yeah.
Then, last but certainly not least, the dump, as in human shit, Trump is set to launch militarized mass deportations on day.
Okay. And what he needs to do, Michael Pan says he's a Broncos fan.
Up, Michael, that's what's
man.
Up. So we tied up tonight because Shabaka and Lady Che are Raider fans, and me and you are Bronco fans. So that's what's up.
Man, put the ponies back in the barn, man, and quit giving them, man, and quit giving them GMOs, man.
No, we don't need GMOs to stampede all over y'all.
Man, well, like I said, I let it be known on social media that I'm suspending my support for the Raiders. And this is a first.
This is about as long as I've been a Bronco fan. I've been a Bronco fan since 1995.
Oh, well, I've been a Raider fan, man, since the 1970s.
Oh my gosh, Shabaka, we know you go way back with them. That's the last time they was worth a damn.
The last time they was worth a damn, man, because keep in mind, that's the last time they won a Super Bowl when they were the Los Angeles Raiders. You know what I'm saying? And then they ran Al Davis's ass up out of L.A. because he had wanted to cut the seats down to about 60,000 in the L.A. Coliseum. And the reason, reparations about specific tangibles. Oh, yes, sir. Okay, but Davis had wanted to cut about 20,000 seats out of the Coliseum, and he couldn't do it. Yeah, because, see, the L.A. Coliseum is a federal landmark, okay? It's because it was built for the 1932 Olympics. It's also going to be hosting the 2028 Olympics as well, too. So London Bridge is already gone. Hopefully Karen Bass's ass will be gone, too, by that time. And then they got rid of the district attorney.
London Bridge with?
Huh?
Who did they replace London Bridge with?
Oh, okay. I forgot who it was, but I'll research. Huh?
Her last name is Breed. Who did they replace her with?
Yeah, okay. I forgot who it was, but it's a dude. I know that, and I think it's a semi dump supporter. But don't hold me to it.
I gotta turn the camera on now.
Yeah. Man, where my Raiders hat at, man? Yeah, my damn.
The Raider hat.
Man. Boo. Boo.
This is Bronco country.
Man, that's snowbound country, man. The mile high income city that got all four seasons in one day and shit.
You sure will get all 4 seasons in one day.
Man, that damn GMO ponies is what it is.
Tangibles. So this is the year
Yes, sir.
of tangibles, and we're gonna continue to. Ain't no damn ain't no tangible ponies. It's Broncos, Shabaka. Can't you read? It says Broncos.
Man, ponies, man. Ponies is spelled
It's
BRONCOS.
no. Horses in the world.
Ponies.
No, not at all. Incorrect.
Well, only get man.
So yeah,
so
tangibles. Our good brother Tariq put this hashtag tangibles 2020 back in 2019, and in it, he was telling everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, we're going to demand from the two-party system. So I'm going to read this. I've been doing for the past 4 years, or actually 5 years now. And
you ought to have it memorized now.
Set the year, right? I really should have it memorized by now. So the 2024 presidential elections are coming up, or have already came and went now.
Right.
And foundational Black Americans rejected that 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague in non-specific terms.
Yep.
Foundational Black Americans and the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, marginalized, underserved, underprivileged, downtrodden, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, we showed and proved and insisted that our needs would be specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans, we want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle-down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. And we've been sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles 2020, Tangibles 2021, Tangibles 2022, Tangibles 2023, Tangibles 2024, and next year it'll be Tangibles 2025. And when the midterms come up in 2026, it'll be Tangibles 2026. And when the next presidential election comes up in 2028, it's Tangibles 2028, all the way up to 2100. Continue to massive vote, Black family. We've told you from the beginning, it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. And we in it for the long haul. It's going to be a generational long fight. So like I said, we in it for the long haul. We're going to continue to take that victory lap. I think the Democrats have to lose at least 2 more election cycles before they get it to big skulls. Do they skulls, Shabaka, that they can no longer neglect their base and do something for all these other groups and expect us to come out and vote for them.
And then, Brother Chen, and let me say this right here, okay, with me on the biological clock age-wise, 2024 was the last presidential election that I have voted in. I will not be going to the polls no more for the rest of my days until they do something specifically. In other words, man, I want them to impress the hell out of me, man, of why my old decrepit ass should go out there in fall weather to go place a vote for any of these motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? John Elway took the Broncos to 5 Super Bowls and won 2 Super Bowls with them. And let me say, Mr. Pan, I took great pleasure back in 1988 when they lost to the Washington Redskins. Don't forget to focus on state elections where cash payment reparations for Black American freedmen of chattel slavery do matter. Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Pan, you have a point. You have a point. You have a point on that, most definitely.
You're right.
And I'm a
focus more on what's happening at the state and local level. Correct. Yep.
oh yeah, because see, this here sets
State
up.
and local level as well.
Right, because see, what happens is at the state and local level, okay, sets up the agenda at the federal level. You see what I mean? Is because if you would notice across the nation in the midterms, as they call them, you do have a lot of similar ballot measures in the states that do allow the people to put initiatives on the ballot. Now, your current vice president, soon to be ex-vice president, when she was the attorney general. Oh yeah, that's great news. Okay, when she was the attorney general of California, there was a measure that got enough signatures to go on the ballot to regulate how these people in Silicon Valley deal with your personal information. Okay.
Yeah, remember, Andrew Yang was trying to do something about that back in 2020 when he was running for president.
Yeah, exactly. And Andrew Yang, you know, who's a former executive in that industry, has stated that they make so much money off of your personal information, they should be sending you a damn check for $1,000 a month to everybody.
Yeah.
Not just the U.S., but throughout the whole damn world. And these clowns are sitting on trillions upon trillions of dollars. You see? Jeff Bezos got too much money. Stinky Bird has too much money. Then Brother Che, and not getting off topic, Brother Che, had related some very, very sad news about the nation of Zimbabwe, where they're going to allow them damn Boers that they're going to return the land back to the fucking Boers. That's not progress. That's regression.
Yep.
But then here you got these brain dead ass yassa bosses and what have you. I love everybody and I hate myself. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. It's time to end that bullshit.
Yep.
Because the only thing that it's doing.
Getting back to the tangibles, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Oh, absolutely, man. All the way up to 2,100. You see what I'm saying? And not just revenue, okay, but land. Okay, also too, getting a chunk of that Federal Reserve too.
Yep, you can buy land with revenue.
Yeah, and the Federal Reserve owes us because they stole all the money from the Freedmen Bureau's bank.
Correct.
During Reconstruction, see? And then too, and as we get
Andrew Yang wanted to implement the universal basic income. However, the Democrats were nervous because they were losing control over American voters. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hell yeah, there should be a universal basic income. What do you think Gaddafi did in Libya?
Yep, and that's why they took him out. Well, that's one of the main reasons they took him out.
Oh, yes, sir, Michael. Cash payment, land, ownership, and control over the economy.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, what you're speaking about there, Mr. Pan, is us controlling our own macroeconomics. You see what I mean? Okay, and then on top of it as well too is that we got to get the land back. You see what I mean? Because land is a factor of production.
Yeah, I don't trust them to give us no land. I really don't.
No, I don't either, Brother Che. I don't either. I don't trust them at all.
We can buy land with the cut the check exactly, twin. Cut the guy.
Yeah, exactly, twin. Exactly. You see? And then on top of it too, now for our haters out there, this isn't hatred, okay? And already, exactly, land equals wealth. It's a factor of production, yes, sir.
In order to cultivate the land, we got as land.
Yeah, and then
we just seen that.
And then I'm gonna.
Or what was it, Bruce's Beach? They gave the land back to the family, the descendants.
Yeah.
And they couldn't do nothing with it, so they had to sell it back.
Yeah, you talking about down there in the county of Los Angeles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. which was Manhattan Beach. Okay, now also too.
Manhattan Beach, but back then it was Bruce's Beach.
Yeah, and then keep in mind is that if they give us the reparations and the tangibles, it's going to be infused into the U.S. economy any damn way.
Right.
You
So
see?
it's like a stimulus package.
For all practical purposes, Brother Che, it will be a stimulus package. Now, also, too, is that if we get it, if I live to see it, okay, hire your own black people first. Train your own black people first. This inclusion shit is bullshit, people. Is because every other motherfucking group is going to go out there and benefit off this inclusion shit except us. You know, I've witnessed this bullshit for the last 50 plus years.
Yep.
You see what I mean?
Yep, you was a child during the civil rights movement, so you remember all of that.
Yes, I was. Yes, I was. I remember the day Dr. King was assassinated. Okay, I vaguely remember the day that JFK was assassinated. Okay, but
you got to meet, or you got to hear the Honorable Malcolm X speak at age.
Oh yes, sir, I did. I did see Malcolm X speak May 2nd, 1962, in Los Angeles, California. Okay, Philip Scott said, "Brothers and sisters, California is not for us because Asians, Hispanics, and white people control the entire state economy." Okay, Michael, you're right. Because, see, we only make up about 19% of the population in California. But by the same fucking token, we're making up 36% of the damn inmate population and close to 40% of the homeless population. See? So if that's not a case of systemic racism, man, I don't know what to say.
Lady Che, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Okay, Lady Che, are you there?
Sorry about that. I had everything on mute. I was just sitting back. Look, I've been saying this for a while. That we can start doing things on a local level over here and locally and throughout the state before it even gets to federally. I think that we in Colorado go through things a little different versus everybody else in the United States. I think that here in our city, because we've been doing stuff politically for a while, that we're seeing a lot of where our black people are Democrats, and they obviously are not non-codified. They don't follow the compensatory code, which is the leader. They obviously have nothing but pushback when it seems like towards the empowered black people such as I, and I love Twin. What's up, Twin? Towards like me and Jesse. So there's a lot of broken ass shilling going on, and we see it religiously, like almost on a day-to-day basis.
That's what he said. He said,
and
we come to Washington to get our check.
When we're going to be working now in the next few years to come up with everything that our people need, we're in a state that's predominantly right now it has a big, there's like 17, 18 or 17 to 27 known racist groups just predominantly in the city.
Oh yeah, this is still a Klan state
that we the last heard. So there's a lot of work that's going to have to be done. Specifically right now they're talking about some sort of fucking stupid ass study that I've been trying to
racial equity.
I've been trying to stop just I've been trying to bogart and get on for like the last little bit, and I'll probably have another chance tomorrow to go ahead and do that. We have an event going on in the city, and I'm gonna try again because I fit the qualifications. There's only really like out of all the word salad, there's only really a couple of little qualifications that a motherfucker needs to do. I feel like we need to get on the study because when it comes to benign neglect, these people that live here, they don't want to see it, or they want to act comfortable in it, or they want to act like it doesn't exist and it only exists when they're truly empowered, or they feel like they need to be. But on a day-to-day basis, they live in a comfort shell of bullshit. And it's tough to bring them out. And now that we're being pushed out of everywhere and more gentrified, we have to focus on a lot of the stuff that's going on in and around the city, and take the chances we have to stand up for our people here and there when we see them. Because right now, I mean, it seems like it doesn't seem we're not far from the task at hand. The Black agenda is not that far off. We're not off task. We're like right on point. This was supposed to happen. We're supposed to do a nice heavy applied pressure. This is supposed to be a marathon. We're supposed to get it right off the whip. The thing is that um, you can't we can't we can't allow anybody to take us off our game. No matter what they're saying, no matter what's going on, we just got to remain focused. No matter who's in office, no matter what they're talking about, it's all distraction. It's nonsense. FBA freemen have a goal, and we just stay focused on that. Stay focused and apply pressure, and we're gonna be all right. We're gonna see it before our children will see it. We're gonna see it in this generation, this lifetime. It won't be like our ancestors, how they kept going and fighting, and they gave up, and then they fought, and all this shit. No, this will end with us, and hopefully our youth, our children will reap the generational wealth that comes from it. Hopefully, I pray that happens. As far as we're gonna have to do it. Each city, each state has their own cross to bear. We can only do is support each other in each fucking state, either above ground, underground. We have to network, and it just has to be us. We can't kumbaya anymore. You see that's not working. It never has. So we have to delineate. We have to segregate, just to accomplish our goals. And man, if they show there that it was reciprocated, it wouldn't be so hostile. But now it is, and it's gonna be like that because benign neglect is a real thing. The Black Holocaust is a real thing. The treachery of being leapfrogged over is a real thing. The fact that Black death, black pain, and Black ills are being profited on every day. So all of that has to come to some sort of stance, some sort of end here, and then we take it abroad. You know, we can't be worried about what everybody else is going to be doing and what they can't be doing. We're minding our own business, and that's what everybody's been talking about: minding our own business, worried about our economic future, our future, growing as a people. Period. We can't bring them with us no more. They had their chance. They had generations of a fucking chance, and that day is over. You dig? So that's all. Intangibles right now, currently, right now we got what, 2 years till the midterms.
Yep.
So that's 2 years to plot out anybody who's going to run for office. That's 2 years to plot out a strategy for how we're going to approach each state. And sometimes, it's only the small few that are really doing something. Like in our state, for example, it's really a tough task. I refuse. I have trust issues, man. And I've seen nothing but cooning and broken ass bullshit for the last 4 years to know that I cannot trust a motherfucker in any of these political spaces that are Black, and I want to trust and believe. I want to, but they've shown time and time again that they are two faced and only about the party and the party, and they'll put buffer classes in the 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 the, the dominant society above us and our needs. Time and time again, they have yet to disappoint me and put us first. Okay, in 4 years, I haven't been surprised. I have been like I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought maybe for that somebody would say, no, you know what, we're black. Let's lift our brother. But no, they'd rather lift up the them. I'd rather lift up them. And it's time we just not we focus on us. Fuck it. Let them get their feelings hurt. White fragility doesn't matter to us, nor does white lies, nor do white tears, any of that shit. None of that shit matters because at the end of the day, they propagated and they profited off of us in all ways, including the fucking government, the building of this fucking government, the electoral process, everything has been profited off of fucking black people, regardless of what they say.
Yeah, we built the White House.
Regardless of what they say and how they tell their story. Okay, it's just from jump. And that's enough. You know what I mean? Now we start to take our shit back, but stay steady. Don't give up. It's gonna be a long fight. If you're in it, you're in it. You're not you can't go back and forth, you know what I mean?
So, what are you supposed to do with your vote?
Oh, what do you mean?
What do you always say about the vote?
Oh man, hold your vote like you hold your swilla. Like ladies, like you hold your
Like you
babies
vote your
close.
baby.
You know what I mean? I would say hold. You gotta hold firm, man. Hold
Yes,
firm.
we
Tangibles.
have. Let me go on. Let me check this.
Yes. Let her be.
Thank you, Lady Shay, for that. So continue to stay on your square. Stand on your square, black family. About those tangibles. To Michael's point, Colorado, have you guys thought about introducing class? Yes, we have. And we have these damn Boule members that's in charge of this racial equity study we've been trying to get on the board for, so we can make sure they do it right. Yeah, he looked at both platforms. He's been checking us out.
Okay, could barely hear you, Brother Che.
Can you hear me now, Shabaka?
Yeah, a little bit better, yes.
Just mute yourself real quick. Mute yourself, just.
Oh God, now whoa.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna address it real fast. I was working on both of it, on that on the crime, the anti-black hate crime bill, and a whole bunch of different things for Jesse's campaign when he ran for mayor the first time, and then as House rep. I put it all in the back though, because I have trust issues with the people that are currently in the House and state seats. They're very it's very democratic, shilly, very too. I've seen enough evidence to know that they can't be trusted with anything, especially when it comes to reparations. They want to do all inclusivity type of reparations, where it's all inclusive, black and brown, black and whomever, black and small business owner, black and this and black and that. And in reality, there's not really too much in ways of reparations here. They're more like small business kind of grants type situations. I've been working on it, but the thing is that I want to give it to somebody who is codified in the state in the House seats. And currently, there's not anybody in there. We know them well, very well. We see them on a day-to-day basis outside. Like these are people that are accessible in our community that are black, meaning black senator, the black, black House reps, et cetera, et cetera. They're just not codified, and they're not for the black community. They only are there when it's an event or something. It's not, and even so, they'll put somebody else in place of black people in a heartbeat. So I've been watching it for the last 4 years. I would love to give them this stuff that I've been working on.
All skin focus,
but I can't because it's so, the Black agenda is so important to FBA and to us that it can't just be in the hands of broken coons. Yeah, real shit. It can't be just go to them and then they strip it to its bare bones and inclusify it and make it for everybody like they did the Crown Act and everything else. I feel that strongly about it, that my work can't be like, I've already had my intellectual property stolen 3 times in one motherfucking year during the mayoral campaign. This right here is too valuable to just give to them so they could strip it and to deny it. I feel like we need it. Yes, it's a mass emergency. Especially like for the Amber Alert and whatnot. I have a name for that too.
Yeah.
It's just that they need to be re-educated. There's also, like, right now they're licking their wounds and we can't talk to them right now. They're like you can't. They're incomprehensible.
Exactly.
The thing is that I don't want to give this work that's going to be vital for our state, because it will be vital, over to off brands that are not gonna value, and they're just gonna rip it apart like they do everything else. It's ran by whites, and they have no love whatsoever for anybody, especially black people in their seats. So there's a lot of shit that I'm investigating, like with like observing, just with my own eyes and ears, just looking and watching and listening, because right now I don't think even in our state our leaders have the best ideals for us, even if they are playing musical political chairs. That's all I have to say. I'm gonna go let you guys get back to the show. Let me go back up.
All right.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, and everything you said there, Lady Che, you're absolutely correct. Okay, and also too, I put it in the chat room.
Another reason why y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Y'all didn't elect me into that seat. I could have been pushing this stuff in the state house, in the House of Representatives, come January, but we gotta wait another 2 years.
Yeah, but just keep on doing what you're doing, Brother Che, because you definitely are getting your name out there. And also, too, everybody, please share the hashtag Resurrection of the Mental Dead. Also, to get with us on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced this coming Tuesday, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. In the East. The number to call in is 516-418-5996. Okay. We got a special guest that's coming on as well too, and what it is, Black family, we just have to face the fact that integration did not, has not, and will not work. Okay, because we, as Lady Che said a few weeks ago, we got to quit banging our heads up against a fucking wall expecting a different result. Now, these coon-ass bastards like Warlock, Uncle Tim Scott, okay, Michael Pan says, I understand because most black baby boomers are not thinking about the next generation succeeding after them. That is a fact, but I'm of the baby boomer generation, and the generations after should have been set up by my generation for that. Twin says, absolutely, Michael, but the real issue is how we treat each other in general, that part. Mental health in our community is inevitably the real issue from all the psychological damage. Yeah. And also, too, Twin, this is, you just supported the premise of Dr. Marimba Ani talking about the Ma'afa, which is a disaster so bad it is beyond description. And of course, as we do know, that Dr. Marimba Ani was a student of the one and only Dr. John Henry Clark, and Dr. John Henry Clark's classic line is, he only debates with his equals, all others he teach, and Dr. Clark was heavy.
Yes, he was.
And Dr. Clark did say back in the late 1980s, early 90s, is that at the current rate that we are going at then, okay, the future generations, which are today, will destroy themselves. And if that wasn't an accurate prediction, man, I don't know which way is up.
Yep.
Because that's what is happening is that we have destroyed ourselves, is because this inclusionary shit is illusionary. I mean, they want us
to, first of all, the inclusionary shit was forced upon us. The integration shit was upon us. We didn't.
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir. By the public indoctrination centers.
Come to grips with that.
Yes, sir.
Make the proper preparations for that. It was just sprung upon us. And the Negroes at the time, or the Negro leaders at the time, thought, "Oh, that would be enough. We'll be good," and they just partied it up and intersectional, racially lived it up and squandered it, and then leave nothing for the extras or the wise.
Exactly. That's what happened in the.
Or the alphas.
Okay, and the
that was born in the past 4 years.
Okay, and then, Brother Che, to give you more support of what you're saying, is that the walls came tumbling down in the late 1970s, man, with the hip hop and rap era. Twin Pyramid, I see and I understand. The Willie Lynch letter talks about how the slave master pit black people against their own. Yes, sir, Michael Pan. That is a fact.
No,
look what happened, man.
The hip hop and rap era into the 90s. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Because back then, rap and hip hop was underground, and that's when it was at.
Yeah.
And when it was at its
best,
some would say when it
but
was
what
in its infancy. But when it got commercialized, that's when it started going downhill in the late 80s.
Yeah.
90s,
yeah, and then they came in with this all-inclusive shit with it recently, and within the last year, I was very glad to see this video of where this white boy was going to have this battle rap with a brother. And the white boy says, well, I'm going to say the word nigga. Bam! He didn't finish the word when that right hand chin checked his ass.
Mm-hmm.
And that young brother didn't say nothing. I mean, he just put that right cross on him.
Yeah.
And he rattled his cage a little bit, you see. So, therefore, once again.
Times back in the day, Chicago, I was known for.
Oh, yes, sir.
For saying that
and this is why. Okay, is very, very imperative to get the Black family unit back in order. Okay, now you got all this bed winching and Candace Owens type of behavior going on. You say, and that there is killing our stability as well too. Okay, the zippity doo dah, zippity day Uncle Tim Scotts, they killing it. Kamala. Well, I'm not going to do nothing strictly for black people. No, that was the final nail in the coffin.
And just in case y'all forgot, here it goes.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit black people. No, because.
So, yeah, and she ain't even black, so I didn't.
Yeah, okay, is she a tether?
Yes, Shabaka.
All right, man. Okay, I'm an old bastard, man. I'm just trying to catch up, with the modern shit. I mean,
yeah, she's a tether, just like damn old Sambo.
Okay. All righty. Okay. And the very, very sad part about it, too, ladies and gentlemen, what we was trying to make a power shift was between the years of 1968 to 1974. Okay, what happened in 1975? Disco. Okay.
Yep.
Bee Gees. Stealing black beats. Average white bands.
Average white bands.
Yeah. Oh man, now that's the shit that fucked me up was Casey and the Sunshine Band. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, you just brought back a memory on that there, Brother Chat. And then you had let me see. average white band.
You had Hall
Yeah, Hall and Oates.
You had the Blues.
Yeah, Jack and Elwood Blues. Yeah, the Blues Brothers. And it's kind of like that, you know, they don't want to give us credit for shit. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yeah, tethered. Yeah, Dwayne Tethers.
Everybody remembers tetherball from school.
Yeah, that's the each time you say that, that's the shit that goes through my mind is tetherball. You know what I'm saying?
So they come over here and they leech off of us like a tether.
Yes.
That's why we call them tethers. Although
and then
hate very hard Donald Trump, he did not offer having a position to Tim Scott. Yeah, he was doing all that buck dancing. He even got married.
Yeah. I just let you bounce, and you got passed go.
And then that didn't work. He thought he was going to get a job in the cabinet, and they just gave him a senatorial position.
Yeah, so basically, what you're going to have here is a bunch of ultra conservative, racist white motherfuckers, okay?
Yep.
Then you're going to have these, and then you're going to have these coon-out, sell-out ass politicians down at the state and local level.
Oh, they already begging.
Who's going to sit up there? Huh?
We got some crumb bum on all of them, but we got to get to the anti-black hate crime law that needs to be passed immediately. So,
oh, yes, sir.
When a vote, Black family continue to mass up intangible for your vote. If there's no tangibles being offered, don't waste your time. And that goes for the local, state, and federal level. Like I said, it is not only them folks cosplaying black people's talents. It's also Asians, Hispanics, and other cosplaying black people. Yep. It sure is. You seen the Olympics this year? That was a sham. Oh my God, they had that damn white girl from Australia call herself breakdancing. That was horrible.
Yeah, it was.
A lot of Asians are now doing hip hop. Like you said, a lot of Hispanics. It's like Lefty Gunplay that talk about he don't want his daughter to bring home a black man. Then why the hell is you doing black music? You like black music, but you hate black people. It just makes no sense to me.
No, it's called hypocrisy, Brother Che. Just like they go on our goddamn continent, man, and take all the diamonds and oil and resources and shit like that. And this is why I appreciate Brother Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso. He's picking up, man, where Thomas Sankara left off at.
Yeah,
the professor.
It's a shame there's not more leaders like him and Julius Malema over there. Mm-hmm. All right, so moving on.
Right.
We got Professor Blacc too. Shout out to Professor Blacc too. I've been listening to him for over 10 years, and everything he says come to pass. So he's gonna give us an update on these the fighting of the anti-black hate crimes, meaning the legislation from the Democrats and the Republicans.
Professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. This morning's briefing is not going to be about an individual so much as the condition of individuals, specifically black people as it relates to hate crimes. Now, I'm going to start off by telling you something that you already know. Black people in America are being targeted by white supremacists in uniform and not, and it's been this way for hundreds of years. But this is not happening today on Trump's watch. It's happening on Biden's watch. That's important because we were told for the 4 years that Donald Trump was in office that the white supremacists having been emboldened and getting all brolic, it was specifically because of him. And once Biden was in there, something was going to be done about them. But of course, nothing was done at all. And people seem to conveniently forget the entire reason that Donald Trump was even able to become president was because of how demoralized voters, specifically black voters, had become with the failure of the Obama years. Now, how can all of these white supremacist attacks be happening right now at a fever pitch on Joe Biden's watch? Because these white supremacists know who he is. They know his track record. Black people may be in denial about it, but the enemy is not. And this goes double for what they know about Kamala Harris. Let's look at Harris's home base of San Francisco. Black people have been largely ethnically cleansed from that city, and it happened on her watch. She's been there 30 plus years. And the few remaining Black San Franciscans are getting attacked openly on a daily basis during the Biden and Harris administration. Black people are the main and majority victims of hate crimes in America, but Kamala Harris wouldn't say a word about it, not even for her fellow Black San Franciscans. Absolutely no talk about an anti-Black hate crime law from her. And the enemy, from the police to these ununiformed thugs on the streets, saw that. When the white supremacists are on the attack and you don't mention that you're going to go after people who attack Black citizens, the enemy understands that means you're not going to do anything at all. Instead of giving us a hate crime law, Kamala Harris talked about marijuana and crypto regulations. She didn't even mention that Black people are being attacked, wouldn't even acknowledge it. In May of this year, a Black San Francisco resident, Terry Williams, who makes his living walking dogs, made national headlines when his home was burned down. Not surprisingly, he had been the subject of racial threats and harassment for 14 years. But nothing was done about it. 14 years. That means that this started the same year that Kamala Harris had become Attorney General of the state of California. But just like with Matrice Richardson, Kamala Harris turned a blind eye to crimes against Black citizens. Reminds you of the crime report I posted 3 weeks ago talking about how Minneapolis police protected a violent white supremacist thug even after he shot and nearly murdered a Black neighbor. And in fact, the police chief himself publicly blamed the victim for almost being killed by a racist criminal instead of blaming the white supremacist himself. A criminal who had spent years terrorizing the neighborhood. There is an open, blatant, but unwritten rule among these anti-Black government officials to protect white supremacists from any and all arrest or prosecution until after they kill. That's why they leave them on the loose. It is completely and thoroughly predictable that if you allow these criminals to remain on the streets breaking laws with impunity, sooner or later they'll become so emboldened to the point that they feel nothing will result in them being punished, even murder. And that's when they finally decide to step in. Maybe. This is why I call people like Dylan Roof and others the irregular forces of white supremacy. They're the ununiformed street terrorists who the police use to carry out the kind of racial ambushes that the cops think would be a little bit too risky for them to try. And of course, Mr. Williams wasn't alone. On September 1st, a Black immigrant named Wendy Drew was racially threatened by a white Latino who then went on to brutally beat her until she had to be hospitalized. But it's specifically this kind of case that shows you why it is this kind of thing goes on. The white media specifically went and found a Black immigrant to report about. This woman is from South Africa, and she doesn't even have the courage to say Black people. She instead says she's worried about what happens to people of color, and then she says women in general. People of color and women.
Talking about right here, Shabaka, there cannot be no Pan-Africanism when you got that type of shit going on.
You're right. Yeah, you're right. And you're right, too.
This is why I keep harping on how suicidal and stupid the whole boring thing is. That's dysfunction planted in our community by white supremacy to divide us. And sadly, too many of us are only too glad to jump on that bandwagon to hell. This woman wasn't attacked because she's a woman. She was attacked because she's Black. The anti-Black racist who beat her half to death, he didn't say anything about her gender. He didn't throw any sexist remarks at her. It was all racial slurs. But she conveniently forgot about that. So why does she even bother to bring gender into it? Because she's trying to escape Blackness by identifying as a woman first or as an immigrant first. This is what we see so many Black immigrants do, but not just them. You got a number of Black people who, whenever they or their loved ones are attacked, they're the first ones to try to take race out of it when race is the only reason that it happened. But focusing on immigrants for a moment, they're usually the first to talk as if they're not Black, to say that in their home countries, they're the racial majority. Yes, the poor majority, and that they don't need to identify as Black. But when they get to the US, they try to do the same thing here too. Not because they think that it's true, but because back home, they let the white supremacists dominate them there, and they get to the US trying to curry favor the white supremacists who they should be trying to overthrow. Now, before I go any farther, I want all the immigrants who listen to me, and that includes the immigrants who are B1. This is why we as FBA have to delineate ourselves. And you, as immigrants, you also have to distance yourselves from these backstabbing elements too. As long as you refuse to, as long as you insist on the old dead talking point that, well, that's just them, and you don't do any more than that, then they are speaking for you. You have to call them out on it, because when you do so, that's going to have the most impact. But it's no coincidence that this kind of lunacy is happening in San Francisco. Shortly after Wendy Drew's story made headlines, San Francisco's so-called black leaders in the city met to have a do-nothing meeting and talk about anti-black hate crimes. That's all they were going to do, talk about it. They weren't going to do anything about it. And indeed, they didn't. This was just a PR stunt, but it did expose their utter impotence and uselessness. When Mr. Williams' home was burned down, San Francisco's black leaders didn't feel the need to do anything, but when an immigrant was the victim of violence, then they suddenly had to at least be seen to do something. Kamala Harris spent decades in San Francisco. September was the middle of this year's presidential campaign. So why didn't these so-called black leaders hold a press conference and declare that Kamala Harris cannot have their support unless she publicly campaigns to get an anti-black hate crime law passed? Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they demand that she campaign on that? Well, we already know why. Because the black misleadership class is actually the black traitor class, planted amongst us and established by white supremacy. And you won't be surprised to learn that the ringleader for this do-nothing gang is a guy named Reverend Amos Brown. And if that name sounds familiar, it should. You'll remember that Amos Brown was the alleged pastor at the church Kamala Harris claimed to attend. And he's also the president of the San Francisco NAACP, which infamously sent out a press release to the white media rebuking and opposing the idea of cash reparations. Amos Brown's name was literally at the top of that thing. So this is the guy talking about how something needs to be done for black residents in San Francisco to protect them from hate crimes. Yeah, black residents could start protecting themselves by removing bootlicks, sellouts, and traitors like Amos Brown, and make some people prominent who are going to stand up for black Americans and against white supremacy instead of playing footsie with the enemy. Now for the shills, plants, and suck-ups out there, you see Amos Brown helplessly asking, who's going to do something about all these hate crimes? In a Democrat-run city, he has to do that. He's got to beg for his life in a Democrat-run city. A Democrat-run city in a Democrat-run state with a Democrat as president and a Democrat as vice president, a woman who used to be a member of Amos Brown's church, and yet he sits there as if there's nobody who can hear him crying out for mercy. Helpless. Now, I want for any of you shills out there to tell me, how is this any different than what you would expect if Trump was in the White House? All of the doom and gloom and apocalyptic talk you said about Trump, you may well be right, but my question is, how is this any different? Because we were told, you got to vote for Biden and you got to vote for Kamala because Trump will be worse. Will he be worse than this? If this was Ron DeSantis' Florida or Greg Abbott's Texas, or that little reprobate down in Louisiana state, or Mississippi or Tennessee, or any other bastion of reprobate, unreconstructed Confederates I was talking about, how would this be any different? All you cowards and clowns who 4 years ago were quaking in your boots about how terrible it would be if Trump got reelected. Meanwhile, the number of black people being murdered by the cops has gone up under Biden and Harris, higher than it ever was under Trump. The cops knew that Biden and Harris would protect them, because Biden was on the campaign trail saying, as soon as I become president, I'm going to misallocate COVID funds to go to the thugs in blue. And I won't even require any policy changes or reforms by the police for them to get the money. I'll just hand it to them. He was openly declaring he would reward the police for killing black people. And that's the reason why the police have increased the numbers of ambushes and murders of black people as opposed to the Trump years. Not because Trump was such a good guy, he wasn't. Because of the fact that Trump knew that if he decided he was going to call himself locking arms with the police, he would immediately be met with an avalanche of accusations of racism, and rightly so. But my question is, why is it that you're able to see the racism from the orange man, but you can't recognize that that wrinkled up racist Biden is doing the exact same thing? If the only time you can call out anti-black racism is if somebody blatantly uses anti-black slurs, then that means you're too dumb to recognize an enemy when you see one. The police knew full well from Biden's history, especially the '94 crime bill, which he originally called Biden's law until it became a political liability. They knew that given his record and his bold statements that he was going to give the cops more money to kill with, they fully understood that what Biden was doing was giving tacit approval to increasing their attacks on black Americans, and that's exactly what the police did. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tools at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools, Because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. The cowards who told us to vote for Biden 4 years ago, you didn't know it. No, that's wrong. You did know it. The black media told you every day. And by black media, I include everyone who listens to us. Because I don't have an audience. I've got fellow soldiers. And they argue with you online and in the streets, and you claim Biden was going to be better, that he would be different, that he would do something. Okay, here we are 4 years later. And what has Biden and Kamala Harris done for us? Please tell me how this situation is any different or any better than what you would expect under a Trump administration. For 4 years, I've been asking that question, and not one of you shills, bootlicks, and plants out there dares to answer it. Black people are the only ones fighting white supremacy. All these people claiming to be victims of hate crimes, and yet none of them stand up against or so much as call out the perpetrators of it. As an example, just last weekend, neo-Nazis were in the streets of Columbus, Ohio. So we can see that the Trump supporters are getting an early start on their inaugural celebrations. But as I've told you, this is going to be a repeat of 2020. But these strange man officially takes office. They're acting a fool, which is to say acting like themselves right now, while Biden is in office, while he's in the White House. And what is Biden doing about all this? He issued just a curt, brief statement saying that hate has no place in American society, and you can file that empty talking point under the same heading as the thoughts and prayers pablum that gets spouted after some member of the dominant society carries out a mass murder. This is Ohio we're talking about. The mayor of Columbus, Ohio is a Democrat. That's his town. So where were the police at to keep the trash corralled when they were marching in the streets? Most likely the police were among those racists. Just as we saw on January 6th, there were members of law enforcement who stormed the Capitol. See, when the enemy becomes emboldened, they come out of hiding. And this also forces Democrats to expose themselves and show everybody they're not going to do anything about it. These neo-Nazis were out there chanting all kinds of anti-black and anti-Semitic hate speech. Interesting, though, we didn't see some of the anti-racist activists like Christopher Rufo or Sean Hannity or Ron DeSantis interested in fighting this blatant actual hate speech. Gee, I wonder why. And you know who else wasn't interested in fighting it? Anyone outside of the black community. See, after this neo-Nazi march took place over the weekend, a few days later, you had a group of black men who conducted their own Rally for Unity, they called it. An ironic name considering there was absolutely nobody else out there for them to unify with. Those black men were out there by themselves. These neo-Nazis were shouting slurs about black people, Jews, and all non-whites, and yet when these black men gathered to mount a counter-demonstration, they were the only ones there. Did the local Jewish synagogues not know about this? Did they not hear about the gang of white supremacists who were literally in the streets with swastika flags? Now, before we go any farther, the last time we had open displays like this was in 2020. And when that happened, people were forced to put down their iPhones and hit the streets. And that's what folks seem to be scared of. Half of them are scared. The other half of them apparently can't be bothered to. Apathy is the greatest ally of white supremacy. And the antidote to white supremacy on the march is black people going on the offensive. In every instance, when we rise up, they back down. But that takes effort, it takes consistency, it takes sacrifice, and nobody else is going to do it for you. Certainly not the Democrats. And a lot of black people fear that. They're terrified. Not that they're going to get hurt, but that they're going to have to stop goofing off long enough to fight for their own survival. They want someone else to do it for them. That's why after Biden became president, the numbers of black people murdered by the police went up, not down. The numbers of black people killed by the police has been higher under Biden than it ever was under Trump. Why weren't people in the streets? Because with the 2020 election, a lot of those activists hit the snooze button. They fell for the white media lie that Trump was the problem. He was the entire problem. And that once he was gone, these problems would simply disappear. Well, they didn't. But what did go away was the white media attention on it, and for a lot of people, jumping in front of the cameras was their main motivation. Got to be seen twerking on CNN. And after all, those demonstrations are a good place to meet people, if you know what I mean. Well, they won't be able to hit the snooze button now, and this is exactly what we need. We keep letting ourselves be lulled to sleep with the lie that once the people who claim to be on our side are in office, well, all we need to do then is just sit back and wait for them to do something. This is what happened with Obama. Black people thought putting him in the White House meant that he would produce for the constituency that elected him. Instead, he chose to ignore us. That is, when he wasn't lecturing us. But denial is a hell of a drug. Even after 4 years of malign neglect, there were still black people who were desperately clinging to the delusion that Obama had been just pretending to be a sellout for the first 4 years, and that if he got a second term, then he would finally be free, quote unquote, to do all that stuff he didn't do during his first term. He just wanted to make sure he got a second term, don't you know? Of course, with his second term, all we got was more of the same, along with another lecture that you got to secure my legacy. Now, I got to be able to hand the keys to the White House over to Hillary, so don't ask anything of me. We got to get the next person in there. Right back on the political treadmill and didn't even know it. Only then did it begin to dawn on some black folks that they had been conned. I guess it was just something that we had to go through, but we hadn't learned our lesson because we caved in 2020 to a man we knew from experience to be a racist and a liar. Joe Biden, along with his vice president, a woman who had a 30-year track record of weaponizing every political office she's ever held to go after black people, just like Obama had. As usual, black people are out there by ourselves. Where were the open-minded white politicians at in the 1960s when people were being lynched and homes being burned and churches being burned and firebombed and using real bombs? Where were they at? Were they out there marching?
Yeah, that's right,
Where were they at to lend morale and public support to our marches, rallies, and demonstrations? Because the white supremacists and the KKK members who were killing black people in the 60s, they had no problem having politicians, including a few Democrats, who showed up in person to support them. So where were the white politicians who were supporting us at in the 1960s? The same place they're at right now. When those black men were marching this week, the Democrat mayor of Columbus wasn't out there with them. He wouldn't even meet with them. In the face of neo-Nazis with swastika flags having made national headlines, the mayor of Columbus gave no support to the community. Lip service is no service at all. You better remember that next year when the same people who have been in hiding right now all of a sudden come crawling out of the woodwork so they can jump out in front of one of our demonstrations and then claim in front of the cameras that they're speaking for the community. But in reality, all they're going to be doing is pushing the same old, and this is why we have to vote for the Democrats spiel. When it was the Democrats who allowed these vermin to fester amongst us in the first place. So since we're the only ones fighting the white supremacists, we're not letting anyone speak for us. And if somebody calls themselves jumping out in front of us, they're going to get slapped down. The neo-Nazis have always been their family. The only difference between now and 2 weeks ago is that they hadn't stepped forward to show who they were. Now you can see them. And that being the case, they have to be confronted. These other groups who claim to be so worried about these white supremacists, they're showing their true colors too. Because when it came time to fight the neo-Nazis, everyone was MIA except us. And we all know the reason why. It's because these other groups are looking for a place under white supremacy. They've been given a couple of small crumbs from the table. As far as they're concerned, now they're fully on the team. Sure, they resent it when white supremacy feels the need to bring them in for some abuse, slap them around, and remind them of their place. But at the same time, as soon as white supremacy lets up on them a little bit, they go right back to picking the cotton. Well, as black people, we have to show that neither our backs nor our knees bend for anyone. We also have to demonstrate that there is a newly awakened knowledge of black empowerment on the march. We recognize exactly who our enemies are. And that being the case, we have absolutely no shame or bashfulness about letting everybody know we realize we have no friends. And that we also realize we got something better than friends. We've got family. And that family has a right to defend themselves, and we have a right to defend them, no matter who doesn't like it. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Cyberdyne 100, Sean, Javier, Chevalier Foster, and Keegan Compton. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blocker?
Fuck the commercial.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts? I know you're just itching to say something.
Oh, yeah, well, the professor was right on that. And what it is what you got going on is that old hiding Biden, you know, who's an ultra-white supremacist, probably even more of a white supremacist than Trump, because we remember his federal crime bill that he introduced, okay? And we also...
since 1972. That was Biden's bill.
Yeah, yes, sir. For the last 52 years, yes, sir. You are absolutely correct on that. So what it is that we got to shore up our economical base, our political base, and also too, we got to start forming gun clubs. Okay.
So the gun clubs is in with the white supremacists about it. With TBA and already went down the rundown with the gun clubs. They want to be like the white gun clubs. Like they're not on empowerment. They just trying to keep up with the white people.
Okay. Are you sounding faded, Brother Che?
I was part of several gun clubs about that, as you know.
Right. And then
the time I linked up with you, I was in several gun clubs.
Okay. And then okay, yeah, and then so what it is as the professor was saying is we got to get our cohesiveness together. Okay. Yeah, I mean we all we got.
Cohesiveness with the diaspora, Shabaka. And you heard that tether on there talking about this ain't about race. People and all of that. No,
yeah, right.
They see you as a nigga with a hard
Period. Yeah, that part there, sir.
That's all they see.
And then
Shabaka.
And then too, Brother Che, I saw an elder.
Zulu.
Okay, run that by me again now.
The sister, the tether at the beginning of the video. She was from Sharpton, from Exania. So it would have been Kosa or Zulu.
Yeah, or Sutu.
Or Sutu.
Yeah, you have Zulu, Sutu, and Kosa. And Kosa is what Mary McKeever was. They're the ones that speak with the click songs. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, they made a whole movie about
and then,
back in the day, I had watched. It was like a Coke bottle that fell from the sky.
Mm-hmm. And then two is that and then too, Joe Biden introduced several crime bills because them folks did not feel safe outside of their own communities. But Joe Biden had led more to black people being mass incarcerated than a little bit.
Mass incarceration.
Yeah, and then another one that led to mass incarceration of black people was Bill Clinton.
Yeah, he continued it on because they were at war with the Republicans. Who could be tougher on crime, them or the Republicans?
And then the irony of the situation is that Trump, when he was the president the first time, he had pardoned a lot of those who were the victims of that mass incarceration.
With the Second Step Act, or First Step Act, he had pardoned 5,000 people, and majority of them were black.
Yeah, see, so, you have to look at that. Then not to mention the fact that when Trump posthumously...
Could he possibly pardon Diddy?
And Jack Johnson. Under the Mann Act.
He did that after Sambo refused to do it.
Yeah, and Trump did say that you would figure that the previous administration would have done this.
And World War III, twin. We already know what's up.
Okay, Biden challenging Russia now. He don't give two shits about anything right now. You right about that, twin. It's because the motherfucker so damn senile, man. He just probably can't wait to get out of office. And then it's probably turning shit over to Kamala. And then keep in mind when they have the electoral...
He's been giving her the cold shoulder. She's been on vacation with Doug and the kids.
Okay. But with her being the vice president, when she presides over the...
Uncle Joe, that's what they kept calling him, Uncle Joe. That ain't my goddamn uncle.
Right.
Not related to that cracker at all.
Yes, sir. And then the irony of the situation is that Kamala will be the one in the U.S. Senate of the Electoral College to do what Richard Nixon did.
She got to present him with the keys. The keys.
She's going to be the one to declare that Trump is the president of the Electoral College. The same thing that old Tricky had to do with JFK in the 1960 election.
Yeah, well, you're the
because
only one on here that's tapping in or on here that remembers that shit about it. You lived it. We don't. We just read about it. You actually lived it.
Yes, sir. But keep in mind, in the early 1960s, I was what, 3, 4, 5 years old, and then I got a vague.
You lived the shit. None of us and like any of our mama or daddy's eyes.
Right, but at the same token, though, this is why I'm laying down the information. Okay, what Michael say? Kamala is a Karen because she is more friendly with them folks, but she is hostile and mean towards her people. You're right.
Yes,
you're right.
She is a Hindu bedouins. That's what she is.
Yeah. And then old Vivek Ramaswamy, you sorry son of a bitch. I want to debate you, Vivek Ramaswamy, because there is no way in hell that your Brahma class ass is going to sit up here and tell us what our people should do.
That's Kamala's people.
Yeah. So Ramaswamy, man.
Ramaswamy done lightened up, y'all. Ramaswamy used to be that light. I seen a picture of him in the 80s. He was dark as hell. He was like as dark as me. If not darker. And he's been lightening up.
And
like
Don Lemon. And then Don Lemon, who told Ramaswamy about himself, you know what you saw what they did to Don Lemon.
Queen, I know the Queen is itching to say something. Go there, Lady Chair. I gotta go on the anti-black hate crime. You got what do you say on that? Professor Black Truth, the anti-black hate crime laws.
Yeah, you know, it's important. I've been saying that. I said that earlier. You know, as far as anti-black crime bill is concerned. I think we each got to take it in our own state.
Yeah, they must be deported too. Twin.
I think we got to each take it in our own state. See what that's about. You know, so I mean, like that's really, as a collective, we got to do it statewide, each state. I mean, before it can go anywhere else. I mean, we can talk about it federally, but it's gonna start. It has to start with each state. Each state has to do their specific things, because not everybody lives in a predominantly black state. We like our state isn't. They would say that this state is indigenous or whatever the fuck they want to call it, but I don't seem to concur with that, even though I've been here since like 88, 89. I've seen it fluctuate, so I've seen a lot of different things. And the more I learn, the more I test. Not only that, but you know, I live in a sundown de facto area in Aurora, so which is not a sanctuary city either, which is right next to a sanctuary city. Which is kind of dumb, really, if you think about that. I can get into that in its own little section, but I think that as far each specific state is going to have to do their own due diligence. Why? Because anything can happen to any black person in each state, and the laws have to be different. They have to go according with the state. Like, in order to change shit, you got to change it with the local and the state levels. So, you know, you're going to have to be able to cultivate that specifically for your particular state. Like in our state, for example, you know, like we might have to do more codifying when it comes to specifics, like when it comes to youth and women. black girls and black boys, black women, for example. Um, we've seen an uptick in well, I would say that what they covered on the news wasn't nearly what we saw on the street. So we saw a lot of harm going towards little girls this summer, like under 14 and between 14 and 18. They were being targeted for some odd reason, little black girls. A lot of uh, racial derogatory remarks, slurs toward their direction. A lot of little girls getting harassed. Little girls. Not to take away from the constant berating of little boys as well, or young teenage boys. Um, in predominantly white schools, being followed home, being harassed, being the only one or two black youth in a whole white school being picked on. So we saw a lot of that. We saw a lot of women getting harassed. We saw a lot of elders getting harassed. A lot of black women getting harassed. Black men going to jail. Like we just saw a lot of a lot of things that I feel like are gonna have to be kind of like uh, I want to say tailored or cultivated like around, because it's not specifically just one separate thing. Like this summer, I saw a lot of little girls being harassed and murdered, like killed, like where they're right,
being dumped.
little girls being shot, like right next to a fire department. You know what I mean? Like clearly where there's cameras and no crime is being solved. Little girls being a little girl or two being thrown away. Like and police not actively looking for them, but their family finds them first. That kind of shit is redundant. Little girls be called the hard N word in city fucking council. This is like ridiculous shit. Really, really ugly shit. And not to take away from the boys, not to take away from the boys. Obviously the boys have it in their own way.
I got a question.
Making as much of making the news.
Yes, that's what Shabaka's
And also
about.
too, we got stuff happening with women, black men coming in and out of jail, and suffering major detriment. So we're gonna have to like really look at it. And right
Facts,
now
twin.
they want to focus on all these other buffer races and buffer classes or buffer people suffering their harms and whatnot. And then right now the main distraction right now is going to be the LGBTQ trans thing right now, which is like they're trying to make it a topic of discord, of another distraction of whether or not this broad can use whether or not this person can use the restroom in or out the Capitol. Like it really matters to like
the transformer.
There's a lot of it's going to be like
Damn.
another form of distraction. So it I feel like when it comes to a crime bill and an Amber Alert, like right now we're seeing indigenous Amber Alerts go up, and indigenous people are suffering or allegedly suffering. It's whatever they want to throw out ahead of black people, and they show black people doing atrocious shit they kind of would never have done. That all of a sudden like somebody snaps and they're on that ass for like days. Like you got a mass stabbing. You know what I mean? Yes. Yeah. No, I've been. I had a child, and once I homeschooled her until I couldn't do it no more. That was that was something I wanted to do. But my little girl got stabbed in the face with a pencil by a little boy in her class. A little Hispanic boy stabbed my pretty little girl in the face with a number 2 pencil, and the school didn't want to do nothing about it. So I took matters into my own hands. I like to creep around the neighborhood and shit, and that's solve my own problems. But
That could be used to thing.
you can't see that
That's classified.
she got stabbed in the face by a pencil, but She was not. She was over a spot at the water fountain. The little boy was probably, on the makings of being not only just a woman beater, but on the ways of being like killing little animals that I under his porch. He's on his way, and his family
serial killer.
His family was
psychopath.
very abusive and destructive. I recognize that family, but I and my brother didn't turn out that way. So I recognize that the type of abusive shit, but that don't give you any right as a little boy, same age as a little girl, to take and stab a pretty little girl. Okay, it wasn't like an ugly little girl; it was a pretty little girl in the face with a fucking pencil. My kid looked like the opposite of me. Okay, like my villainous mother with light hair and light eyes, light, very, very, very light skin, like greenish gray eyes, with light hair and straight fucking. She looked like she's the opposite of fucking everything I am. Okay, everything I am, she's the opposite of.
You can't even tell she's a quarter.
She can't even tell. Like, I have dark hair, dark features, dark eyes. This kid had light eyes and like long straight hair like my mother, and she had very, 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 very fair skin. Like, very fair skin. And a pretty little girl, okay? They swore it wasn't my kid. They let them tell it wasn't, all right? That little boy, that was like 7 years old, he stuck her in the fucking in the face with a number 2 pencil, and they didn't want to do nothing but take away a fucking recess. They didn't want to tell them nothing. I was like, oh, nah, I'm from East LA. I'm from East LA. That shit went down a whole different way after dark. It was Brandy After Dark. They best believe that.
Well, you got a lot of
after that.
You got a lot of famous people from East LA, Lady J.
Yep. It's Brandy After Dark. If Brandy After Dark get busy, she don't give a fuck. Like, that little girl, like, what did she do over a water fountain? What could you possibly done except wait your turn in line? You know what I mean? And a little boy just turn around and just stick you in the. Oh man. And she just went on like nothing was going on, like doo doo doo. And I was like, "Does your face hurt?" No, I was like, "My face hurts looking at your face." That's all right. That's what do I have hands and feet for? You know what I mean? If not to use them, you know what I mean? Right. But she now you couldn't even tell she's grown now. You couldn't even tell that little.
Said he'll see in jail.
That little, yeah, exactly, man. Hands and feet, and I like creep off. Shit, find me if you can. Shit. My kid didn't go to school.
Control the police.
My kid didn't go back to school. She was homeschooled after that. And why? Because I may have a little bit of education, but honestly, honestly, man, it's better for you to teach your kid at home, and especially in these circumstances, with everything that's going on now, the way the school is, they're putting all this inclusive social shit in front of us, and they're taking away from reading, mathematics, arithmetic, geography, their history or whatever, but civics, and they're putting it's more of a social thing, and it's pushing another agenda, agendas that don't need to be pushed. Those kind of shit are saved for dinner topics at your own house, you know what I mean? But not to be pressed on at school. And so I say like that. We just need to stay home because you can't handle racism, and that's not true. I fight racism and white supremacy all day long, Michael. I kind of enjoy it. I really am. I'm a separatist.
There's more to it though.
And but the thing is that in my case, I deal with certain acts of colorism and things like that. I think that too the dialogue has been kind of in a sense of Kamala, sense of like in Kamala, she what she called she divested.
Yeah, she's a
right. Well, she was like whatever, right? She was in a role she was playing, whatever, right? So she divested. She's with Doug, right? So, and in this case, I've browsed a couple other channels, and there's mixed people that are very unhappy with me being so black first.
That's right.
And so
friend.
black first, you know what I mean? It's very black first. So they're very unhappy. They want to tell me to go with a side that I don't know, or because of my mother being European or white or whatever. Is you don't know the bride? I don't know. Shit. Most motherfuckers don't know her better than I do.
Well, you still would have qualified for the auction, boy.
Always nice to me, y'all.
It doesn't matter what she's nice to whomever is whatever. But that's just a personal thing. It's my villain.
Yeah, thanks, twin.
The thing is with them, I don't understand it. I don't understand how people can tell me one thing or another. So I just keep it like this until you're doing the work that I'm doing right here for FBA, for us to get to the Black agenda, for us to get to delineate and to do reparations and all that shit. With then I don't think anybody should tell me anything. I'm not strong enough to fight rights against. Oh yeah, I'm not single, baby, but I can dig it. I think it's a cultural thing. I think that those some of these women
they are scared of
are
us.
ingrained in what's these feminist nuances, and they don't want to. They're strong in certain elements and not so much in others. I don't know if they don't want to fight against racial white supremacy, because if they're by themselves, they're more inclusive. I think, from what I've seen, some of the sisters I know that aren't single, or that are single, they're empowered. They're pro-black. They're empowered. They're not on a nuanced level of ratchet. You know what I mean? Not that there's anything wrong with it. I think there's a time and place for it. But when it's come to racism, white supremacy, you're at war all fucking day long. It never takes a break. It doesn't take a holiday. It doesn't take a breath. It just is always there. And you're either going to be able to fight against it, or you're going to comply and submit. And I'm a very dominant a person, like Aries type of energy. I can't submit. I can't submit, so I won't submit any longer. And two, I grew up with an ugly non-codified way of thinking. Very confused with this biracial bullshit. I kicked that shit out of my brain, and now it's just simply Black, Indian, French. Do you know what I mean? I didn't mean to say that fast. Black, Indian, and French.
That's Creole.
But they said that I had a whole argument about this the other day. Yeah. Well, yeah, but yes, he does say all that too.
Yeah, you're right about that, Michael.
He does say that, but
look what happened here in Las Vegas recently on that.
Too. I'll be more likely to use my hands and feet before I pick up anything, and then I'll go to stick, and then I'll go to something sharp, and then I'll go something light that flies through the air. You know what I mean? But it'll be my hands and feet first, because I'm from the 80s. We picked up our hands, you know what I mean, and fought before we picked up anything else. And so I'm more likely to fight with my hands and feet. That'll work. I'll pick up a stick. If that'll work, then I'll go get something sharp. That'll work. Then we'll see where it really ends up.
Lady Che, any conflict always has the option of escalating to the next level of force.
Right.
Any conflict always has the option of escalating to the next level of force.
Yeah, she's European.
My mother is a racist. We wouldn't know it when you met her, but you know it after you spent some time with her. And only I seen it, and my brother's seen it. Mostly my mother. I think I've seen my mother maybe a handful of times in my life. I could probably count. If I knew my mother, I'm 44 years old. I could probably say I have 3 years of knowledge of my mother. I don't know anything about my mother, really. because she's so much in it. She was like hardly ever around. I grew up in the system, and my mother, yeah, she's European. I didn't grow up with her. I grew up in the system, so product of the system. Does she believe in it? No,
No,
of course not. I kicked her out because she says racist shit. And I kick her out because she disrespects my house when she thinks I'm not like I'm paying attention. She lets like slide little slick comments in. I like in my house it's I got a Pan African flag, you hear in my room. Where Jesse's sitting, you're in my house. So Jesse's sitting, that's my flag in the back. You know what I mean? I got a Muslim prayer rugs hanging on the ceiling everywhere, in the other room. So my mother doesn't. She don't live here. Shit, I'm grown. Last time I lived with my mom. I don't think I've ever lived with my mom until she was the brief 2 times she kicked me out and called the police on me. Like that was maybe 2 weeks.
This is a black crip house.
No, this is a black. It's a black house. Other than my brother, that's in the front room, my half brother. That's pretty much all it did is here. What does she think about payment on she doesn't trying to hip her to some shit, man.
She's against it.
It would just take too long for her to get the adjustment or the understanding of what we're talking about, and she probably would not ever agree with it or go along with the program. You said brother sleeves are very carries through the history. Oh yeah. Yes, of course. I believe in a black seed, black man, black woman, black child.
All right, let's get to Uncle Phil, y'all.
All the way black. Just because I'm mixed does not mean that takes.
Okay,
I believe in everything to do black. Echoes.
Okay, and then Uncle Phil, not cutting your wisdom, Lady J, but then after Uncle Phil, I'm gonna have to shut it down because I got an appointment tomorrow, Brother J, and
you would have told me sooner. I would have started the show earlier, so you could have said.
Oh man,
you don't mess up.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay.
And how much money they've been receiving.
Okay, hold on, Brother J. All right, it's 11:30 where I'm at. Okay, so I'll give it till midnight.
Okay, another 45 minutes. Yeah, okay, we'll try to breeze through it so you can get to that.
Yeah.
All right, so
and then I'll keep you posted tomorrow, man. Tomorrow night on the meeting as well too.
Okay, thank you, Shabaka. So Uncle Tether Lucas is still furious with us because we didn't vote for his girl, Kamala. So he's still wishing harm on FBAs. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on that.
Uncle Lewis Tether.
Uncle Luther. Remember 2 Live Crew, Shabaka?
Yeah.
Yeah. Uncle Luke from 2 Live Crew. His name is Uncle Tether.
Uncle Tether. Damn.
Before
Uncle Tether, my goodness.
Telling us if we didn't vote for her, we wasn't black. And he interviewed the broad, and the whole time he's trying to hit on her during the interview, and asked her if she liked black men, and she shook her head no, all uncomfortable and shit. So yeah, Uncle Tether Luke is on a long list of other Tethers and Shills that we're gonna go over tonight. So he is wishing harm on us still after the selection. But he said some shit like, "Oh, if the police kill you or something, I'm not coming to your vigil or your wake or your protest for the killing of whoever. Y'all just gonna have to deal with it. This is what y'all decided and all of that." So
not going off topic, brother. Okay, but before you start that, Brother Chase.
Because we're not gonna be able to get through the 45 minutes in time. So to get to Roly Poly and how much money he's been getting.
Election. This man went on X Space and he's wishing some of the most horrible things, on, FBAs. And the reason why he's doing that because his homegirl did not win the election. Now, if you heard some white folks saying this kind of crap, that what you're about to hear this man say, it'll be all over the news. They would say, oh, something got to be done. Who does this person work for? Whatever the case may be. Let's go ahead and check this out.
And again, I will tell you, if your black commander get lynched in one of them bushes back there, you voted for it.
Yeah. He kicked us off the space. I was on.
You deserve it. If that's what happened.
He just cut it out of nowhere.
If you took them rednecks because of you.
So Luther Campbell is saying that because some of you either chose a couch, because some of you decided to vote for President Trump, you deserve for, racists, the Klan, whoever else to lynch you. This is what this man is saying. This man is definitely unhinged. I mean, obviously, right? It doesn't take much to figure that part out. But this is how the Democrats really feel about black people. I told y'all, the Democrats don't like black people because the moment we don't do what the Democrats say we should be doing, this is how they respond. Even these so-called, which is extremely sick. You know how many FBAs died that way? And this man gonna sit up here and say this is what should happen. Just like those people should say, oh, well, if Trump get elected, y'all, we going back into slavery. They had one of my little girl's teachers that actually made that statement. And I told her Trump not gonna put nobody back in no doggone slavery. And I just explained to her, about the 13th Amendment and different things like that. So recently today, when I picked my little girl up, I said, hey, what was the teacher name that told you about, if Trump get elected, he gonna put us back in slavery? She told me the teacher's name. And I said, has he talked about anything about Trump putting anybody back in slavery since the election? He said, no, he ain't mentioned nothing about the election ever since. He said, but before the election, he was talking about, Kamala and all that stuff. But no, he ain't mentioned anything. It's quite funny that no mention of slavery. But Luke is up here hoping that, white supremacists put you up on the tree as a black person because either you voted for Trump or you sat it out, or you voted for Cornel West or Jill Stein or, Robert Kennedy. You voted for whoever you want to vote for outside of Vice President Kamala Harris. These Democrat shills, I'm going to tell you why they're crashing out so hard. Y'all don't realize, how bad this woman lost, okay? They now say she had $1.5 billion. And she was giving money to, of course, most of the white folks, but she gave money to people like Luke, too. We got to find out exactly what's his company name so we can figure out how much he was giving. But we know he was giving money. We just, I would say alleged for right now to look at the FEC filings to see if I can find his name or his company name on there. But a lot of these people were giving money. They weren't crashing out for nothing, ladies and gentlemen. They're not crashing out for nothing. And they know with this restructure of the Democrat Party has to happen, they're not going to be included. Because why would the Democrat Party say, okay, we need to go give money to the same people that we lost with? No, they're all worried about their checks, and they're not going to get checks from the Democrat Party no more. And they know the Democrats, when they restructure everything, if they don't give somebody some money, they will have to be somebody that actually has some sort of influence, somebody that actually has an audience that listens to them, not these rappers and anything like that, paying the Cardi B's and paying all these people like that. It doesn't move the needle. It don't whatsoever. See, people like Luke always tell you that if you really want to find out how a person feels, just make them mad. You don't know a person until you make them upset. I've said that for a long time. And with the situation with Luther Campbell being upset and angry because we didn't vote for his homegirl because I guess he was promising more money. And, I would have got my money. It would have been for you pesky kids, acting like that, right? And it's just a sick thing to hear that. Listen, I've been around people who has been called, sellouts and anything else. And, I haven't heard Jesse Lee Peterson say something like this. I haven't heard Larry Elder say something like this, right? I haven't heard any of those people talk like
both
that.
them no good motherfuckers.
But he's supposed to be for the people and the black community, and this is what he hopes happen to a black person. This is beyond sick. This is beyond wrong, and people need to start calling them out on this.
Yeah, that's what we've been doing.
You know what I'm saying? Because this is not nothing that we should normalize or say this is okay to be saying this just because you're mad that your candidate lost the election. It happens. Just like your favorite sports team could lose too. Would you want something to happen to the other team? But you got to send people like that in society, unfortunately, even with sports. But no, Luke needs to be, dragged for this, to say some crap like this. He needs to be dragged. Say this about any other group, it'd be hell to pay. That's why y'all lost the election,
man.
Luke. Y'all lost the election because of comments like that. That's why. You think insulting black Americans is going to get people to vote for you? Like, what kind of crap? You ever heard that statement? You catch more flies with what? Honey. Than you do with what? Poop. And y'all give so much poop to the black community, and the black community is tired. And they say, look, I'm voting my own interest, and I'm looking at the economy too. I'm not voting for joy and vibes. I can't pay a light bill with joy and vibes. And that's really what it is. So this guy really needs some mental health help to go say something like that. And the interesting part is, I'm gonna say again when I covered him last time. What if these same racists you're talking about? What if they go get you? And if they go get you, then like, what, we supposed to say something about it? Because I can tell you right now, if they was to do the same thing to you, I'm like, well, he wished that on other black people, so he got what he deserved. That's what I would say, because that's horrible to go wish that on somebody where our people have died in this country. Now they say you got a Caribbean background, so and I don't want to say all Caribbean people will talk that way, so I'm not going to say that. But what I'm saying is this particular person with a Caribbean background, it's just amazing. It's just amazing how he's talking, like he would be immune. And then folks want to get at him. But yeah, man, that's why nobody respect you, Luther Campbell. Nobody respect you. You just, bro, you a has-been.
On the Palestinians.
JCPenney's best Black Friday ever is going all week. Thousands of deals at our...
That's not what we own. For the most part, we've been staying neutral all of that. I don't understand why, but we told them the tape was off 4 years ago, Shabaka.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The tape was off. We're no longer taking for these other groups.
We can't do it.
We stuck to that.
Yeah.
So if the other groups are trying to put people watch, where the black people at? Why ain't there no black people at our rallies or our protests? That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Democrats are just, as I said before.
Okay, what are your thoughts about it?
Okay, Jesse Lee Peterson, Larry Elders, and Leo Terrell, they are dangerous to the black community. They have committed treason. Okay. Okay, and what Uncle Phil was saying there about Luke. Okay, Luke is up there talking about he's coming down on the black community because they didn't support Kamala. Any of them that says that we should have went out there and supported Kamala are dangerous. I'm not going to do nothing specifically for black people. No. So already, she's telling you that she ain't got your interest at all.
Unfortunately, even with sports. But no, Luke needs to be, dragged for this, to say some crap like this. He needs to be dragged. Because if you go say this about any other group, it'd be hell to pay. That's why y'all lost the election, Luke. Y'all lost you.
Yeah, say it's bad, man. It is bad. And you would think, man, in the last 50 years, man, that this house niggering would have been eradicated.
Sorry, y'all, the computer started to crash out or something real wonky, stupid right now.
Okay.
It just closed.
All righty.
It's like it has a mind of its own.
I guess he was promising more money. And, you know, I would have got my money. It would have been for you pesky kids, you know, acting like that, right? And it's just a sick thing to hear that. Listen, I've been around people who has been called, you know, sellouts and anything else. And, you know, I haven't heard Jesse Lee Peterson say something like this. I haven't heard Larry Elder say something like this, right? I haven't heard any of those people talk like that. But he's supposed to be for the people and the black community, and this is what he hopes happen to a black person.
Don't mean that they black up.
This is beyond sick. This is beyond wrong, and people need to start calling them out on this.
Right. And that's why,
you know,
I agree, Michael.
Something that we should normalize or say this is okay to be saying this just because you're mad that your candidate lost the election. It happens. Just like your favorite sports team could lose too. Would you want something to happen to the other team? But you got silly people like that in society, unfortunately, even with sports. But no, Luke needs to be, you know, dragged for this, to say some crap like this. He needs to be dragged.
Yeah, he should blame white people.
Because if you go say this about any other group, it'd be held.
Yeah, I feel you, Leonard. Yeah. Uncle Fluke can go to hell.
Y'all lost the election because of comments like that. That's why. You think insulting black Americans is going to get people to vote for you? Like, what kind of crap? You ever heard that statement? You catch more flies with what? Honey. Than you do with what? Poop. And y'all give so much poop to the black community, and the black community is tired. And they say, look, I'm voting my own interest, and I'm looking at the economy too. I'm not voting for joy and vibes. I can't pay a light bill with joy and vibes.
No, we got another Asian
and that's really what it is. So this guy really needs some mental health help to go say something like that. And the interesting part is, I'm gonna say again when I covered him last time. What if these same, you know, racists you're talking about? What if they go get you? And if they go get you, then like, what, we supposed to say something about it? Because I can tell you right now, if they would do the same thing to you, I'm like, well, he wished that on other black people, so he got what he deserved. That's what I would say, because that's horrible to go wish that on somebody where our people have died in this country. Now they say you got a Caribbean background, so you know that you know. And I don't want to say all Caribbean people will talk that way, so I'm not going to say that. But what I'm saying is this particular person with a Caribbean background. It's just amazing. It's just amazing how he's talking, like he would be immune. And then folks want to get at him. But yeah, man, that's why nobody respect you, Luther Campbell. Nobody respect you. You just, bro, you a has-been. Well, tonight in the podcast, ladies.
Okay, well, he's dangerous. And like I said, you know, all along, when is this damn ass scratching Yassa Boston syndrome gonna end with motherfuckers Jesse Lee Peterson, Larry Elders, Leo Terrell, you know what I'm saying? and it's getting more and more ridiculous. It's getting more and more asinine. I mean, man, it's a nosedive for our unity throughout the diaspora and here in the U.S., you see. But as you said, Brother Che, what you was right about, you got to get these damn tethers minds right.
Yeah, he still has a childlike mind. Yeah, Uncle Tedder Luke is in his 50s, late 40s. Early
Damn.
50s. He ain't no
he's more.
He's still acting like he was in the 90s. I'm getting my passport from. Oh, this is Lady Che. From the States. Cornball, yeah, that's good.
Luther Cornbell. yeah, Leonard, man. I mean, you got some damn. This coonerism, man. I mean, is there something in the goddamn water? If it's something in the fucking food, is it GMOs? Is a fucking microchip they planting in these motherfuckers' ass, or what?
Yes, all of that and more. Yes.
Oh yeah. I mean, are they programming these brain dead motherfuckers off these goddamn cell phones? You know, they always want you to download the app, download the app. Here's some two people that I came across. They want to do retina scans sooner or later off of your laptops and your cell phones. A retina scan.
Well, they already got the fingerprint.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're going to use the fingerprint as the first ID. Then they're going to use the retina scan to cross-file it. You say, like what they're doing with this bullshit. Okay, to keep cross-filing.
Modern day Skynet, that's what Shabaka is alluding to.
Yeah, pretty much, yes. Yes, sir. And then the Terminator was made.
The musty man gonna pull out the Neuralink. So
yeah, exactly.
Cross-file.
No, yeah. 5 years from now, man, they're going to be having these goddamn chips that they're going to want to place in your brain. They want to go give you these injections. Microsoft, microchip, microscopic, meaning that you cannot see this shit with the naked eye.
Technology, that's what it means.
Right. And then just like one brother that we're familiar with, Brother Che, had stated they're going to put this nanotechnology in you, and then when they don't dig what you're saying, they're going to blow your motherfucking ass up.
Well, since Bruner is in the building, I would say they probably already did Shabaka with the jabby jab.
Yeah, probably did. Hell, they could probably put it in a piece of toilet paper so each time you wipe your ass, they shoving it up there. I mean, anytime that you got a goddamn Google car that's driving its motherfucking self, man, I don't put nothing past these motherfuckers at all. Man, that fucked me up when I saw that shit. Goddamn car going down the motherfucking street. I go to make a lane change, and you know, like how when you make a lane change to the left, you got the driver's side of the other car that you're passing on your right.
Yeah.
And I'm looking in the motherfucker, man, ain't nobody in this motherfucker. I'm like, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Shit, no.
Yeah.
Boy, you gonna have you some ghost riders for real.
Yep. I would not be surprised about this. He said they already got motherfuckers cheating on Call of Duty with the beta version of that shit. Yep. So we
yeah.
5 minute time.
Damn.
They already doing it on Call of Duty.
And I got a weather report here in Las Vegas. Temperatures are to rise next Tuesday.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
No hotter than 80.
Yeah.
Now it's not going to get no 90, 100 degrees. That time is over.
Yeah. And so then, too, and they got this damn Las Vegas Grand Prix bullshit going on here, too.
Let's hear from Lady Che. What thoughts on Uncle Trevor Luke?
Yeah, and old Jesse Lee Peterson is going to get up there and say with his brain dead ass that need more white folks.
Yeah, I mean it.
I used to say, why was anybody taking political advice from him?
Right.
Like, yeah, I mean, I didn't even see how he became relevant in any way, shape, or form. Like over the last couple of years, like who takes political advice from him? How is he anywhere political? I mean, even with the interview he did with Kamala, it's like, cause you were acting like a hoe.
Right.
Like I felt like straight hoe energy, man. You just really like, when he asked her if she liked black men, he was asking like on a whole level, like that was major. That was like, oh, you do, like you know, like you know what I mean? He's gross. And first of all, that is an ugly brother. Secondly, like who takes him seriously? Who's taking political advice from him? Who lives their day to day by what the fuck he thinks? And not only that, but that he committed to like what do you call it, like
treason?
Yeah, like black treason, if you want to call it that. When he's wishing harm. Thank you. Black. I want to say, like he said. What did he say? He said, "Hey, you right." He said, "Hey, right." Yeah, he said something like that. Something to that effect. Don't quote me on it. Yeah, he wished ugliness on black people. Who does that? Like, not only that, but I mean, as a man, who does that to other black people? Period. You're living in the United States. You're like in a trial. He was like in what, Florida, right there, where he did that. Yeah, you're like surrounded by nothing but black people. Like, just to say that, you don't think that there's a problem with that? Again, like, who's taking anything he says serious? Like, that's he's like the worst. Again, this is one of those people that you shouldn't even listen to for music anymore. He's irrelevant. He hasn't made any music in a long time. He doesn't do anything.
30 years.
As far as him getting on like Twitter Spaces and talking shit about FBA business, he don't really have grounds to stand on because he's a fucking tether.
Right.
So he's been tethered. It's not like he can change that aspect. He's not from here. And so he doesn't have the same love for fucking FBA black people as he would I don't even think he loves his own nation. So to be really honest,
Lady Che, the motherfucker probably don't even love his own goddamn self.
Like where he's from, he can go back. He doesn't have to be here, and it doesn't matter because nobody was co-signing the fucking foggy report and ill policy and non-policy of a lady that's had 3 years to show us some shit and she still didn't show us shit. So
you right,
why did that? Why are we wrong for saying no? Like you like, and why do we have to listen to what the fuck he says? Like he runs something. He don't run anything, not even in his own motherfucking household.
Right.
So he should just stop. Like, ultimately, who listens to this shit? He's like Group for the Breakfast Club. Nobody listens to. You know what I mean? He's one of like an elder. He's like somebody like that. No one listens to these people. That's why they're not popping. That's why they didn't advance anyway. When for all that shilling he did he come up in any way? No. I've been asking that way before the election.
You said the no like Kamala.
Yeah, well, I'm sick, man. I'm sick. I'm sick. Well, I mean, anybody's gonna guess if I had to, honestly, like, seriously, nobody listens to him. He's irrelevant. When's the last time he made a record? And not only that, but who's his music gonna enlighten? Nobody. Like nobody. You might as well call it a rap and go sit down somewhere. Watch the news and watch all his channels that he loved watching Democrats on fail and fall apart.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
DNC.
So honestly, I don't feel nothing. That's a shoulder shrug for me. Like I do think that if he has any black friends, they should abort the friendship immediately.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like really, because if that's what he thinks, and that's what he thinks in real life, and those are his private thoughts too. He just said them out loud. So, that's where he's this real goofy energy right there, and he looks dumb saying it. He's too ashy to fucking say it. He's got to stop, man. He's got to stop. He's like a unattractive spokesperson for fucking Kamala, man. He's not helping her cause in any way, so he should just stop. Ultimately, no, seriously, all kidding aside. I mean, he didn't help her cause in any way.
Not at all.
Oh man, don't get me started with the Jesse Lee Peterson thing.
Oh my
god. Oh my god, like if a white person was black and on the outside.
The decade goes to
That's beyond the there's no word for that. There's no word for Jesse Lee Peterson. He's in a class by himself.
He's brain dead, Lady J. The motherfucker is brain dead.
He's on purpose. He's like
the motherfucker is willfully ignorant. This motherfucker don't believe shit stinks.
I get a bad rap.
No. And ultimately, at the end of the day, nobody. If this is the racial fucking draft, white people have scooped him up long ago, and he's not available for black people. It's a wrap. White people have scooped him up long time ago. He's been over there. If he could have got away with bleaching himself and whatever, he would have did it.
He's a modern day.
He would have did it. He's not. And I don't think it's for show. I used to think it was for show, but this is just who he is. So we can't talk to him anymore. Like, and I'm sad to see why when people go on there because he baits them into these nonsensical discussions about like arguing ignorant. He is funny. He's very ignorant. He does it on purpose. He puts people into these ignorant ass conversations to get them upset. And
he said we need to pull ourselves by our own.
He's always saying that, but I mean, look how far he's came in the last fucking 8 years. He hasn't really gone anywhere, right?
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't came up in any way. He's still doing the same fucking show, right? Mm-hmm. Same podcast, no new book, no new movie, no new nothing. Same old guest.
I tried to get that motherfucker on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced a few years ago.
Shabaka, you think Sarge is bad.
Sarge is nothing compared to Jesse Lee Peterson. Sarge is walk in the motherfucking park on any good day.
Nah,
Jesse
that's sad.
Peterson's a walk off the cliff. You know what I mean? Like a walk off the cliff. There's no coming back.
You do gotta. Oh my God, you gotta put it to it, Lady Che. That son of a bitch will walk head first into a moving high-speed locomotive, would he now?
Man, you got better chance of debating police and whatnot with Sarge and having to be an even flow conversation. He might even come to Jesus moment. But Jesse Lee Peterson, he's white and fragile.
Right,
well, I would love to tear Jesse Lee Peterson to shreds. The first thing I'll ask Jesse Lee Peterson, all right, man, what kind of dope you smoking? Number one.
The good kind.
What kind of meds you on? Okay. Who's paying your trick ass to go perpetuate this bullshit? Number 4. And then I would ask him this.
But I
would tell him this. Okay, but hold on, though, Lady J. Then I would tell him, and then I'll cut him off, and I says, remember Jesse Lee Peterson, inside of every coon, there's a black person dying to come out. Yeah, black women need to get married because the government is replacing black men. Now, the thing that Jesse Lee Peterson is not going to tell you is that, for them to get these food stamps, governmental assistance, you got to put the black man out of the household. You see? And then also, too, when Gloria Steinem came to black woman with the women's liberation movement, as Brother Chad pointed out.
Keep on losing, Democrats. Keep on losing.
Yep.
The Democrats will never start winning elections again until they do right by FBAs.
Okay. And then keep in mind that the main benefactors,
ladies and gentlemen, Democrats are just, as I said before, broken into 1,000 pieces. They don't know where to start. But the Democrats, I want to go over what they're saying. They don't know who to blame. They don't know what to do. But the Democrats got in this position for one reason and one reason only. But let's go ahead on and check this out. This was out of Politico. It says more Democrats fear the party's image isn't just damaged, it's broken. And so everyone agrees that they lost the working class, but they're deeply divided on where to place the blame and what to do about it. Now, they said that they have an identity crisis. Days after Kamala Harris's defeat, the extent of the party's failure is becoming increasingly clear. It's bad enough that Democrats are still losing working class whites as they have in recent elections. Now, exit polls show blue-collar Latinos and some black men, long a core part of the Democratic base, are abandoning the party too, fueling electoral shellackings as the Republicans flip the Senate and are padding their majority. Democrats' path to the majority in the House is narrowing, which is the Republicans as of now have taken the majority, because this was written on the 10th of November.
Yeah, thanks, twin.
That's saying Donald Trump won and what could only be described as a landslide in the modern era. Now, I say the Democratic Party needs to be rebuilt, says the Pramila Jayapal, which she is a congresswoman. Says she's the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Say we have become a party of elites, whether we are abandoning working class people, whether they're abandoning us. They say whether it's some combination of all of the above. They say in interviews with 16 elected officials, party leaders, and strategists, they say Democrats from both wings of the party agreed they have stopped knowing how to talk to the working class once the very core of their identity, but they were deeply divided on where to place the blame and what to do about it, just like Donald Trump's victory did in 2016 and in 2020. When they lost by a smaller margin than expected. It's his return to the White House fueling a raging debate between the party's progressive and moderate wings about where to go from here. Now, I'm going somewhere with reading this, y'all, so just bear with me. So, of course, Bernie Sanders fired over and shot in the clash. They said on Wednesday, saying on X that it should come to a great surprise that the Democratic Party, which abandoned working class people, would find that the working class has abandoned them. Then the DNC fired back, said straight up BS. Posting that President Joe Biden is the most pro-worker president, he said, of my lifetime. But they're saying, it's about the working class. Oh, it's the working class. We lost the working class. And they keep saying that over and over and over and over and over. But let me tell you really what happened, Democrats. I'm going to tell you what happened. And I know a lot of you are listening because you're trying to figure some things out. So I want you to listen to me very well. Okay. Let me tell you why you lost. You lost this election because you lost black people. You can't win elections without us. It don't matter what the Latinos do. It has been proven that if black Americans would have came out to vote and not chose the couch, even though Latinos voted the way they voted, she could have won. Vice President Kamala Harris could have won the election. See, I already know what y'all gonna do. So this is what you're gonna do, because like I say, listen, ladies and gentlemen, you get the news here, and we can see what they're gonna do ahead of time. So what they're gonna do, they're gonna try to start acting like the Republicans, like on a light basis. They may start, going along with Trump on some of his measures. They are going to maybe back off a little bit on the LGBT talk. They're going to back off on the immigration talk. They're going to do that, right? But one thing they're not going to do, they're not going to do right by black people, because that's not even in the cards. In order for them to do right by black people, they have to actually lose in 2028 to J.D. Vance if he decides to run for president. They would have to lose to him and in a landslide again, right? And they would have to see, let's say, if more black people vote for J.D. Vance than they even voted for Trump, right? Let's just give it a scenario.
J.D.
Then and only then will they probably say, okay, we tried to sound like the Republicans. We tried to do this. We tried to abandon all the LGBT talk. We tried to start getting tough on immigration, and we still losing votes. What is happening? What is going on here? Right? Democrats, you had the ability to win this election. You had it, and you chose not to do right by black people. That's really what it is. For a long time, black people voted for you. We're not getting nothing out the deal. Now black people are saying, you got to do something for us. You got to, we need a reparations. We need an anti-black hate crime bill. We got to have that. And either you do something for black Americans or continue to lose.
Hey, Philo would like to remind you the TV should be
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the goddamn commercial.
What are your thoughts on that, Shabbat?
He's right. You know what I'm saying? He's right. These motherfuckers is just gonna take us for granted, treat us any kind of way, take us for granted. We go out here like idiots, vote for these tricks, and then they kick us to the damn curbs like we're garbage. And they've been doing the same bullshit, man, for 60 years that I know of.
Yep. They sure have, and enough is enough.
Yeah, I mean, man, you can only bump a motherfucker's head so many times, man, before you realize and wakes up and smell the coffee, except for Jesse Lee Peters. Yeah, you're right, Michael.
Then they just gonna get used to losing.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna have to lose 2028. No, they're gonna have to lose 2026. They're gonna have to lose 2028. So they're gonna have to lose 2030, and they definitely gonna have to lose 2032.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'll be in my early 70s, God willing, by 2032. Yeah, see? And then the cold part, about it is that when you try to pass down this information, it is a challenge. You know, you'll find our brother Paris in about 20 years. Okay, because the way I'm seeing the state of affairs in the black community right now, I sure hate to see it, man, 30 years from now, man. I really would. You're going to be having these confused ass motherfuckers going out there with dresses on and shit. The ketchup business might be a good investment because you're going to have a whole lot of these confused ass dudes shoving ketchup up their asses, talking about they having a menstrual cycle. That's impossible. But they're going to put you in jail for a hate crime if you say otherwise.
If you don't call them by the proper pronoun.
Yeah. And there's nowhere in hell I'm calling a goddamn man a woman. I
feel the same way, Shabbat.
I can't do it.
Let's hear from Lady Cherry real quick before we get to the last topic before Shabbat has to bid us a farewell.
Yeah.
I gotta mute up. The Democrats are gonna have to start whenever we win elections again if they keep neglecting their base.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't even know why we're talking about them. Like, they should be just a non-factor. Period. As far as like giving them outs and little tidbits on how to win, I mean, we shouldn't give them shit. In fact, we should just wait for the other party to drop its shoe and collapse all in itself too. And maybe, then it's some sort of systemic, political, musical purging chairs can commence. And finally, some actual people that really want to do some shit.
You're right, Michael.
Get up in there, you know what I mean? I don't think that we should be talking to them at all anyway, because first of all, they'll say whatever to get you to get in their line of sight. So they're the most appeasing. And they want to sit there and placate to your feelings and emotions and whatever. And because you're upset about economics or whatever, they'll say whatever to try to make you feel better. But Daddy Trump did the same shit, and look where he's at right now. He knows how to play. He knows how to play to everybody's feelings, apparently. Furthermore, I didn't subscribe to that shit. I was on Black vacation the whole year. I didn't want to. I thought we weren't talking about him. I really tried to stay to it. I wasn't talking about him, wasn't thinking about him, could care less about him, because honestly, there was no real policy at any level. This is an opportunity economics or whatever the fuck she said. We live it like, as I'm 44, I was told this is the land of opportunity. So now at 44, don't try to give me no opportunities, because I've seen there's no opportunity for me in 44 motherfucking years. So this all a line of shit. And the way that the way the shills came out, not just this election season, but for the last 4 election seasons that I've seen, if you ask me, I'm the third party candidate person. I was so adamant about Dr. West coming here and being put on the ballot. I made it like a fucking. I had to bring Jesse and Chewbacca on the board, and even then, that I don't even think Chewbacca was fully on the board. Jesse's kind of in and out, and it was only because he had a party that put him on there. Put him on there. I have been a fan of Dr. West probably for as long as I can remember, and so yeah, I did. Did I put him on? Did I vote for him because Dr. West? I didn't have a chance to vote. I didn't have a chance to vote. I didn't have a chance to vote, but I did work on the campaign. So I worked on the campaign through Jesse's party while Jesse was on the ballot. They were both on the ballot at the time. Did I stump for him and do everything I could? Yes, I did. I don't regret it at all, not one little bit. He spoke when I say this, I'll say this, and this is my opinion only. He spoke black to me the whole time, and I know how to read between the lines, and I know to listen and really take in everything. So I just know that he's a big ass motherfucking hippie. Okay, yeah. He is. He's a peace loving hippie. That might have not been what everybody was looking for.
Hippie, I haven't heard that term since 1968.
I was listening to what he said, and he covered everything. I think that he could have. I think he could have used a little razzle dazzle on the website. I tried, but it was very difficult to get through to his people. Through the party that over here in Colorado, under the Unity Party. So I did. I liked what he said. I read everything. I think that what is her name? Jill Stein. Jill Stein had a different reparations thing that she took after, a different reparations agenda, but it was good too. It was more black for sure, but I don't think that it was hers. I think that they put that on there for her to rep behind, because when it came to the black politics or what
exactly,
we talked about,
Michael,
she was not ready. She could not really give the right answers. As far as where, he was just like whatever. When I chose, if we're going to on identity politics, Cornel West was black and he had a black vice president. Right. There was no question about that.
Black ticket. Right
that
there.
was the black ticket with the whole black agenda. Yes, he covered everybody else. What is a president supposed to do? He's supposed to tackle every single other facet that's going on.
For Trump. Uncle Phil voted for Trump.
That's going on. I do not regret my stance on that. I cannot help that he wasn't able to get on everywhere else. There's a lot of controversy here and there. I try not to get bogged down with that shit. Although I do say that yes, I understand what people were saying. I don't co-sign that lowbrow thinking. When I say that, I don't co-sign that. He's a hippie. He's like hippie-ish. Like, he's peace loving. Like, that's a straight fucking Afrocentric black like hippie.
Gangster hippie.
That's it. You know what I mean? And that's the way he talks.
Gangster
You gotta
hippie.
read beyond that. You gotta see him beyond that. And that's what people are getting bogged down under. Yes, he was talking about that. Yes, but if you listen to Dr. West, he always starts with the chocolate side of town.
Yeah.
And he always talks about the impoverished and the black people suffering, and before he gets to any other people. So that's a misnomer. I listened thoroughly because
I remember him
I
on
vouched.
Donahue's show.
I listened to him thoroughly, and in my opinion, and only in my opinion, I was not upset with my support of him. In comparison to what else was out there, he was the best support. He was the best one, in my opinion. I liked what they said. I met him in person here. It's probably the happiest day of my motherfucking life. I did my work. I feel accomplished just because TBA always says, to get him to get involved. I can't wait for him to come save us. I got to put in the work behind the candidate, and so I put in my work behind that. Well, yeah, but then you don't count. Just the fact. I mean, you do count, but you don't count. In this case, for Dr. West, I don't. And I, what? Also, the other one last thing I like, he didn't sell out. No matter what has happened, he hasn't sold out. Everybody else has bid for a job on the Trump campaign or with Kamala or whatever, and he did not sell out. He wrote it all the way to the end. All the way to the end, and versus everybody else couldn't even hold on to their own nuts. So I appreciate him for that, and he was my dark horse in the race. So I wish everybody could have seen it how I seen it, but not everybody thinks like I do. So go ahead, Chewbacca.
Okay, it's like I was saying, those hippies.
Very good, sir. I'm thoroughly engrossed. Well knowledgeable.
Okay, well, see, those hippies were fucked up from Lucy in the Sky diamonds, commonly referred to as LSD, and the Beatles. Let me see. From the Beatles.
They used to play that shit.
Yeah. Now, here's the cold part about it. There was a motherfucker by the name of Dr. Timothy Leary who invented this bullshit, and this motherfucker's a doctor, okay, 8-year educator, okay, and he was saying that everybody needs to go get fucked up off these chemicals, lysergic diethylamine acid.
Yeah, it was part of the
Yeah, that was the hippie era because you had, let me see, okay, going back to memory. You had the Black Empowerment era. You had the hippie era. Then you had Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco, and that's where all the hippies used to go to get fucked up off them drugs. Do you see? Oh, yeah. And then that's when the Temptations made that record, The Psychedelic Shack. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that is.
It's right around the corner. Up the street, I'm talking about the Psychedelic Shack. They're millionaires, kings and queens, and people walking around reciting poetry. Yeah, okay, Lady Che, any similarities and differences between Barack Obama and Dr. West?
If you're old enough to recall, Michael, when Osama was running, Dr. Cornel West is the one that gave him the black vouch. Go ahead.
Yep. Okay, I'm out.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Chewbacca.
All right, thanks for having me. Talk to you all tomorrow. Okay.
Are there any similarities between? No, there's no similarities. There's only differences. The differences I see is that Barack is with them, and Cornel West isn't. That's up top. I think that Dr. Cornel West he's a historian. He's a philosopher. He's an educator. You know what I mean? And what he's knowledgeable about is black people.
Right.
And racism
on the chocolate side of town.
Racism, white supremacy, and everything involved. Whereas fucking Obama was just a nice face with a black wife and some children, and moved his way up into politics. When he was with them, he very much with them.
Oh yeah.
You know, so did he do anything for us? I don't believe so. I mean, if you want to call Obamacare, you got to call Obamacare something. I mean, for people like me, yeah, I guess I utilize that. If you want to, I don't really know. I voted for him the first time, based on the fact that he's black and all that. You know what I mean? That was initially the thing. Like, oh my God, he's black. This first time, you know.
Yeah.
And
dropped that
everybody cried. I cried. We was all glued to the damn TV.
Mm-hmm.
Second time, it's kind of wearing out. Yeah. But I think I had to go around too.
See myself voting for Ron.
At the same time, Cornel West, Cornel West just, I heard him on I listened to all his interviews, and it's no bias. I listen to everybody actually, and I just happen to think that he spoke to all the fucking issues, and he spoke to the duopoly and the corruption within the systems, with everything.
They're not wrong, Michael.
And as far as money, you know what I mean, as far as economics is concerned, as well as the two fucking wars that are currently going on in the city. Well, majorly one, that he spoke mostly about, I think that there similarities. No, as far as I'm concerned, Cornel West has both a black mother and black father. You know what I mean? And that's it. And I like the fact that he was always in and out the protests. He was there with the students. He was on the ground. He didn't turn down an interview. He didn't turn down the people. When the people came up to him, he sat there and talked to them, whether they were the Black Panthers, whether they were the NOI, whether they were just average citizen protesters, even the white ones. He was there. He wasn't, getting arrested like Jill Stein for clout. He was actually there. I don't know anything about Bernie Sanders because
I do.
I myself didn't. I didn't really follow him like that. I voted Democrat up until just maybe 10 or 11 years. What do you say to Philip Scott about giving Dr. West a chance to twin? If he, Dr. West is an older man now. He did a champion tour.
He's like in the same age as Kamala.
He did a little tour, like a little hard ass tour with him and sister Melina.
Yeah. And she's older than him.
And he was in good spirits when I seen him just recently. Like last month?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if he goes again, yeah, I would vote for him again. I would do everything I could to get him on the thing. Just because, what other options, that are for third party? The duopoly is a wrap. I mean, the duopoly is whatever. It's corrupt. At least he's moldable. Yeah. He's moldable. That's the thing that nobody really understood, is that he's moldable. He's not set in any particular way. He can be conversed with. He can be shown a different way of thinking. He can be, talked to. He can be shown something different. He's moldable, unlike everybody else who was set in their ways. They weren't going to grow. They weren't going to expand their mindset. They were just on one strict line of thinking. They weren't trying to appease the Black community. Whereas I think for him, no one stood up to him and said, "Hey, these are the things we would like to see from you when you're speaking to the new Black media. Calm down on this brother and sister talk. We're not feeling it right now because we're not in the mood." And focus on what you're going to do for us specifically. And what I liked about his is that he gave reasonable time frames on his website. He said within 2 years or something. I think he had reasonable time frames. Yeah, and that's what I look for. I don't know what it would end up being, because I was working on Jesse's campaign at the same time. But I know that reasonable time frames is what I look for, intangibles. Like I'm right now, right here, right now type person. I want you to get your job done right now, and within a reasonable time frame. Like, tell me 6 months. Don't make it longer than a year, 2 max, because the level of patience that we have right now currently in this climate is very low. So I like the fact that he had reasonable time frames, and that spoke to me. I didn't really check out the other thing. It's just, I don't know. Actually, not this round. This time he has to sit it out. It's on me this time. We have an understanding. We have an agreement.
Yeah, you're supposed to run in 2026.
Yeah, I'm supposed to run in 2026. Again. And Jesse had his time, dude. Like, he got to sit down now. Like, I worked on 2 of his campaigns back to back. And to do mine, you just gotta sit down and let me just run my shit like this. Let me do it. So I'm me right now. And we can have an agreement until 2026. Yeah, it should be me running. Is he gonna run again? Probably, most likely.
I mean, I was thinking about running again in 2026 because the seat I ran for is up in 2 years. We'll see.
Right.
As for Bernie's,
go ahead, Jesse. Yeah, I tried that stuff for racism, white supremacy here, and when I ran, it was just for like I didn't even. They wouldn't even let me get on the. They wouldn't even let my signatures go in the office. So that's a contentious. I am, I guess, with them. I tried to run in my city. I turned in my signatures. They wouldn't even accept my signatures in the office. And then they told me I couldn't run no matter, even if I like technically I could have sued them. They sued them.
Ambassadors.
I didn't know they said that I couldn't run even before anybody's signatures were sent in. They just basically told me no off the rip. Oh no, I ran as an independent. Was I? Yeah, as an independent.
Yeah, but he's asking who's the current councilman. Wouldn't that be Jason Crow?
Here, I don't know. In Aurora, I'm not really following it. I'm kind of in my feeling. I'm in my bag about Aurora. But I usually follow Denver politics because Jesse lives like minutes away from me. So I'm always up in Denver politics more than I am in my own area because I'm upset still. I'm still upset. I didn't like how they did it. It's all racism, white supremacy. I don't know how the black people get on these board on the city council here, and it just causes me to really wonder because there's so much I got to do versus Jesse. So there's so much more I have to do than Jesse does in order to take it seriously.
He's asking if you were surprised that he understood black issues and support cash payment.
No, I was on the same call as you.
She was on.
Shortly after you that one day. On TVA.
Black show.
I was just on like maybe 3 or 4 people after you. I think I had a question or something. I asked them. Yeah. So no, I was not. Most people think I'm not up to that I'm not up to speed, or I don't know what I'm talking about, or I don't know what's going on because I'm so fair skinned. Oh man, what isn't a strategy? I do have a strategy. I play strategic games, so yeah, I do have a strategy for introducing it. But first, you got to go through this. My first strategy is to get on this goddamn board. Is this equity study? Even though me and Jesse don't believe in the equity study, because we know for a fact that racism, white supremacy, and the KKK is all up and down this bitch.
Right.
We're gonna get into that, and then from there, I'm just gonna utilize several different models. There's a good solid, a few models that are already out there that are good for picking and pulling to write something adequate, no word salad, straight to the point. And that's how I'm going to do it. And we got to really define the factors here because Colorado is its own little section of shit with black people, indigenous people, and Aboriginal. So we have to define that, harms, factors, redlining, covenants. There's so many things that we can touch on as far as reparations are concerned, as far as cash payments, and then and I'm not from here. I'm from California. Um, yeah. No, I can dig it. I know. I know. I know. Um, I know. Um, aren't you Asian and black though, right?
No, he's
Straight.
just Asian. Unless he got some Negrito in him, he's part Filipino.
But you could trace his lineage. Yeah. But that's still up for debate. Um, yeah. No, I agree.
Filipino and Vietnamese, I believe.
Yeah, no. For me, I plan on introducing it because we brought it up several times. Jesse actually brought it up when he was running for the mayor. He had an all black agenda, similar to what TBA has been discussing for a long time. And we try to stay current with that. At the time, people were they were in office. They were Hispanic, tried to co-opt that situation, and I sunk that battleship. I do that. I'll do that. I don't believe that reparations is discussion held by Hispanics and others. I believe that it needs to be foundational Black Americans that are discussing reparations, especially cash-based reparations and lineage-based. But the people here are so non-codified or non Black first thinking that it's a barrier to discuss it with them as being Black in America. They don't see them. They put everything else like sexual identity before being Black. Their economic status in their where the dominant society sees them economically here before being Black. They're only Black when it's convenient. Oh yeah. No, I shut that. I'll shut that battleship down. Completely shut it down. They know not to play with me. I sit on several boards. I sit on several boards.
Michael, we definitely need backup.
I sit on several boards where I talk about nothing but Black first things, and they limit my talking. They'll silence me. They'll mute me. They tell me not to raise my hand because it's very inclusive here. It's the illusion of inclusion, right? Yeah. So, and we sit on several boards where we're supposed to be, peacekeeping in the neighborhood or whatever. But I'm like, well, what about Black people? You can't figure out where Black people supposed to feel safe at, and we're going in on it like 150 miles an hour, and they don't like it when they see me in public. Everybody just kind of looks at their feet and looks away because they know that I can't be silenced. I'm like, I just feel emboldened. And because this is my thing. Until someone else can do it like Sister Vicky Dillard, Demetria K, anyone like that here, and more melanated me than I can go and do the work. I feel it is my duty until that happens. So somebody has to do the work, and nobody's volunteering. I really got free time and opportunity, and nothing holding me back. The most dangerous person is the person that doesn't have anything to care about. Yeah, so that's a motherfucker with a.
We've already let them know that.
Well read, and the code is the leader. So I'm up on it, and like I said, I've been sweating the senator right now to let me on this board.
Oh, COVID.
Yeah, sweating him hard.
Yeah, he's the president now, so he should easily be able to get us on that board.
Yeah, I've been sweating him very hard because I feel like we don't get on it, then we will never. Then this will be our chance to make sure it's done correctly, and they address every every atrocity that happened in this state. Because each state has their own shit they got to approach. Each state suffered their own ill effect with colonialism, racism, the KKK, redlining, forced slavery, with the indigenous enslaved black people here, the Ku Klux Klan, the belligerent atrocities towards black people by the police. Yes, I did actually. I saw him when his very first run, when he first came out on the New Black Media. I had introduced him. I introduced him to Jesse. Well, not introduced him, but introduced the platform to Jesse when he first came out. I was hip to it. Yeah. Of course. Well, that's by design. Um, I think though. I think he's onto something. I think he's onto something. I think the next round will be his if he stays on it. He's onto something.
He definitely got the template for Black races.
He got the template down. There's a lot of good things to read. I read belligerently nonstop.
Yes.
I was just reading an audit in our city. Like, I'm about to give him the business on Monday. Because I've been.
I think they're closed for the holiday.
I don't know. I just know that they're about to get the business from me as soon as I get a chance. The mayor too, but yep. Land theft, wage theft. There's so many the racism with the farming here, oil and drilling, fracking and racism. The racism with the environmental racism. We're being polluted in the one predominant area of town. Eminent domain, racism in schools. This is so much to tackle. Like,
the rampant gentrification.
Oh man, the redlining is out of control. The displacement, and then the fact of the migrants too. So, yes. No, I haven't. But I'm working my passport. Like I said earlier, it would not behoove me to live there because I don't have any familiar lines. So I have one friend from there for the 30+ year relationship with her family and whatnot to South Africa. But that's just to go and visit, maybe stay for a few months, but to stay in the family house. Other than that, no, because I'm from here, so it would not behoove me to go somewhere that to I couldn't even fathom. Like, you know what I mean? I think you have to have some sort of line to the Ghanaian or whatever that was passing dual citizenship.
Yeah, you have to marry somebody from there.
Yeah, and I don't think that's gonna happen. If I'm gonna marry anybody, it'll be here. Yeah, him. So yeah.
All right. Moving along, we got Roly Poly.
Oh yeah, no, they're talking about Black South African family. Yeah. So from Johannesburg and things like that. Not the white. That's a whole different topic in my mind. I'll throw batteries at them and call them all kind of names. Like that you shouldn't. I don't even think white people should be anywhere near Africa.
Right.
As you see, Troy is kicking them all out. So
I wish more of them was on that mindset.
Yeah.
All right, so Professor Black Truth's gonna give us an update on these shills and how much they got from Kamala's campaign.
Oh, hold on, let me go on mute. They got to be of the culture.
Yeah, these shills.
I'll get into that after
Yeah, so these shills, we're about to get into these shills and how much they got paid from Kamala's campaign via the Democratic Party. So Roly Poly Martin is first, and then we got Al Sharpton and whoever else got paid off the FEC filings. Let's show who Kamala paid to do the shilling.
Soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Normally, people say it's hard to know who to trust, but I think the obverse is true. It's easy to know who not to trust. For over 15 years, people like myself have been out here speaking to our people and speaking up for them. And we let you know from the jump who not to trust. These Negroes you've been seeing on white media cable are astroturf, not grassroots. The reason for this morning's briefing is to illustrate the point that bootlicks of a feather fail together. Now, let's just get to it. Kamala Harris raised $1 billion for her failed campaign, and where did all of that money wind up? Well, here's a few places. About $350,000 of it wound up with Roland Martin's New Vision Media. Pathetic. He's trying so desperately to get some quickie credibility, he uses a name that basically mimics what we call ourselves, the new Blacc media. Except in this case, I think it's actually truth in advertising. After all, he calls his little company New Vision Media. Given his track record, he should have called it No Vision Media. But you know what else is missing? The word black is missing, but that makes sense. There ain't much black about his operation at all. Remember, I've told you for 15 years, a media is defined by who owns it, controls it, and whose interest it operates in. Those are three separate and distinct things. But unless a so-called black media entity has all three of those things in alignment, they're not black media at all. Roly claims he owns New Vision Media. Well, that right there means its black credibility is defective. But even if it wasn't, who pays for New Vision Media? White Democratic donors, that's who. And whose interests does New Vision Media operate in? The Democratic Party and their donors, not black people. But Roly wasn't alone. Al Sharpton also got thrown some cash by Kamala, $500,000 for his National Action Network, or as I call it, the Do Nothing Network. He did an interview with her that was the predictable sloppy kiss, which was the entire reason she paid him that money. Sharpton is a publicity hound. He's proven himself good at getting lots of headlines, mostly for himself, but he doesn't do anything for anyone else. And then there's the queen of mean, Oprah Winfrey. She believes in Kamala Harris, don't you know? That's why she was out there at those rallies. That's why she endorsed Kamala, right? Because that's what she said. She was speaking from conviction that Kamala was the right person to be president. She said that on principle. But apparently principle is expensive because Kamala had to give a cool $1 million to Oprah's Harpo Productions. $1 million. So any of you shills, rubes, shea butter bootlicks, or tethers out there who gave your state mental health disability check to Kamala, this is where your donation wound up. Talk about money well spent. And I know my more seasoned listeners are saying, but Professor Truth, we know these guys are on the take. They're the usual suspects, Bootlicks Incorporated. Yes, and because they are the opposition, we have to point them out and make sure nobody sees them for anything other than the backstabbing sellouts they are. Now, what did Roly-Poly do with the money he got? Well, I guess we can all assume that half of it wound up at the buffet line at the Western Sizzlin', but the rest of it, he claims, was used for advertising. Say, does anyone remember seeing any Kamala Harris ads or Kamala anything from Roly-Poly? Any billboards, TV spots, radio spots, online banners, even a yard sign? Have you seen so much as a flyer taped to a utility pole? Me neither. Now remember, Roly's been whining and complaining nonstop that Democrats aren't winning elections because they don't have the right messaging. They got too many white people who are trying to do messaging for black voters, and that's not going to work. Why, these Democrats need to spend more money with black-owned outlets. But whenever he talks about black-owned outlets, he's only talking about himself. So he spent years griping at Democrats for not spending their campaign money with him. Bootlicks who have the pulse of the black voters, as he tells it. People like him who can influence those hard-to-reach young black voters, the under 50 crowd who the Democrats' white advisors and consultants have failed to reach. All this time, he's been talking like the Democrats have been ignoring him. Come to find out, he's been on the payroll the entire time. They've been spending money with him. And this was the result. The most lopsided political defeat in modern history. Kamala Harris wasted all that money on influencers who had no influence. She suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of an orange-skinned, twice-impeached insurrectionist convicted felon. So all that money that she gave, she might as well have bet it on the ponies. At least she would have gotten some kind of return on that investment. Roland Martin claims to have all these viewers and all this knowledge, and yet nobody listens to him. And clearly he doesn't know anything. So we see the black public treating him the same way that those white executives at CNN and MSNBC do. And the same thing goes for Al Sharpton. If it wasn't for MSNBC, he would probably be under a highway overpass somewhere with a sign, Or no doubt he'd be in front of a camera somewhere trying to get himself some attention on the nightly news. Whenever you hear me using phrases like civil rights retreads, it's people like Al Sharpton that I'm talking about. And as for Oprah, I think we all know that heifer doesn't return your phone calls unless you're dropping off a bag. She's been a self-interested mercenary her entire worthless life. These are the people who Kamala Harris ran to because they're politically reliable, dependable bootlicks, non-threatening to the white power structure. But they're also useless to white power at this point because a critical mass of black people have tuned them out. A lot of you wonder why it is that I dog Roly-Poly out so much. Why do I constantly on a near daily basis take shots at him? Because I don't want you to forget that this is who and what he is. One of the biggest problems we've had as a people is that we keep allowing these backstabbers and collaborators with white power to act against our interests, and then we let everyone forget that they did it. And even on the rare occasion when we call them out, we let them slither away, and then in time they come back having reinvented themselves. It's time to put the mark of Cain on these fools. Don't let anyone forget who they are and what they've done. Now, of course, while we can all be disgusted by these financial revelations, none of us is surprised by them. We knew these professional BS artists were getting paid. All that's changed is we know how much they've gotten paid in this case. And when someone has to be paid to endorse somebody, is that person operating from a place of conviction? Of course not. What kind of principle makes someone say, sure, I'll endorse you. I'll tell the black community nothing but glowing things about you, even though you have a 30-year track record of attacking the black community. I'll give you nothing but sloppy kisses on air, and I'll go ahead and sing your praises off air and tell the world the sun shines out of your backside and that you're our last hope. But first, you have to give me a bag. Oh yeah, I serve the black community, right, Roly? Ain't that what Roland and Al Sharpton say? They're speaking for the black community and that they're independent. That's Roly's favorite word. I'm independent. Independent. That's what Roland's always saying. Maybe I'm independent. Nobody can make him say what he doesn't want to say, right? But they can pay him to say what they want him to say. And don't kid yourself. The only reason he wasn't out there shilling for Trump is because the Trump campaign wouldn't pay him. And before we go any further, just keep in mind, these are the campaign contributions that Kamala reported. She's from California, and the California political machine is largely based on off-the-books cash donations. So how many other shills and bootlicks did she pay under the table or through other means to get out there and sell the soap for her? Now, as the black media, we are truly independent. We don't get one penny from the Democrats or any white liberals at all. We've been out here long before Roland Martin began selling what's left of his wretched little soul, and we'll still be here long after he's shuffled off to the buffet line, never to be seen again. But what's really ironic here is that Kamala Harris could have talked to people who actually do have the ear of younger black voters, and she could have talked to them for free. You see, the black media would have talked to Kamala Harris and wouldn't have charged her a dime. But what we would have charged her is honesty, and that's the problem, isn't it? Kamala Harris wasn't looking to do interviews. She wasn't looking to get her name out there. She was looking for people who would be auxiliaries for her campaign. She wanted cheerleaders, not questions. And she knows the black media doesn't cheerlead for anyone other than the black community, who are exactly the people that she most wants to avoid. It's her job to make sure the black community gets nothing but persecuted. And it's bootlicks like Roly-Poly and Al Sharpton's job to convince anyone dumb enough to listen that she's not doing that. This shows exactly why the economy's in the shape it's in. Look at how ineptly Kamala handled her own campaign finances. She spent millions and millions of dollars on these worthless shills and plants and losers, and went from having $1 billion in her campaign fund to now being millions and millions of dollars in debt, with nothing to show for it. And this is the final verdict on Roland Martin, or for the shea butter bootlicks out there who want to pretend that anyone ever listened to this guy. Kamala paid all that money to these chumps to lose an election. This is the most expensive political defeat in human history. This is part of why you got the white media out there saying the Democrats need to get themselves a new media strategy. They need an online strategy. Kamala Harris was talking to these idiots online. She was already talking to them. The problem is she didn't want to answer any questions. And there's enough people now who've gotten to the point where they can see through the scam. You're not going to sit there and BS your way through these interviews unless you choose people who will let you. That's the problem she's actually having. It's not that she doesn't have any sort of online presence, or that the Democrats don't have an online presence. The problem is there's a critical mass of people now who understand when they're being blathered at and when they're actually having their questions answered. And you can't get away with it like you used to. The monopoly's been broken. Sure, you can go ahead and try to limit all of your online discussions and interviews, quote unquote, to the Roland Martins and the Al Sharptons and the shea butter bootlicks like the Shade Room and others, but these sock puppets have no credibility. Everybody sees right through them. Everyone can see that the only reason that they're there is so that they can set up one softball after the next and give you a chance to give your old stale stump speech, and you get to go ahead and recite it word by word and line by line. Now, that's the kind of thing that people don't like even when the economy's good, and they have zero patience for it when the economy's bad. Now, there's also another lesson that needs to be learned here. You can't run from your problems. Kamala Harris was terrified to talk to the black media precisely because she knew we would bring the black voters' demands to her, and her entire MO has been to blather and try to BS her way past the voters with a ton of word salad. Black media would never let her do that. So she stuck to these bought and paid for politically reliable shills who she knew from the jump would play along with her lies, ask no tough questions, and make no demands. She stuck to the roly-polies in the shade rooms and the Al Sharptons. These fools only talk to the baby boomers who are dying out, and the shea butter crowd who, thank God, are few in number and even fewer in intelligence. And they talk to these irrelevant little niches who have no influence and can't do anything for them. But it's all about manufacturing optics. That's what the real goal is. Kamala can sit in front of Al Sharpton, and then her white handlers can put out a press release or send out a ton of emails to their white online contacts, falsely claiming that Kamala sat down and talked with the black community with some black figures, or some dudes in a barber shop at best. They tried all that pandering garbage, all of that stuff where they're going to manufacture their optics because they were terrified to actually have to step into the ring with black folks and hear the demands. And what did all of this obfuscation and dodging the issue get her? A smaller share of the black vote than Biden, Hillary, or Obama. This has never been about winning elections to these people. It's always been about maintaining control. That is the American racial order. For them, the threat isn't the orange man winning the election. The only threat is black people's demands becoming a reality. These Negroes you see are high profile because white power made them high profile. And this is the reason why. When you see them on TV, understand it's because white power wants them there. Roly, Sharpton, Oprah, and any of these other bottom feeders who crawl on their bellies for a few crumbs, you see how little influence you've got. This was the test. Not only did you not help Kamala Harris, you contributed to one of the worst political beatdowns ever. Kamala should have won this election walking away, should have been a cakewalk. But she has no policies. She was a horrible communicator, and she surrounded herself with more zeros than Pearl Harbor. She put these Negroes on the payroll, and they were promising her that they could pull in all these black votes. But the only thing they pulled was the wool over her beady little eyes. So take a bow, bootlicks. A fool and her money never should have been together in the first place, so I have no sympathy for Kamala at all. But that's not to say you bootlicks deserve anything other than our full contempt. As I've always said, the white media can give you a platform, but they can't give you legitimacy. That's why you clowns couldn't produce anything for Kamala. Nobody listens to you. Sure, you may have gotten that little old bag, but you and Kamala found out the hard way. Money can buy you endorsements, but it can't buy you credibility.
That's right.
Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Starlet Thompson, Jacques Hargett, Tomorrow Boyd, Argentria Harden, and Reasonable Dude. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right. All right. We need to get to Michael's question because I know it's like super late where he's at. It says something about interracial couples. Well, on Black News and Lady Che, what is your advice for interracial couples talking about cash payment reparations for Black Americans, the freedmen, chattel slavery? Where to start? Well, first of all, it's foundational Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery and freedmen. But yeah.
I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe. I don't subscribe to any of that. I don't have to judge them for that. I'm kind of on this side. I believe in that. I believe in that. So I can't really subscribe to what they're talking about. I I don't have any advice for that because I don't. I'm too judgmental for that. I don't want to see it. I like to see black men, black women, black children. Um, I know it sounds crazy with my shading and whatnot, but that's how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. Uh, I think that I can't. I've seen too many bad things happen with interracial couples. One is always going to jail. Is always black, you know, what I mean, or getting hurt or and getting losing their life or being put into the jail. So I don't subscribe to it.
Asking that because you're a product of an interracial couple.
No, my father died. So my father died before I was born.
Yep, he was with your mom before you died. Before he died.
Not in that way, but yeah, I guess. Well, okay, I guess. It's complicated. It's complicated. I wouldn't know what my father thought or anything like that because he didn't. He died. So the day before I came into the world, and um, I don't subscribe to it. What was the other one? What was the other question?
That was where to start.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that as I really can't say. Too judgmental for that conversation. Um, I like to think of myself as different. Uh, what was the other one? There was one other one.
No, that
Oh,
was it.
and when I came here. I was a little girl.
About Calvin Newsom.
Yeah, I came here. I was a little girl. I came here with my brother and my mother and my brother's father. Um, I didn't know. We came together. My mother was sick, and Colorado had the cleanest air. The man that raised me was my brother's father. I didn't know I had a different father until I went into the system, and that was until I was like 11 or 12. I didn't know. Um, so I that was a completely different thing due to circumstances. I was just a little girl. I was just a little girl when I came here. So and as far as politically being politically inclined, it's all new. It's all new. Everything's new in the sense of politics in the last couple of years. But being black first, black minded, saying black Indian and French man, that's been going on for a long fucking time, like over 30 some years, way over 30 some years. Um, 30, 30, 30. Welcome to my neighborhood. Welcome to my neighborhood. Yeah. So yeah. It's Gavin Newsom, real quick. Before Gavin Newsom is the enemy to black people, and he what I like to call committed black political suicide when he denied reparations the first time and walked it back, and he's been playing with us ever since on that task force, which we've spent two and a half years with the people going through all that trauma and um, uh, monitoring it, keeping eyes on it still to this day. We have to thank amend the media, Dr. Truth Bay, things like that. Amend the media, yeah. Amend the media, mass media, yeah. So yeah, we put a lot of work into that to bring it to keep it current, even here, to spread the news about what's going on with the reparations. Because before that, people were lost in the sauce. So yeah.
Yeah, we followed AB 3121 very extensively.
No, I believe cash payments are way overdue. As far as interracial couples, I don't know what everybody does in their household, but I know that what we do over here, and thoroughly for it by any means necessary.
Okay. I would say that for any couple, it's a debt that's owed. Got the goddamn check. That's what I would say. All right, so moving along to who are the Democrats going to run in 2028? So our boy is back. Lady Chase, Black Star TV. He dropped a 2.0.
Peace, love, and reparations. Welcome to Black Star TV 2.0. It's your boy Black Star. What's going on, family? Come in, hit that subscribe button. If you're not subscribed already, hit that like button as well, and share this content, please, for me. I was reading an article from The Hill, and they were speaking about Kamala Harris being the #1 pick so far for the 2028 presidential election. And Gavin Newsom came in second, and Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, came in at third. And I think fourth was the Cortez girl. But I'm going to say this. If we are still putting Kamala Harris out there in the front after she got washed the way she got washed, oh man, Democrats, y'all about to fall and burn again. 2028. And I'm telling you, if you think you're going to come into 2028 election, right, not trying to give up no tangibles, you're not going to win. See, now I heard Teslin on the Breakfast Club talk about how we need to go to the, the local state, the cities and the state and do our local election there. She was even talking about how the Democrats need to, put money into the people who raise money that go out to vote. So you got these organizers that they need to get bread so that they can get on the ground as the grassroots and try to get the grassroots out to vote. But I've rocks with Teslin. I love Teslin, but I'm gonna say with that right there, with giving money to grassroots organization chapters or whatever, right, to give them the money to have them be the boots on the ground to try to get the vote, isn't going to work either. And this is why. Because they're getting the money and we're not. See, what these elections are boiling down to, resources. See, and even when it comes to just giving resources to your regular citizens, especially the black ones, we see that you have a hard time doing that. Even when it comes to elections, you also have a hard time giving resources to the black people who are trying to, get votes for you. So we see that giving resources to black people is just hard all in itself. But to give them to the people who are organizing, again, that might be a good idea. But I feel as though the resources should be going to the people. That's how you're going to get people to come out and vote. All these empty promises, that's just not going to hold up anymore. Saying, oh, you know what, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And then thinking that you're just going to give all this money to all these, organizers to go get us to vote. Because what are they? Okay, you're giving them money, right, to tell them to tell us to vote. But then, like, what are we voting for? What are they telling us? You feel me? You done gave them all this guap. You done gave them all this fetty and this money. But what are they going to come tell us, though? That we're about to get some resources as well? Because if that's not the answer, then you just gave a whole bunch of grassroots organizations, you just gave them a bunch of money for nothing. You see? So that's the only issue I have with what Teslin said on the Breakfast Club, as far as and again, I don't have an issue with it like that. I'm just saying in general, once they get the money, what are they going to do or say to us to try to get us to come out there and vote? Because you can give them the money all day and have them be the boots on the ground, and they could be being the boots on the ground from 2024 to 2028. But I ask you, while you're on the ground, what are you going to be promising foundational black Americans to come out and vote? Because I don't care what color you are. You feel me? You could be a tether. You could be a foundational black American. if you come telling me that I need to come vote, but you ain't promising me anything for my vote, I don't care how much money you just gave these niggas on the ground. I'm not coming out to vote. You're not gonna put my money in somebody else's hands for them to do whatever they want to do. You feel what I'm saying? And then I get the shit end of the stick. Like, they sitting there heavy on money and we sitting out here starving. Like, nah, it don't work like that. Because from here on out, and again, this was historical for us, family. Y'all don't even believe how historical this was, watching the Democrats crash and burn. And I'm glad that we got Dr. Claude Anderson to be able to see that. Yes. You hear me? Yes. He was able to witness the Democrats crashing and burning, right? Because from here on out, this is about tangibles. We ain't getting no tangibles. We not coming out to vote. This whole country damn near turned red. California was almost red. The whole thing was blue, but majority of it was almost red. Yeah, it just barely made blue. So like, yo, you talking about the whole country was really against Kamala. And all you had was really like the big news, you know, CNN and MSNBC just pushing her content, just pushing it, making it seem like people really rock with her, but really we didn't. You feel what I'm saying? So like, listen, at the end of the day, we need these tangibles, family. We need resources. And again, I don't care who you are. I don't care how long you come out into the community and try to get us to vote. Family, if you don't have those resources for us, man, listen, we just not going to be able to do it, man. We're not going to be able to do it. We're not going to come out there just to give you our vote and y'all get in office, y'all get in power, and then you literally sit here and cater to everybody else but us. Those days are over. We don't want to hear anything about insulin. We don't want to hear anything about college, free tuition. We don't want, listen, it's things we just don't want to hear, bro. You feel me? We don't want to hear none of those little stupid talking points y'all got. Because when it comes down to politics, we the people are supposed to tell you what we want. We are supposed to tell you what you want. You're not supposed to come to us and say, hey, look, we got $35 on high blood pressure medication. You know, we don't want to hear that shit. That's not what we came asking you for. See, it's like we come ask you for something and then you just tell us what you're going to do. Oh, no. You guys don't need no checks, no food stamps, no cash assistance. You don't need any of that. See, what you really need is this insulin. You need insulin to be $35. Like, yo, fam, only like 20% of us are using insulin. You see what I'm saying? They come with these stupid, and that's what's going to kill the Democrats every single year. That's going to kill the Democrats every single year. Talking about trans rights and all this. These people are like 1% of the population. We're talking about trans rights. You see what I'm saying? This is the stuff that's not going to get you elected. The issues that you bring up are absolutely crazy. And then you try to stay far away from the economy because you know you done ran the economy in the dirt. So you try to stay far away from that, but that's where everybody's issue is lying. That's where everybody's issue is with the food prices and all of this, the gas prices. You see what I'm saying? So you speaking about insulin and transgender, and you was talking about letting people in jail change. Like, yo, bro, what are we talking about? We about to cater to people in prison on their sexuality over people out here hurting for groceries? You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, family, the Democrats, I don't know what they're going to do. And this little poll that they came out with to say Kamala might be they runner-up in 2028. Man, I don't know. Listen, that's a loss waiting to happen. And I want you to. I want you to run her again. Run her again so she can lose again. Because we need y'all niggas to crash 2 years in a row. 2 times in a row. Excuse me, not 2 years in a row. 2 times in a row. We need 2 election cycles in a row where you just crash and burn out. Feel me? Think you gonna move on us like that? Nah, that shit don't work like that, player. But I'm gonna get up out of here. Listen, family. Peace, love, and reparations. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, hit that share this content too as well. I appreciate.
Yeah, and do the same for Frontline Black News. I think you are Black Star 2.0. All right, let me tell you what are your thoughts on what Black Star just laid out for us.
I mean, that'd be dumb if they ran her again. Like, aren't you? That was fully embarrassing. Like, you would think that they wouldn't do that again. I think that's just gossip. That can't be true. So it's got to be gossip. I don't think they should do anything for that. And that they were that was their selling point was bringing down the cost of insulin. Not everybody has diabetes, and the way they pushed that onto black people was like, well, what did they do specifically for black people? Well, we brought down insulin. Like you're assuming that all black people are predisposed or are diabetic or are in type 2 diabetes or anything like that, and that's not the case. That's a big stereotype right there. Right. So yeah, I mean, and the fact that they got away with that for so long was just ridiculous. Yeah, all the shills were pushing it like it was a big thing. For somebody like for me, I had a cousin that had type 1 diabetes. She's no longer with us, but I mean, yeah, the price of that with non-insurance is expensive. It's depending on strips and whatnot. However, that was that was a long time ago. That was like over 13 years ago. Now there's all this modern medicine has came up. I think that was just one of their selling points as something they could like lean on. However, it was just a major stereotype for real, and it didn't really get them very far. So I don't think they should run her again. I think that would be stupid. I think that would be really dumb.
Especially if they're trying to win in 2028.
Right, like, yeah, that'd be dumb. So go ahead. Hold on, let me get back on mute.
Democrats, one way you learn is going to lose some more election cycles before it gets to the stick donkey skulls. Oh my God, you want to run this squad again in 2028? Y'all definitely ready for defeat again. But like I said, it's going to take like 2 or 3 election cycles for them to lose before they get it. Michael said, Lady Che, most black baby born dance prefer Kamala Harris in 2028 because it can't tolerate black millennials and Gen Zers. Black liberation and reparations. Now they just trying to get to the upper room. That's all they concerned about, getting their pensions, their social security checks, getting to the upper room and trying to prolong it as long as possible. That's all they can get concerned about. They don't give a damn about their kids, they don't give a damn about their grandkids. They damn sure don't give a damn about their great grandkids. So, it's a sad state of affairs. But see, they're dying out. So, due to time, they won't be around too much longer. So, every year the Democrats are losing voters. And the Republicans, but focus more on the Democrats. The Democrats are losing voters every year. And it's just life. We're transitioning from life to afterlife. So, yeah. So in 2028, they're going to have fewer voters. In 2032, they're going to have fewer voters, so on and so forth. So they can keep trying to ignore us millennials, keep trying to ignore the Gen Xers that's on code, and the Gen Zers and all the babies, the alphas. They're going to lose in the long run. Continue to lose. So y'all go ahead, y'all run Kamala in 2028. Just be prepared to lose once again. Alright, moving along, we got latest CBC, a goddamn CBC, the so-called Progressive Black Caucus. This is more like the Immigrant Caucus. Oh, let me answer this question before we go to the next subject. So, my advice is she's right on point. We should be doing for self. And, yeah. Hopefully, it'll take another 4 years. Some will get it, some won't. Take some longer than others. But the ones that are embracing the message, just keep on sharing it and spreading it, and passing it along wherever you at. The others that ain't, they're just gonna get left behind. They'll wake up on their own time, I guess. All right, so moving along, CBC members are trying to revive the gender war.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. You know, it's just a fact that we have no friends, and we also have no leaders either. With this last election, Kamala Harris wasn't the only one exposed as having no power. The bootlick media were also shown as being impotent, and so were the congressional black talkers. And while it's gratifying for the world to see them put on display as the derelict group of dinosaurs that they are, the reality is these guys went into business for themselves. While this irrelevant gang of social climbers would have liked to see Kamala Harris become president because she's part of their boule club, at the same time, these guys are actually only out for themselves. If the CBC was an actual group of black representatives genuinely interested in empowering black America, they would be saying what we're saying. That Democrats lost this election because they ignored the black vote, and unless they produce tangibles for black voters, they won't get any black support. They would be actually trying to use Kamala's defeat in order to magnify their own importance and say, this is why you need to be dealing with us. This is why you need to be doing what we say, but they won't even go that far. Instead, they're doing the usual finger wagging at the black community, and please don't be blaming us, massa. See, the Muslims aren't doing that. The Muslims are saying you lost the election because of Gaza. You lost the election because Muslim voters said you can't be president. Even though there's not enough of them to actually make a difference, they're still trying to put that forward anyway because they understand how political leverage actually works. And you see the Hispanics doing the same thing. Both the illegals and legal ones are both trying to say you lost the election because of us. Constituencies who have actual representation are using Kamala's defeat as leverage to make their own demands for their own benefit alone. Instead, we have the same shills and idiots who pretend to know better, who are terrified of white Democrat disapproval, so they're lying through their teeth and pointing to everyone else, and that's not how you establish yourself as a constituency to be obeyed. You have to show that you have the power to deny them something they want. Nobody's going to produce anything for a voting bloc who promises to vote for you regardless of if you do anything for them, or a bloc who, when you lose, they didn't have anything to do with it. Before the ballots were even completely counted, the CBC was already planning their fall fish fry for Jim Clyburn, or their winter luncheon, or whatever. But these guys, they're actually trying to figure out now, how do they double down for the Democrats? And the plan that they've decided on is one that you're very familiar with: gender warring. They're going back to the 60s, all right. On the same election night that the orange man won the presidency again, there were two black women who won their Senate races. Lisa Rochester won a Senate race in Delaware, which is the same state that Joe Biden represented when he was in the Senate, and Angela Ash Brooks won a Senate seat in Maryland. When it comes to these two, there's more red flags than a Chinese parade. We don't know who these two women are. They certainly didn't come from the black grassroots. Instead, they're just more of this she the people nonsense. When you listen to what they say, what you have are basically the political equivalent of divestors, because you had a number of people in the left corner of the white media who were very proud of these two winning their Senate seats. They claim that this is making history. Actually, it's not. But the main thing they were concerned about was this is forwarding another agenda of theirs, trying to drive a gender wedge in the Black community. Because quiet as it's kept, there's been a rump contingent of angry shea butter bootlicks who have been working for many years now, pushing the message that Black women need to be liberated from Black men. This is about resurrecting the feminist divisions of the 1960s. That's how you had people like Vivica Fox saying that Black women are a separate constituency from the Black community. Who do they consider to be the Black community? Now, if you doubt that, consider this. During her victory speech, this also Brooks woman said, and I quote, "There have been more than 2,000 people who have served in the United States Senate. Only 3 have looked like me." As soon as I read that, I knew that this woman was a shea butter bootlick who was advertising to white power that she was going to go to war against Black unity by resurrecting the old gender divisions. See, there's actually been 10 Black senators. We don't include Kamala Harris. In living memory, you've had Obama, Raphael Warnock, Cory Booker, Tim Scott, Carol Moseley Braun, Roland Burris. So that's a lot more than just 3. So what was this woman talking about when she was saying only 3 have looked like her? She was talking specifically about women, not Black people, but women. Up until this month, Carol Moseley Braun, LaFonza Butler, and allegedly Kamala Harris were 3 Black women who had served in the Senate. So when this also broke woman says there's only been 3 women who look like her, she's saying she's claiming her victory as a win for feminism. Not for the Black community, but for feminism. This is the problem with these boule bootlicks. They show up and the first words out of their mouths, they're an immigrant, they're LGBT, they're some sort of intersectionalist, they're feminist, anything but Black. Just understand, white supremacy believes in controlling both sides of the chessboard. And this whole thing about trying to drive a gender divide, they've been on this program for a very long time. I mean, in recent years, not just since the 60s. You've actually had a number of groups that white power has set up, and they find some Black front woman because that's what they think is going to happen. If they just put a Black front woman out there, they think the Black women are going to come running. But more and more Black women have seen through the scam. These front groups funded by white dark money donors in the shadows and always using some front Black woman as an agent to mislead and divide. In order to attract people to an agenda that's against their interest, the first thing you got to do is make it appear that there's tangible benefits for joining in with a gang of traitors and turncoats. Keep in mind that what we're seeing isn't new. White power was not going to give Black people liberation, and it certainly wasn't going to give us power. So what the government did was, in the 60s and 70s, they made sure that they provided government jobs. And a disproportionate number of them went to Black women, which was touted and championed by some of these Black feminists. And today we see white dark money donors propping up and funding organizations whose entire purpose is to elevate some Black women's business ventures and to get some select Black women into political office, to be cheerleaders for these organizations. And as soon as they get a few of them into Congress, these women immediately begin the Black feminist sermon of Black men have been holding us back. Black women have always outperformed Black men. Black women are the backbone of the community and need to liberate themselves from Black men. Black women have interests that are separate and apart from the Black community, etc. They recycle the divestor rhetoric that's normally confined to the crazy corners of the internet. This is by design. These people that we're going to be seeing white power propping up, they are not grassroots at all. These are candidates and organizations being funded by white power specifically to recreate the same gender-based strategy of division that they pulled back in the 60s. We're seeing history repeating itself. As Black people, gender warring is a putrid luxury that we can't afford. And anytime you see anyone trying to push that garbage, you're seeing an agent. But of course, even agents need promotion. Don't be surprised at all when, not if, when the white media begins talking about these two as being rising stars of the Democratic Party. They always pull out that talking point whenever some bootlick is selling the soap for Massa. Remember those 2 clout-chasing loudmouth chumps down in Tennessee who were going ham over gun control? They didn't make a stink for reparations or anything for Black people. Instead, they stuck to one of the Democrats' pet issues because that's what controlled opposition does. The white media said that those 2 were rising stars in the Democratic Party, that these 2 had congressional potential and all the rest of it, dropping all of that phony praise. And of course, Kamala Harris wanted to have a photo op taken with them. The white media can always be counted on to big up the sellout who's pushing their message. The only people who benefit from the activities of She the People or Blacc or any of these other sock puppet groups are the Democrats. That's why neither Rochester nor also Brooks outlined any sort of black agenda or anything for Black America. How is this different than Doug Jones or John Fetterman or any of these white Democrats when they got into the Senate? The antidote to this gender warring nonsense is going to be to make sure that Black women are speaking strongly in their own voice to recognize this nonsense and call it out. White power has long been trying the same old strategy of seeing if they could target Black women, sending out people like Vivica Fox and others, because there's a rump contingent of sellouts, bedwenches, and hood rats who hate being Black and they want to escape Blackness. So they echo and amplify a number of anti-Black talking points, only instead of saying Black, they say Black men. But that's a clumsy front for that old saw. The women of the Black baby boomer generation went all in for this gender warring nonsense, and that crippled us for generations. The forces of anti-Black racism are attempting to dial us in for the same thing all over again, and they'll try to present this to us as being a win for Black women. The white left thinks that they can psychologically masturbate the Black community, Black women in specific, and this is going to make them brainless puppets, but they're wrong. This year was a bellwether event, but we got to make sure we maintain the momentum and maintain our solidarity. Black women joined with Black men in acknowledging our political demands this election cycle. We don't need the white media to validate that. We know what happened, and that's what matters most. We have to stay the course and not allow the white media to try to use their headlines or any of their phony praise to invent the mirage that Black men are doing something politically that Black women are not able to do, or vice versa. When the white media acknowledged Black men making our political demands, we didn't use that as a chance to say, well, Black men matter and Black women don't. Black men are the backbone of the community, etc. We didn't do any gender warring anything. Do not let the white media use any of their publicity to inflate your ego. Don't be easy marks for this ego-driven propaganda. When people think all they have to do is give you a pat on the head, then they'll just treat you like a dog. And if they can get you all jolly about two women who haven't promised to do anything for you other than be women, then you're validating the same mistake that we made with Obama. After all this time, we ought to be smart enough to know that if these two are actually on the agenda of Black people, the Democrats wouldn't be pushing them at all, and the white media certainly wouldn't be praising them. Let's remember that. Anytime you see the white media praising some of these fools, that means they're on the take. Our job is to make sure that they don't take anything from us. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Chris Pruitt, Russell Richardson, Derek, Keith B., and Bobby Ross. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Thank you, Professor Black, too. Expose on these two bad wenches that just got elected. You ain't gonna do shit for Black people. They're pushing that feminism, feminazi shit. All right, ladies, what are your thoughts?
I don't know. I don't think it's a good thing. To separate. Obviously, we've been pretty. This is probably the first year or so we've been actually seriously united. Like we're standing together. So, I mean, I think that we should just keep that momentum going. Anything else is a fucking distraction of odd feminism, and they're not really liking the fact that Black women have decided to stop holding hands with white women and anybody else. So, and they're gonna have to deal with that because it's just been a one-sided. It's been a one-sided a thing for the women. It is not. I mean, it's always been like that for the men, but definitely been a one-sided thing. And it's good for Black women to go ahead and separate and stick with the thoughts of what's going on with black men. That's good. That's a good thing. Maybe some straightening, some inner workings can happen, and motherfuckers can start falling in love again and having families and all that good shit, without the outside influence of other racial identifying women trying to come in and throw shade, curveballs, fucking potholes, fucking whatever, elbows in the mix of black people trying to unite on all kind of levels. I mean, black men and black women, it's about that time, man. Like we've had some generations of separate shit going on, and not really because it's something we chose to do. It was kind of forced upon. And now that we don't have to live like that, you're gonna start seeing more couples, more black babies, more hand holding, more googly eyes, and whatever else, without the divestment. You know what I mean? And that's a beautiful thing. Divesting is not a plan that black people wanted to do. You know what I mean? That's something they pushed on to black people, and we can push that right back out. You know what I mean? And just go, black man, black woman, black seed. You know what I mean? Hand holding, some understanding, some conversations, maybe some building, some networking, some bonding, some therapeutic shit going on amongst ourselves. I mean, that might be a beautiful thing without the outside influence of fucking, why won't you hold our hand, black women? Fuck you. Hold your own hand. I'm sorry, man. This shit, it's a wrap now. I've had plenty of time to do the right thing, and you've consistently disrespected and shamed, shunned, belittled, belligerently battered, demeaned, disrespected, took for granted, took advantage, leapfrogged over in all 9 areas of human activity when it comes to black women and them, other women. You've stolen everything you could from the black woman, from her shape to her fucking to everything. The way everything. You've stolen everything that is of an identity for a black woman. They've stolen, and they try to cultivate it and co-opt it. And it just looks silly and stupid, and to the point of even wooing gentlemen over to the fact just to have trap me babies and I don't know what else. So it's never been a like-minded fucking beneficial behooving relationship, the black woman and them others. So I think it's a good thing that the black woman goes and cultivates relationships with the black men and see where it goes. I mean, shit, we're in 2024. There's time for therapy, building, and cultivating plans for the future. You don't need them. We don't need them. Nothing they say is going to matter. Everything right now is just, shoulder shrug. You know what I mean? At this point. And now, black men are like, it's cuffing season, man. Go get you one, go get your dude back, and go get you another one. Fuck it. I mean, black men go, you just try to say, I'll just say that. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? But find you love, man. It's a beautiful season. We're minding our own business right now. That means we can mind our own business in the facts of economics, building, growing, networking, bonding, financially, economically, materially, love-wise, family-wise, and you don't need them. And look, we might be happier in the long run without any motherfucking drama or having to get in on any of their nonsense. Oh, stand with us over here. Nah, fuck that. Hold hands with us. No, fuck that. Oh, we're going through some serious crisis. We need you, black women. Fuck you. No, pay reparations. Maybe we'll think about it. And no apology is going to make it better for the black woman or the black man.
Right.
No amount of fucking apologies that any of these buffer races or ethnicities or nationalities are going to do is really going to take away from the separation and the fucking demolishing of the black home, including, not limited to, all the fucking prisoners, men and women, are still separated. The children, you know what I mean? Like, all the loss. You can't come back from some of this shit. So I think it's a good thing. I think that right now black people should just mind their own business and look at what's in front of you. Shit. Hey, you might have thought that brother was whatever, and now look at him. You ain't gotta be, distracted by them anymore. You know what I mean? Or whatever the fuck they were talking about. None of that is important. Now you can focus on what's really important is what's going on in his mind or what's going on with her. Maybe, we can cultivate a new culture, like within ourselves. Something that is just for us. You dig? So that's what I think about that. Definitely don't agree with divesting.
Michael has a question for you.
Oh yeah, that shit's got to come to an end.
Well, the title,
that's way
Title 14, affirmative action, all of those things benefit white women.
White women, yeah, all that shit has got. Something's got to happen to where it's written differently to where black people black women can come up above the white woman and then the white man, and same thing with black men. It's totally under. And if they could just get away with fucking not paying black people, period, they would be all for it. And right now, this underpaid, underwage, is theft. It goes again to reparations. It just add this to another list of harms that black people are suffering through. They can't feed their fucking families because the wage is so low, and all this education that everybody had to put themselves through, only to see that it only benefited them, and that's the tragedy. That's where I don't know how to I don't even know what to do. Like that would be it. Then I feel so helpless in that aspect because I feel like the whole thing needs to be rewrote from scratch and implemented, and I don't believe you're gonna get that with this administration or maybe even the one after it. That's something that I don't even know how to tackle because wage theft is like a big thing going on in our city. But the fact that you got black people that are living on the street and have jobs is fucking ridiculous. You know what I mean? And especially when it comes to women, not being able to having to take subsidies and work a job or two just to feed their children is an upset to. It should be an upset to anybody's soul. That's how you got women working themselves to hysterectomies, to fucking all kinds of fucking crazy shit, like mental breakdown, all sorts of fucking non-rest. I mean, just I know sisters that have 2-3 jobs with an education, quality education.
Yeah, that would be nice to have 100% black-owned businesses. I mean, 100 years ago we had that, so I don't see why we can't have it now. But he's asking you.
I don't know. I think that we're seeing it happen in our state, but it's through grants and stuff like that. I don't really understand it because like the black businesses I see, I some of them aren't even really black all the way. Yeah. They're just black like on the outside.
On the surface,
when you look back onto their boards and things like that, they have white people sitting there. They have white people engrossed in in our state in every aspect. Politically, we have black roundtables, and you have white people preaching to us about tobacco and nicotine, which I find to be a fucking slap in the face,
right,
and really wrong.
right.
You know, so you have white people engrossed all over the place, and they're not allied white people. They're like know-it-all.
Yeah.
White people that don't give a goddamn about you. They're only there for like 30 minutes. And they go back to their white lives. Okay? And
talk to us like kids.
Talk at us. So they're not really for the community. I don't even like, if I had my way, none of them people would be there at all. I get upset, and then I get just censored again with not being able to talk. Because I have questions, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck does this lady know about tobacco or anything? It's, you know what I mean? Like, you're talking to people that, let's just go back to slavery with the tobacco fields and whatnot.
Yeah.
Like, you tell this lady talking to us about
flavored
motherfucking tobacco
and picking the cotton.
I don't know what else, and it just is the cigarette companies target black folk. What the fuck does she know? Like, and I have to be an asshole about it too. Like, I love smoking cigarettes. Bitch, shut the fuck up. Like, you're not gonna tell me you're not gonna tell me about menthol and tobacco. Like, I refuse to listen to anybody white talking about fucking tobacco and their children getting their hands on a vape or a pen or something. I'm like, that's your dumb ass. First of all, your ID gets scanned everywhere you go when you buy a tobacco product. I don't know where these people are getting it from, but maybe you shouldn't let your kid have free range of shit. Even if that's the case, man, they still scan your ID. Like, I don't understand how these kids get anything. I think it's a lie, personally, because like, I live in a rough little part of town, and they don't have to card, okay, in certain areas. They do. They card every time. So I can't foresee some little young stupid kid going in there, and you need an ID just to get in the door of a dispensary. So if it's like that, then it's like that at the gas station. It's like that everywhere. So I don't understand how they can try to say our children. Well, first of all, you should be more monitoring what's going on at your house and your school with your kid. And maybe your kid shouldn't be hanging out with people that smoke cigarettes. Maybe you shouldn't allow your kid to do any of that. And maybe you should be able to try to sit on the high horse, try to preach at black people when it's clearly a white problem. It's clearly white people that have kids like that.
About it.
Yeah, black people. Oh, Newport's target us. First of all, and I have to keep telling, black people don't even smoke cigarettes like that. You really don't. We really don't. Like, well, Jesse don't. I like to smoke occasionally, once in a while here and there. Like right now, currently, I smoke a cigarette, like 2, 3, 4 drags of one. But come on now, I get to see black people chain smoking anywhere. Do you see white people chain smoking? Yes. Yes, all the time. All the time. But I don't really see black people chain smoking Newports like expensive. Crazy. First of all, they're like $14 a pack. Oh my god. That's $14 a pack.
With all the tax.
I just bought a pack for me and Jesse. Well, Jesse gave me a couple out of it, right? But mostly for him. $14. Okay? $14 that I struggle mentally with. Okay? Not that I didn't want to do it. He didn't even ask me, and I just struggled mentally for like 30 minutes about it. Because it's $14.
Michael said he understands because your people want economic freedom, liberation, and peace from non-black people. Black-owned businesses means all black employees.
Yeah, but they keep gentrifying the black areas, so it's kind of hard. I think too, with the redlining gentrification that's happening right now, currently, in the last black enclaves that we have, I don't think that they would really prosper. They have to they have to really do some challenging networking and advertising. Like everything's so sparse now. It seems like
Yeah, we're so sprawled out now.
Over the last couple of years, 2-3 years, 4 years, 5 years,
at least,
you'll find black businesses, and you might see, unless they're really popular, to get a lot of black business. But now they're so few and far between that the whites have no other choice but to go and look around, be nosy, look around, and then they may or may not purchase something. That's shit. And then when we got our black festivities, you think that with it's now been so whitewashed, we're not getting a lot of black economic support there either. We got that's terrible. You got to wait till a fucking festivity to go out and patronize your
and
local black businesses. And the way things are so high right now with the pricing, it's like I want to go into one place I really want to go into, but I can't go into it because I can't afford to go into it now. You see what I'm saying? And it's not their fault. It's just the prices are like way too high, and you can't expect them to go lower because that's this. Who am I to tell somebody what to charge at their business? Right. You know what I mean? Like we just had a restaurant open back up, but ain't nobody can go in there unless you got money like that now. Yep, the times have changed. Times have changed. You will be able to afford chicken wings and fries. Now you can't. Now it's got to be a special occasion because it's fucking like a struggle for motherfuckers on the bottom like me. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Jesse. What's the next one? First of all, Black Wall Street. We
I lost count how many black businesses we have lost in the last 4 years. It's been real hard to sustain black-owned businesses here in Denver. I think you would have a better chance in Aurora, but not so much Denver. There's more black people concentrated in Aurora than there is in Denver. Even there's the Southeast Colorado Springs, there's a lot of black people there too. Outside of those two areas, it's going to be near impossible to have a thriving black-owned business because there's no clientele. We're too sprawled out. The districts that we used to occupy, we don't even live in. So when we were the Harlem of the West, it was through the segregation basically because we were forced to live around each other and do business with each other. So since integration has become harder and harder to sustain black-owned businesses. I mean, we have legacy businesses that have went out of business. So it's really bad out here for black-owned businesses. Yeah, but they're the last of the Mohicans. I mean, they're literally the last of the last. After they go, ain't nobody gonna be there to take up that mantle. I mean, they're literally the last owned black barbershop on Fox. They've been around for over 50 years. I got my first haircut here. My old school. Keep your head straight, boy. I used to get the number 3 with the half circle. Alright, so moving along. That crazy ass white woman She was crazy. I don't know if y'all old enough to remember this, but about 30 years ago, this white woman decided that she was going to drown her kids and lie about it. Who did it? So she decided to drive her car into the lake with her 2 babies strapped in. One was like 14 months. The other one was like 4 years old, or 3 or 4 years old. And she drowned them. And then she lied and said a black man did it. She's down in South Carolina. Her name is Susan Smith. And Susan Smith has been denied probation and remains behind bars. Or rather, she's been denied parole, and rightfully so. She don't have no more. She don't feel sorry. And she ain't changed one bit. Michael said, "Lady Che, what is your advice and strategy for new black business owners? Should they start in non-black areas first before expanding into black areas?" You gotta get black areas. Like, I think the only way a black business is gonna prosper is in the South at this point. That's where we're most concentrated at. That's true. He said, "I know you watch Vicky Dillard." Yes, we know Vicky Dillard. I met her. I met Vicky Dillard in 2018. She's originally from Mississippi, but she's been in Colorado for a good 10 plus years now. And she is upset about progress being made over there. Yeah, it's too many raccoons.
Yeah, a right to be upset, especially part of the city that
Yeah, I would recommend it, but you can't come down there with the values that you acquired here. Oh hell no, that's just not gonna fly down there.
I think people should go where it's tangibly beneficial for them. That's what I think. I mean, where it's a tangible benefit for you. Maybe you should go economically, if you're gonna be able to make it there. You know what I mean? I don't know. Me personally, I just feel like, you gotta do your own research on where you're gonna be able to tangibly exist. It's gonna economically benefit you and your family. You're gonna be able to strive there. If the economics looking like where we're at, then I would not. But I myself am like, I personally just live in like a little apartment. I have struggled to find an apartment here in the city that I live in. It's going to be suitable to my needs. So I would suggest that everybody just look what's beneficial for them, tangibly beneficial, and where they're going to be able to exist without the drama in the city. Not everybody can make it in an all-black apartment too. Some people don't even want to live like that. So it really just depends. Some people are just like, I think it's about economics, where it's going to be beneficial, where you're going to have the most success. And like hopefully if you're going to business, and if you, like now, everybody's moving to the businesses are all online now. And somehow, some way, that needs to come in too. So we're going to have to do a lot of adjustments to that happen. I personally would just, I don't know about me personally. I don't know what everybody else wants to do with this. I know that I have to make a decision on where I'm going to live and I'm going to run for office. You got to be in one area for at least 2 years. So whether I run in Denver or Aurora, I'm not going to make a decision soon.
Thank you for that, Lady Kate. So to this crazy ass white bride, Susan Smith, she's been denied probation or parole. She will remain behind bars. She's already served 30 years.
So Lisa Cabrera, shout out to our sister Lisa Cabrera. She's gonna give us the update on this.
I have to tell you, I kind of lost track of the time. I just mixed up a brand new batch of the Hair Magic Elixir, and I made some pomade. I got up extra early this morning to get that in the oven, and it's done. So I kind of just lost track of the time. How you doing, Tareen? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. So, as you know, Susan Smith, she had her parole hearing about a day ago. And I want y'all to see how she was coming off during the hearing. And I think her lawyers put on a very poor performance as far as her reason for what happened. They are trying to say Susan suffered from years of untreated mental illness. I'm not fully buying that she was so mentally ill that she didn't know what she was doing. Number one, she was, if you remember, she was dating, I think, the son of the owner of the Winn-Dixie down there in South Carolina. And he didn't want children. And how convenient it was that she tried to get rid of her children around that same time. Number two, she wasn't so mentally ill that she was not trying to put the crime on a Black man. And by the way, that never came up during the parole hearing. That never brought, it came up that she tried to put her crime on a Black man, a Black stereotype that she cooked up in her head. And a lot of Black men down there at the time were harassed and some were arrested. See, that's the part they leave out. And, I believe her brother did apologize to the Black community, but Susan never did. She never opened her mouth and said, I'm sorry, because of what I said. The Black community was harassed. It never parted her lips. That's why I will never forgive what she did to the Black community. You ain't mentally ill if you commit a crime and then you try to get out of the crime by pointing your finger at someone Black. You are fully aware of what you're doing.
Yep.
You ain't that mentally ill. You knew what you were doing. And if she was so remorseful when the car rolled in the water, why didn't she get help?
Right.
They had to go in that water, find the car, and get her children out. And by then it was days, I think a few weeks had passed by. And she could have said something then. No, the car is in the lake with the children strapped in the back seat. Nothing. She got in front of the cameras. And I remember one of the most distinctive things I remember was no tears were coming out of her eyes. And she kept trying to cry, make it seem like she was crying and not a tear was coming out of her eye.
Even then,
that's not mental illness. It's not. Actually, South Carolina went back and showed the entire case from the beginning all the way until she was convicted and jailed. So I guess if you want to go down memory lane, you can watch it. I really didn't want to watch it anymore because I knew what happened. And many of you knew what happened 30 years ago. And it's a shame. Her one son was 14 months old, and the other son, I believe, was 5.
He was 5. Okay.
And she did not care about those children at all. She cared about a relationship with some guy over her children. Do you know what kind of scum you gotta be to do that? 3 years old? Okay, the other one was 3 years old. And you got to be some kind of low life to do that to your children over a damn relationship. And it was not even a committed relationship. It's not like he proposed or they were about to get married, and that would still be unacceptable. But she didn't really have any commitment from this dude either. But I think what got her was he was from a rich family. And that right there goes to show you she valued money over her children. Money that she technically didn't even have. It's not like that guy was giving her boatloads of money. So when I look at Susan Smith, I just can't feel anything. The only thing I think should happen is she should never be free. I consider her a very dangerous person. And who's to say she's not going to commit another crime? Why take the chance? Leave her butt in there. I don't think she should ever be around children again. And they said hundreds of people from around the world wrote the parole board demanding that she never get out of jail ever.
Great news.
And I think you'll see in the video, there's an older couple that shows up to try to defend her, but they kind of cut out their testimony. You just see them for a brief second and that's it. So let me go ahead and share my screen. I want to show you the whole parole hearing on Susan Smith. All right. Parole. All right. So let me start this over. All right, y'all. Please give me a 1 if you can see the screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see the screen. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. I'm going to make this up. I'm going to make it a full screen. Smith came up for parole and she was denied parole, and she should be. This woman killed 2 children and she lied and tried to put the crime on a random black man that she made up in her head. And as a result of that, her children, of course, got the worst of it because they drowned to death. But the police was going after black men in South Carolina. Do you know how dangerous that is? They could have easily have lost their lives because this woman lied. But it's a good thing it never did get that far. So I want y'all to listen to Susan Smith talk and give a testimony during her parole hearing. And y'all, I've already seen it. No matter how many tears Susan Smith cries, I still don't feel bad enough for her that I think she should be released. I feel she is a danger to society. And who knows what she will try to do the next time she feels desperate. She needs to just stay behind bars. I don't think she should ever be free. I know it's been 30 years now. Can you imagine that her 2 sons would have been in their 30s now? And they never got a chance to do that, but she did. She got a chance to make it into her 30s, but they didn't. No, she shouldn't get any more chances. She needs to stay right where she is. They said hundreds of people from around the world wrote the parole board demanding that she never gets out. So I'm going to go ahead and play the video, and this is from ABC News Live.
First of all, I want to say how very sorry. I am.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you got caught.
It's okay, Susan. Just talk with us.
I know that what I did was horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it. And I love Michael and Alex with all my heart.
Miss Smith, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol the night that you murdered your children?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your attorney talked about working with mental health. Is that helpful to you?
Ma'am.
Mr. Thomas talked about the fact that you were working with mental health, and my question is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you would be willing to continue with on the outside if you were granted parole?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Smith, your time took a lot of resources from the law enforcement community. What, if anything, would you say to the folks who worked so hard to find your children if you had the opportunity to speak to them today?
That I'm sorry that I put them through that. I really, really am. And I'm especially sorry to the person that I had to find them. I wish I could take that back. I really do. I didn't lie to get away with it. I really did. I was just scared. I didn't know how I could tell the people that loved them that they would never see them again. I didn't know how I could tell David he couldn't see his sons again. And I'm sorry. I don't know. I know that's not enough. I know it's not, but I don't know. I know that's just how my words, but they come from my heart. They really do.
Right. One of the things that we review is your institutional record, and you've had some infractions throughout the years, some involving the use of some narcotics. Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point?
I don't, no ma'am, I don't.
And you had a recent disciplinary infraction just a few months ago. So why should this board think that if we grant you parole that you're going to go out and follow the rules and the laws of society if you do not follow the rules within the institution?
Well, this last infraction, I was trusted the wrong person. This lady contacted me and I trusted her. I thought she was going to do a documentary on mental health. And I really am not guilty of what they charged me with. And I have filed an appeal on that charge. And as far as your question, I've never been in trouble before, and the things that I have been found guilty of in here have been just stupidity. I know I made a lot of mistakes in here, and I have learned from them. And before this last infraction had been 10 years, because I grew up and I knew that I needed to stop making dumb decisions, and I did. I knew it was time to grow up and do the right thing. I just made a lot of dumb choices and mistakes in here. So I know I've learned from those mistakes.
What do you feel is the most important thing that you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
Ma'am?
What do you think is the most important thing that you have learned while you have been incarcerated?
That people are important, that forgiveness and love, that family is important, and that decisions we make not just affect us, they affect the people that we love. And not to take things or people for granted.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today that wasn't in your packet or that has not already been said?
I would just like to say that I am a Christian and God is a big part of my life, and I know He has forgiven me. And it is by His grace and mercy and I have a lot of faith, and I live by that every day. And I just ask that you show that same kind of mercy as well. And I guess, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? Folks at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Smith. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
Ma'am, state your name and your relationship. Ma'am, state your name and the relationship.
I did not. Is it I?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ann Curry, and I'm a long-term friend and supporter.
You've been watching Susan Smith speaking before a parole board, asking for her freedom after serving 30 years for killing her children. Smith was convicted in 1994 of rolling her car into a lake with her infant and toddler inside. Now she says, quote, "I know what I did was horrible." She also said, quote, "I'm sorry, and I know that's not enough, but it comes from my heart." She continued to say, "I've never been in trouble before and have made mistakes, but have learned from them." And when asked what she learned while in prison, she responded by saying, "People are important." For more, let's bring in ABC's Morgan Norwood and ABC's legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer. Morgan, this apology from Smith came after her attorney laid out what he says is a history of undiagnosed mental illness that she had before this incident, and that now that she has treated and seen mental health care, which she herself said was very helpful to her, that she's no longer a danger to anyone.
Right, and almost immediately from the moment that she was given the floor to speak with the board there, you could tell it was just emotional. It took her several minutes to sort of gather her thoughts in speaking with the board. One of the questions, and she was questioned by one board member in particular who asked her about the nature of the crime, pulling resources from the law enforcement community. Remember, in the days that they were looking for her two children that she drowned, she told them that a black man took off with them and carjacked them. So she asked Susan what she would say to those officers who tirelessly, searched for her kids, saying that she was just scared. And so perhaps, to her attorney's point, that points back to just kind of her mind frame in that particular moment. She was also asked about something which is really interesting with this parole hearing, is the infractions that she's had throughout the years in prison. There were several allegations that perhaps she may have slept with, guards there or employees. Asked why she thinks that she may be able to walk the straight and narrow when she gets out. She said that she's learned a lot from a lot of these situations, that she's grown up. She's called some of those choices, quote, dumb choices. And then, as you pointed out, Diane, when it comes to the most important things that she's learned while she's been locked up, forgiveness and love, saying that family is important. Some of the most important things that she's learned over the past 30 years. She also ended with saying that she is Christian and that God has been a big part of her life. Remember, her attorney talked about her going to a Christian college and again, going through counseling as well. So, it's really interesting to hear from her for the first time since she's been locked up. Remember, this was a global story and one of the original sort of true crime cases. And so this was the first time that we were able to hear from her perspective what was going on, and that's likely going to weigh heavily into the parole board's decision as they come to that today, Diane.
And Brian, in part of that conversation about the impact of the search that ensued because of the lie that she told, she said she didn't know how to tell people the truth. She didn't know how to tell David, her then husband, that he would never see his boys again. And going back to the mental health aspect that comes with that, her saying that she wasn't in her right mind, and then obviously I came to a little bit later and realized what she'd done. Those arguments didn't work 30 years ago. How different is it to try to make them now in 2024 as opposed to 1994?
Well, I think part of the large issue is that there's no real scientific backing that furthers the argument that the defense is trying to make. I was expecting for someone to come up and say something along the lines of postpartum depression, some kind of argument and some sort of scientific backing to that. I understand that in 1995, what we know about women's mental health after the birth of a child, we know that she had a 3-year-old and a 14-month-old at the time, is very different than what we know now. But we didn't hear that scientific backing. So as a defense attorney, I'm thinking to myself, either one, you couldn't make that argument because you couldn't find an expert to support that, or two, the facts didn't exist, or for whatever reason you didn't search it out. And so just for a defense attorney to come up and say, hey, she had mental health issues, she's being medicated now, she's different than she was before than she is today, I didn't see that as being enough to kind of push the needle here. And when you take the lack of that argument, the state that they're in, South Carolina, and even some of our producers who are listening to the parole hearings prior to Susan Smith coming forward and seeing just rejection after rejection after rejection, I don't think the arguments that we heard today from the defense attorney or Susan Smith are really going to have a large impact in front of this panel.
All right, Morgan Norwood, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you both.
All right, y'all. I'm sorry. I was not moved by her tears, and I'm sure many of you were not either. You know, Susan Smith shouldn't be free because if she wasn't in her right mind 30 years ago, can you imagine how jacked up she is from being incarcerated? One thing about being incarcerated in America, there is no rehabilitation. You just sit there, and if they got work for you to do, that corporate work, which is just slavery, that's what you do. But there is no rehabilitation. So to me, you would end up releasing someone far worse than what she was 30 years ago. That's just my opinion. And I'm sorry, when she was sitting there crying or attempting to cry, it just didn't move me at all. No more than it moved me when I saw her fake crying 30 years ago. Right. And I remember how we, at the time where I was working, all of the melanated people, not one of us believed her story. Not one. And when we saw that composite of the black man, what she did was come up with a stereotype. Mm-hmm. All right? That's what she did. She came up with a stereotype. And remember, the road that she claimed she was carjacked on, they said that was a pretty busy road in South Carolina. And they find it hard to believe the time of the day that this happened, that nobody would have been on that road. So there were no eyewitnesses that spotted her car with the children or saw carjacking, nothing. And let's be real. Most of the time when you have carjackers back during that time when this happened, most of them were junkies that just wanted your car. They didn't want no white children. When carjackers jumped, a lot of times they would, if children were in the car, they would drop those children off somewhere and just keep on going in the car. The vast majority of them had drug problems. That's why they were out there doing that. But what are the chances of a black man jumping in a car with two little screaming white kids? He would have just dropped them off somewhere. He wouldn't have kept those kids. Keep them for what? You know what kind of requirement it would take to take care of a 3 and a 14-month-old? Ain't nobody trying to do that. Right. So no probation for Susan Smith. She will remain behind bars. It's going to be several years before she goes before the probation board again. And as far as I'm concerned, it serves her butt right. Serves her right. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll definitely come back together on a different topic. Shalom.
Y'all haven't subscribed to this bird. What the hell are y'all doing? Make sure y'all like and subscribe to her. And also Frontline Black News. Yeah, I remember this like it was yesterday, y'all. And I was 7 years old. And I remember all the black people in the neighborhood and in the household I was living in. With my mom and my step-grandfather, because the Cottons that used to come over to kick it with him. They were all saying she was guilty. She didn't have no remorse for what she did. And she deserved the death penalty. That's all I kept hearing. Like, back then. And, yeah, when I seen her crying, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I knew she was faking the funk. And then when I found out she was trying to put it on a black man, a fictional black man, and she could have got the black man in South Carolina killed behind this madness. I mean, I have family from South Carolina. Like, my family was originally from South Carolina, so this really hit close to home. And when it happened, it was just like, man, the audacity of this bride. She don't say that she got carjacked, and it was a black man that carjacked her and took her babies. And she didn't know where they were. All along, she knew exactly where the hell her kids were. When she drove that car into the damn ocean, into the lake or whatever. It was a lake, I believe. She drove the car into in South Carolina. And she don't blame it on a black man. Talking about it was a black man. And then, like Lisa said, they were looking for the kids for weeks. Like damn near a month. Probably longer than that. And that whole time, it was harassing the black men in the area. Could have got one of them killed. Keep in mind, Black family, the police department started in South Carolina. They're the first ones to have a police department. And they really hold true to the slave catcher, overseer stance that we see now with Terrence Crutcher in 2016 when he was shot in the back in South Carolina. While running away, he was shot in the back. That happened in South Carolina. So they definitely shoot first and ask questions later when it comes to us. So she could have had any of them black men at the time killed behind her shenanigans. She wanted to kill her babies because the dude that she's trying to get with didn't want to have kids. So she thought, oh, I could get close to this dude if I get rid of my kids. And they're going to blame it on a black man. I have no pity for this woman. No pity, no respect. No, nothing. She can rot in the damn box for another 30 years for all I care. I don't give a damn about this broad. She better not ever get out. Every parole hearing, they need to deny her again and again and again. If she don't have no remorse, she don't feel sorry for what you did. You killed two innocent children, your children. One was 14 months old and the other one was 3 years old. I was 7 at the time. So, like, I think my mom used to bring this up all the time. Like, she was like, some people just shouldn't be parents. And she would always cite this woman as an example of people that should not be parents. You gonna kill your kids behind a dude that don't even want you? Like, that's how effed up in the head she was then in 1994. And as y'all can clearly see, she's still effed off in the head in 2024. So yeah, great news. I'm glad she was denied parole. She needs to just drop that appeal because you're not getting out. You're not getting out, Susan Smith. You're not getting out. You know what you did. And you still don't have no remorse for it all these years later. 3 decades later, you still
fail to see the error in your ways, and even like you're saying, it was wrong, and you see during that whole thing, they didn't even mention the fact that she made up a black fictional stereotype to scapegoat and put the crime on. So yeah, she gets no love, no respect. Where's my little violin? We're playing it right now. So nothing. Victoria Reigns and second. Chili stuff on this. Yeah, this guy here. Yeah. Stuff. Next time it's Amber Guyger. The one that shot Bolton John in Dallas back in 2020. Yeah, it was either 2020 or 2019. She said she went into the wrong apartment in her apartment building, and she busted in on Bolton John eating ice cream on the couch and shot and killed him. And now this broad is being ordered to pay $100 million in the civil trial. That's the next topic, and then the last topic is the junk is set to launch militarized mass deportations on day one. So yeah, what you got in the box of Susan Smith? So moving along, Lisa gonna give us an update on Amber Guyger, former Dallas police officer that killed Bolton John back in 2020. She's been ordered to pay $100 million in civil trial. I just finished up with Susan Smith. I was waiting to get your thoughts on it. Yeah. Do you remember this case? It would have been like 14 at the time.
I don't think that's no. I think that was very different.
No, but it was like the first of its kind at the time. Like they said, it made international news. Right. But they left out the fact that she was a black man's scapegoat for her crimes. And the mainstream media didn't bring it up either. And they didn't bring it up at the parole hearing either. But she was just sorry she got caught. Apparently she was doing the most. She was sleeping with the guards. She was doing the most. That's been up in there.
Right, that's, yeah. I mean, I was hoping you should have gotten some people real racial stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I was kind of hoping to hear. You know, she was disrespectful and sisters and maybe that one time, when chest is black. I was kind of hoping for that. That was basically thinking. And then that, like, that shouldn't get out. She shouldn't get out. How long is your sentence?
I believe she got sentenced to life.
Why should be coming up? Well,
It's been 30 years.
oh yeah, no, she should get out. That should be a really making not to try to do.
It says she's up for parole in 5 years.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. But, nobody gave her, nobody, especially the ones that, children are white, right?
Yeah. She said a black man had kidnapped her kids, carjacked her, kidnapped her kids. She didn't know what they were. And in reality, she backed her car into the damn lake with her kids strapped in and let the damn car fall, sink into the lake with her kids in it. Yeah.
She wasn't on touch, she did that. Yes, she did that.
Yeah, she needs to pay for her mom.
Yeah. There's one white woman, in that atrocity, and you can only be, you can always gather them up,
Yeah. Amber Guyger, the one that killed Butler John in 2020. She's been ordered to pay $100 million in civil trial. So this is gonna get us an update on that.
I tell you what, I'm real happy about this Amber Guyger story.
Yeah.
Only because everything she do, she gonna owe the family. It's like having your own slave work for you, and she doesn't get to reap any of the benefits. Interesting how things work out. Yesterday was Susan Smith, and today is Amber Guyger. I'm loving it, y'all. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. So, Botham Jean's family ended up suing Amber Guyger. We see this in many criminal cases. They get you on the criminal level and then they go to the civil level for restitution. And that's what his family did. And looked like the courts awarded them $100 million, nearly $100 million. And good for them. Good for them. So no matter what Amber Guyger does, she now owes this family. So she get a book deal, a movie is done about her life, all of those proceeds go to the family. All right. So if she goes back out here and decides to work, she's going to be working for the John family. So that serves her butt right. She already went in there with the lightest sentence ever for what she did. You unalived a person that was in their own apartment, minding their own business. They were no threat to you. How is a man looking at a TV with a bowl of ice cream a threat to you? It's not like he could reach for a weapon. You were already in the apartment aiming your weapon at him. And to this day, how does somebody that's supposed to have a keen eye for details, a cop is supposed to have that, not realize you weren't in your own apartment? I'm still not buying that. I was in the wrong apartment. You don't know where you live. How do you not know where you live?
Right.
Y'all are drunk on the streets A junkie can even tell you where they live.
Right.
Okay, you walk up to any junkie on the street, they could be high out of their mind and they still know where they live.
Right.
But this woman who went to a police academy, took exams to become a cop, and she can't distinguish the fact of whether she's in her own home or not. Never made any sense. Now, and many of you remember the one distinctive thing. Botham Jean had a red rug outside of his door. They said Amber Guyger did not have that. That should have been a first indicator right there that you weren't at your apartment.
Right.
He had a red rug right outside of his door. And she didn't. So you weren't able to look at that and realize this ain't my place. I don't have no red rug outside of my door. I mean, I guess nothing clicked.
Right.
And as far as I'm concerned, the punishment that she got did not fit the crime. 10 years behind bars. You unalived a non-threatening man in his own apartment. The punishment didn't fit the crime at all. It was way too light. A lot of people complained. I think the prosecutors should have really put their foot down. And, they were trying to go for, because I believe when Botham was killed, he was 27 years old. So they were trying to go for 27 years behind bars. Now, even that's not enough for unaliving a person the way that she did, but it would have been better than 10 years.
They only charged her with manslaughter, though. They didn't charge her with.
So, 10 years. 10 years. That's privilege.
Half of that.
That's privilege right there.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's go over the story of what came out yesterday, because she received this verdict yesterday. All right. Yep, Amber, that's what you're going to have that crying, salty looking face on for a long time. Can you imagine everything you do is now going to go to the John family? She get in a car accident and there's some money out of it. That money goes to the John family. If she puts a lawsuit on somebody, all that money is going to go to Botham John's family. She ain't going to get nothing. She ain't going to get a dime. All right. So, y'all, I came across this last night as I was looking through stories, and I'm like, whoa, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Amber Guyger? I started laughing. I said, I'm definitely doing this one in a live. So, former Dallas police officer Amber Guyger ordered to pay nearly $100 million in civil trial. Wow, Amber. So, Amber Guyger, the former Dallas police officer convicted of murdering Botham Jean in his apartment 6 years ago, was ordered to pay the Jean family $98.6 million in a civil trial Wednesday. Guyger was convicted 6 years ago for shooting and killing John in his apartment, which she said she thought was her own. Okay, despite many indicators it wasn't. So she is still in her 10-year sentence behind bars. Guyger told authority she confused Botham Jean's apartment with her own. And the second thing about Amber Guyger, other than her light sentence, was the fact that she didn't do anything to try to save Botham Jean's life. She didn't give him CPR. And if you remember, it was a Black officer that took the stand, and he said he was in the same police academy class she was in, and she definitely got CPR. He was in that same class. She didn't attempt to give him CPR. She walked outside of the apartment, pacing back and forth, yelling, "I'm gonna lose my job. I'm gonna lose my job," instead of helping him. So she got on that phone and thought about nobody but herself. And because I remember that, oh my goodness, that video was horrific. When that black cop came, he started working on both of them immediately. And you could see both of them at that point was struggling to breathe. I just remember all the blood that was all on him. And I remember he was struggling real hard to breathe at that point in time. And he started working on him, trying to save him. And Amber still didn't go back there it was another cop. I believe it was a white cop that was with the brother. And the brother was really doing all the work. And Amber never went back there to assist them. That's why I don't feel sorry for her. That she got this civil verdict of paying the family $98.6 million. I don't feel sorry for her. She didn't do everything she could to save him. What I think she was doing was hoping he would bleed out, because that's usually what they do when they shoot one of us. They hope that you'll bleed out and you won't be able to give any testimony on what happened. And I think that's why she didn't do CPR. So anyway, she became eligible for parole September 29th of this year. And I did a video on that. She was denied parole. So the civil lawsuit against her accused the former police officer of using excessive force in John's death. Attorney for the John family, which includes civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump, released the following statement after the verdict. So, don't be hard on Benjamin Crump, because if it wasn't for him, they would not have gotten this verdict in civil court. So Crump says the verdict stands as a powerful statement to both of John's life and a profound injustice to his death. On September 6, 2018, Botham was doing nothing more than sitting in his own home eating ice cream when Amber Guyger, an off-duty officer, wrongly entered his apartment and fatally shot him. This case laid bare critical issues of racial bias and the police accountability that cannot be ignored. Today's verdict sends a clear message that law enforcement officers who commit crimes cannot be insulated from the consequences of their action. So that's a statement that Benjamin Crump put out. So attorneys for John's family said they most likely will not ever see most of that money. And they know that. Amber Guyger don't have, what is she going to really have? In fact, she'll be worse off. She now will have a criminal record on her. So, but they insist they wanted to make sure Guyger could never profit financially from having killed Botham John. They said they are exploring legal options to hold the city accountable and urging people in Dallas to demand change and more from city leaders. Guyger was not even at the trial. She could have been at this civil trial, but she chose not to show up. So the verdict was reached without her physically being there. And so what? She didn't have to be there. She didn't have to be there. She's still guilty, and the verdict is still on her whether she like it or not. She didn't have to show up. She's going to have to deal with that. And they're right. She should not get out and profit off of what happened. And in many cases, that's what happens. They'll get out, and there's always somebody out there that want to help them make money and all that stuff. And it's usually the people look just like Amber Guyger and then try to do her story and she ends up with millions of dollars,
Yeah.
while the family ends up with nothing or nowhere near the amount of money that she's getting.
Yeah.
So I'm glad they blocked that from happening.
Glad they did too.
She, boy, I just hate the fact that they said she literally can be out of jail as soon as, I believe, 2026.
Oh, hell no.
So technically, she's not even serving the full 10 years. She's not even serving the full 10 years. And she got a great chance of getting out, because by then she would have served the majority of her sentence. So she can easily be out by 2026. Well, well, Amber Guyger, you know what that saying is. Suck it up, buttercup, because this verdict is on your butt. And no matter what you do in life, this will always be there to haunt you, period. And I'm loving it. You know, and girl is not that attractive, so any man that hook up with her, you better know your wife is not going to be a contributor in the relationship, because she got a $98.6 million civil verdict on her that she must pay. So any of them guys out there trying to wait on Amber Guyger, I hope y'all got deep pockets, because I hope you got some deep pockets, because she got one hell of a debt on her. That's all I got to say. But I'm loving it, y'all. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. I don't feel bad for her at all. Yeah, Amber, you better, you know, when them guys be trying to hook up with you, you better tell them you got a $98.6 million debt on your ass. That's enough to send any man scrambling. I don't blame them for running at that point. You know, this old hideous place, probably 10 years from now, they'll show you how she's living, and she'll be on there, I can't do nothing. Can you imagine? She'll be a hermit living by herself, because ain't nobody taking on that debt, Amber. Ain't nobody taking on that debt.
He hugged her in the courtroom, and then the damn judge was stroking her head.
Y'all, number one, come on over
Miami judge was sitting there stroking
to my Etsy shop where I got everything marked down. I got up this morning and made some more botana oil, and I got everything out there. I am going to be posting a new product, because a few people were asking me for a heat protectant, you know, that use, you know, any type of curling irons, blow dryers, flat iron. And I'll be posting that today. That's a new product.
Look at this food.
And, you know, take advantage of the 25% discount. Because, y'all, I don't know what's going to happen when Donald Trump takes office and slap these tariffs on everybody. All I can say to you is, more than likely the prices will go up, but I will try to have as many sales as possible to make it convenient for you, my customers. That's the only thing I can do. I'll try to always offer some kind of discount. The latest discount that I have is for the military. So if you are a service member, the discount is military 15 for 15% off. And I will be running.
Pause it right here so I can show y'all this fuckery that his brother pulled 6 years ago.
That's Bolton John's brother.
I don't want to say twice or for the 100th time what you've or how much you've taken from us. I think you know that. But I just
She gonna score shit. Hug her, y'all.
I hope you go to God with all the guilt, all the bad things you may have done in the past. Each and every one of us may have done something that we're not supposed to do. If you truly are sorry, I know I can speak for myself. I forgive you. And I know if you go to God and ask him, he will forgive you.
White supremacist God. What God are you talking about?
And I don't think anyone could say it. Again, I'm speaking for myself, not even behalf of my family. But I love you just like anyone else.
You love the person that killed your brother?
I'm not gonna say I hope you rot and die.
That's what you should say. Yeah.
Just like my brother did, but I personally want the best for you. And I wasn't gonna ever say this in front of my family or anyone, but I don't even want you to go to jail.
Me too. I was like, what the fuck?
I want the best for you.
Oh my God.
Because I know that's exactly what both of them would want you to do. And the best would be give your life to Christ. I'm not gonna say anything else. I think giving your life to Christ would be the best thing that both of them would want you to do. Again, I love you as a person. And I don't wish anything bad on you.
The person that killed your brother?
I don't know if this is possible, but can I give her a hug, please?
Oh,
Please?
What the fuck?
Yes.
Give the killer of your brother a hug? Oh my God. Oh my God. I still got the same look I had on my face. Just tell me, hugging her, you know? Like, what the fuck? Like, why are you hugging her at all? What's the wrong with you? You can tell this one.
Thank you very much.
And the judge was stroking her hair too, y'all. Like, the shit was despicable. That shit was really despicable. So that's what's wrong. Oh my God.
My customers, that's the only thing I can do. I'll try to always offer some kind of discount. The latest discount that I have is for the military. So if you are a service member, the discount is military 15 for 15% off. And I will be running that discount indefinitely. So if you are a member of the service and you want to take advantage of that, I set that up so it will never expire. And I will try to do that with other discounts as we go into 2025. I'll set up discounts that never expire. So you can try to take advantage of the products. Does your products make my hair grow fast, Lisa? Yes, it will. You will notice growth in as little as 3 weeks if you use the products as directed.
Sure.
Well, I'm sure for you all who were watching it online, you just generally saw the back of Miss Guyger, and from time to time a side glance. But at the start of trial on September 23rd, she was very stoic. She seemed to have found a point in space to fixate on, and she just seemed to stare straight ahead at that. And she sat very still. And after the verdict of guilt, she was visibly shaken. And I think it took her quite some time to regain her composure. But after that verdict, she was a different person. She was a broken person. I saw a remarkable young man who came to the stand, and I did not expect, I don't know what I thought he was going to say, but I did not imagine that that was his forgiveness, his outreach to her, his telling her that he only wanted the best for her. I did not expect that. There was a lot of crying. I have not had one where defense counsel and prosecutors are crying, as well as the defendant's family and the victim's family. And yes, I was crying. It's not unusual for me to cry. I cry almost all the time. And I think it was cathartic for everybody because the attorneys fought hard. It was a horrific circumstance. And I think Brent Jean gave us an example that the person is more than just the act, the horrific act that they've committed. That's the first time I had someone who was going into custody to serve a prison sentence ask me for a hug. I'm very cognizant of the sheriff's policies concerning contact with an accused, and I was thinking about that, but I was also thinking about this woman is really, really hurting. And Brent Jean has given her a measure of hope. And for whatever reason, she's asking me for the same compassion. And who am I to deny her?
You're the judge. What the fuck you mean? Who are you? Oh my god. I'm gonna fast forward this stupid shit. She hugged her 4 fucking times, y'all. 4 fucking times. She hugged her. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let me go on here. Let me say, what are your thoughts on this madness? Oh my god. I don't know, but I'm muting.
Sorry, family, we're in the same room, and I was slow on the on the unmuting, really slow, because I was like, oh my god. I think that upon seeing that again, I had the same look I had in my face then as I did now. Like my mouth just dropped. It stayed like that the whole time. I mean, like all kind of flies could have came in there, and I wouldn't even notice. I was just bewildered.
Oh, here it is.
I think that it was like utter stupidity. Utter stupidity. Like, why were you coddling this much? What's gonna happen when she gets out? They're gonna kumbaya hold hands and walk her back into the fold. Where are they gonna go get her from jail? I got questions now. Like, questions like, what's wrong? Like, I forgot she's the fucking say that. Like, I wonder what their ride was like when going home. Like, did you take the bus ride home? Yeah, you know, like, God, like, shame the family right there. I was thinking, like, maybe, you know, some outrage. Like, you hugged the broad and then you choked her out and threw her on the floor and kicked her. They had to remove beyond yourself, you know what I mean? The whole family jumped over the thing. I was hoping for some epic black thing to happen, but it didn't go the way I wanted it to. You know, it's like, who was that? And then her. So you know she was coddled there, then she's coddled in jail, and then she's like, you have to keep paying, and you know, paying. You'll never get a job. You will never have any money. Like, I think you're lucky if you get any money to support your basic womanly needs. Now you'll be able to pay your bills. Like, this is shit. Like, I'm glad that she owes that much money. That's a heavy fucking bill. But like, what is wrong with them people? Like,
that old mammy ass judge.
I mean, the whole time, the whole trial was like,
I hope y'all got her ass.
Whole trial, the mother and the sister, and then this dude, you want to hug it, and she kept letting her hug, and then this one hugged the judge, and she's like, you know, and then look at the white cops, like everybody's like all rubbing their eyes, and oh, she didn't mean it, she didn't do it, whatever, man, she did it, she knew she did it. There was too many disqualifying. There wasn't even a reasonable doubt that she didn't do it. You know what I mean? The key didn't work. The key didn't light up. Wasn't her house. He was sitting there chilling, minding his own goddamn business, eating ice cream, watching TV in his own place. She came in there and bucked on him and shit. And they try to fucking cover it up.
Yeah.
And this is just one of
this
is one out of many cases of this type of shit. I grabbed the wrong thing. I thought I grabbed the taser. Mm-hmm. This is like along that whole year or two where they were just mistakenly couldn't find their gun from the taser from the gun, wrong holster. You know, they feared for their life. He was a danger. This and that. Wrong place, wrong time. I saw a weapon from them sleeping in their bed. You know what I mean? Like, No knock, no warrants. This motherfucker just gun blasting,
Like some shit like this
in apartments and houses, and just catching black people, in their undergarments or nude. You know what I mean? Like I think there was a trend for a second, like just lots of life. Like that one sister that got shot in front of her son, and she was in her night clothes, and the son witnessed it. You know what I mean? He was just a little boy too. Just tons. Like when they walked in, when they knocked and walked in on that one cat who was sleeping on his couch at his cousin's house, and he
And the trips to thawing turkeys always do longer.
He protected himself, and they killed him. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
like there's just like it was just back to back, and I was like, when this happened, my mouth was just, I was just like, I couldn't believe he wanted to hug that bride.
Right.
I couldn't believe he was praying for her soul.
I couldn't believe it either.
I was like, what? Like I was expecting something traumatic, and some sort of a traumatic thing to happen. You know what I mean? Like inconsolable traumatic shit, and that didn't go down the way I wanted it to. And I just was like, oh my god, what was his? And then he had did some media too, and he was like, I
forgive her.
Like, God, man, it's over a bowl in your own house, man. A bowl of ice cream on the couch. Yeah, that's just, man. Like that's just, and 10 years is nothing. Nothing.
She already served what, six of that.
6 months.
6 years.
Now?
Yes, that's 6 years.
It's still not enough time. Feels like yesterday. And watching that over again was like, man, somebody wonder what happened to the brother. Wonder if he still feels the same. You know what I mean? Questions.
Like you said, he gonna come pick her up.
Like for real, like the judge giving her a Bible, the white cops are crying, everybody's hugging her.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be all right. No, it's not. Like you should tell that bride it was not gonna be okay. That she was gonna be like, it should have made the fear really be a real thing. Like you're about to be surrounded by killers. Like they're not gonna be braiding your hair in there.
Right.
You're gonna be like this. I mean, just make it like a reality. Like so, these people think that they just go in there and it's all like, do 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 do, la di da di da. I'll just sit here and I'll keep filing appeals, and sooner or later they're gonna let me out on good time. Da 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 da. No harm, no foul. I shed a little tear there. Maybe they were, they let me in there with just 10 years on what I did. Yeah, right. Like, come on, man. This is just. You can't say there's something wrong with the justice system right there.
Right.
It's clearly, that was clear favoritism.
I got rid of Tammy the Mammy.
I bet she's still in
Dallas. Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude. Like, oh my god, like how can you look at yourself in the mirror? Like the shame.
Right.
Shame. You know what I mean? Go ahead, just both. There's not one that's greater, lesser than the other. The fact that the one brother was too zesty and he felt like he looked relieved, like he got the answer he was waiting for. No, that wasn't enough.
Right.
It wasn't enough. There There needed to be. I don't know. I just didn't feel fulfilled. Sometimes I just been lately. I haven't been fulfilled with these sentences. I haven't been sustained. They're not substantial. I feel like I'm missing a lot of prime filler. It's like having a pizza and it only has veggies on it. It's not filling. You know what I mean? It's like I can't like lately. I just feel unfulfilled. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm missing something. Case in point, I watched fucking Romulus yesterday. Aliens Romulus, right?
Yeah.
And I turned around and told my brother, I feel like he was missing something or lacking something.
Yeah.
I don't feel sustained. And he just looked at me like, I don't feel fulfilled, family. I feel like there's some I don't know what it is yet. I don't feel fulfilled anywhere with nothing. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's some justice that needs to be dished out.
Right.
Prime, cold justice.
Right. Oh my God.
Maybe a public lashing or something might do it for me. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, like, and an asset forfeiture in real time. You know what I mean?
That's basically what's gonna happen to her. If she do ever get out, all her money is going to the Gene family.
Or like a cardboard box, and oh God, like I mean, I don't know. This is not fulfilling. Even then, there should be some fucking do-gooder on a GoFundMe or something to help her.
All that money's going to the Star family.
Jesus. Go ahead, Jesse.
Until she passes.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We are live. Thank you all for joining me today. Please, if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and share this video out on your social media platforms. And also, most importantly, follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. That is extremely important to circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning on YouTube. The Telegram link is in the description box below, pinned in the live chat, and will be also pinned in the comment section as well once the stream ends. Now let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into today's show, right? And today we're going to talk about how Donald Trump is apparently going to put the military out, right? Send the military out into the street, into the street, right? To sweep neighborhoods of illegal immigrants. It's going to be a militarized deportation. There's a lot of fear mongering going on. A lot of fear mongering going on with the news that Donald Trump will be using military assets to assist within the mass deportation efforts. So we're going to clear up some of the air surrounding that as far as, you know, what that stuff actually means. But before we get into it, I want to first jump into this here. Some of you may be familiar with this already. Some of you might not be. But the Lake and Riley trial has come to an end. It came and went rather quickly. It was an open and shut case. The illegal immigrant that took her life, he was found guilty on all charges, which there were a bunch of charges. His name was Jose Antonio Ibarra, and he was a gang member. He was part of a Tren de Aragua gang. I just want to give you a little bit of information concerning him, right, before we move forward with the meat of this discussion. Ibarra's roommate at the time testified at trial on Monday that the illegal alien went to sleep soon after returning to their apartment after allegedly brutally taking the life of Riley. And it's not allegedly anymore because he was found guilty. The roommate also testified that in September of 2023, she and Ibarra requested a humanitarian flight to Athens at the Roosevelt Hotel in Manhattan, New York City, a historic property that Mayor Eric Adams converted into a migrant camp. In November of 2023, just a couple of months before Riley had her life taken, Ibarra applied for an employment authorization document with the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. On December 9th, 2023, Ibarra's work permit application was approved. This guy was in this country getting everything he wanted after crossing the border illegally. In July of 2023, before securing a work permit, Ibarra reported to Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents in New York City for a biometric appointment where he was fingerprinted. The results of those fingerprints show Ibarra had a prior criminal history. On September 14th of 2023, Ibarra was arrested for acting in a manner that could injure a child. Despite the charge, Ibarra was not prosecuted and the arrest was expunged. Are any of us surprised? Are any of us surprised that this all happened under the Biden administration? And all this happened, and immediately afterwards, he would go on to take this young woman's life, right? He would go on to take this young woman's life after the fact. The blood is definitely on Harris and Biden's hands, right? It's definitely on Harris's and Biden's hand, right? So what I want to do now is I want to transition over to what Tom Homan, Donald Trump's border czar, had to say about all of this, his thoughts and opinions about this. And then this is also going to bleed over into mass deportation as well. But let's get into what Tom Homan had to say first.
The Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring. So no more hiding under your pillow, because this system actually...
Bring in now former acting ICE director and incoming Trump administration border czar Tom Homan. Tom, let's pick up on this heartbreaking trial. I think anybody watching that was moved to tears, particularly when Laken's mother broke down and had to leave. But as you prepare to take over as border czar, the story of Laken Riley is that it should have never happened. Same thing with Jocelyn Nungare in Houston. What will you do to make sure that this doesn't happen again?
Well, look, if President Trump was president, he would be in Mexico in the Remain in Mexico program. He would never have been released in the United States. If President Trump was president and he did get in the United States and he got arrested in New York for a crime before he committed this murder, he would never have been released to the street. He would have been turned over to ICE. So look, this administration has blood in their hands. I hope that every mayor and governor who supports sanctuary cities listens to that tape. Listen to the way that young lady died. I just want to be this young lady got killed. No, listen to her fight for her life for 17 minutes, fighting for breath, fighting to survive. This happens. She just won a May. Griff, you know, there's many stories under this administration that's happened, and there's many more we don't know about because sometimes sanctuary cities don't capture their foreign national citizenship, so it's not in any report, and they never contact ICE. So this is one of many, and it's disgusting, and President Trump is going to put a stop to this.
You raise a great point, the sanctuary cities, and even here in New York City, where I am, Mayor Adams is frustrated to no end about it, leaning on the city council to do something about it. But what will the new Trump administration do to lean on sanctuary cities? What's the solution?
Well, there's a couple of solutions. First of all, when President Trump was president, he was suing sanctuary cities to withdraw their federal funding. That lawsuit was going on with DOJ. Then as soon as Biden got in office, he shut down the lawsuit. Look, there's a lot of sanctuary cities right now working behind the scenes with ICE, I'm told by senior leaders of ICE, because they see stories like this. They don't want to be that same situation. There's some sheriffs around the country that are working with ICE behind the scenes. They don't want to publicly announce it, but when they got somebody really bad in their jail, they'll make a phone call to ICE. But there's not enough. New York City, Chicago, San Francisco, Los Angeles. The major cities in this country are still sanctuary cities, and we got either President Trump's got to reissue the lawsuit. And look, if they're not going to help us, then we'll just double the manpower in those cities. They don't want ICE agents in their neighborhoods, but they don't let ICE agents into jail. They don't understand if you let us into jail, that'd be less agents in your neighborhood. So their sanctuary rules are giving the result they don't want. So, I wish they sit down and talk and help with us, but if they don't help, get the hell out of the way, because we're going to do this job with or without you.
Now, it's because they don't want to cooperate that we now have Trump getting ready to use military assets. And that's what people on the left, Democrats, are up in arms about, fear-mongering about. They're saying that the military is going to be marching through the streets, kicking in doors, snatching people out of their homes while they're trying to eat dinner and things of that nature. And that is the farthest thing from the truth. That is not what's going to happen. But here is the Truth Social post right here that everybody is getting that information from and is now going crazy about, or at least not everybody, but those on the left, right? So you have this guy here named Tom Fenton. He said, good news, reports are the incoming president, Donald Trump, is prepared to declare a national emergency and will use military assets to reverse the Biden invasion through a mass deportation program, to which Trump reposted it and said true. But once again, I want us to have clarity on what this actually means and what this actually looks like, because no, I don't care what they say on MSNBC. I don't care what they tell you on CNN. The military is not going to be marching through the streets, kicking in doors, right, and snatching people out of their homes while they're in the middle of sleeping, right, at 3 o'clock in the morning. That isn't what's going to happen. And this article really details that out perfectly. Trump declaring national emergency at border would not lead to militarization of country, expert says. Let's get into this. I just have a couple of highlighted points that I want to go through once again so that we have some clarity over what's happening here. Fears over President-elect Trump's plan to declare a state of emergency at the border and make use of the military as part of a mass deportation plan have been overblown, according to one expert. And I quote, "The country is not going to be militarized." Alfonso Aguilera, a former chief of the U.S. Office of Citizenship and the director of Hispanic Engagement and American Principles Project, told Fox News Digital. Neighborhoods with immigrants are not going to be militarized. The comments come after Trump confirmed Monday via Truth Social a report that he is prepared to declare a national emergency and will use military assets to reverse the Biden invasion through a mass deportation program. Such plans have been rumored for much of Trump's campaign, raising fears among some critics that a future Trump administration would deploy the military onto American streets. Once again, I quote, they are promising to use the military to do mass raids on American families. Hold on, wait a minute. Let's stop right there. What American families? What American families? Even if this was the case, what American families? Do you see how these people blow everything out of proportion, right? This is an illegal immigrant advocate that's saying this right here that I'm quoting. It's not the previous person. This is an illegal immigrant advocate who's saying that they are promising to use the military to do mass raids on American families. Illegal immigrants, those aren't American families. They're not American families. I mean, it's just the reality of it. I'm an American citizen. My wife is an American citizen. And obviously my son is an American citizen. We are an American family. The people that will be the targets of this mass deportation are not Americans. That's not who they are. And they definitely don't have American families. So I just wanted to just dismiss that really quickly, because that was really annoying just to hear that. You see how they like to play with words and twist things around to fearmonger everyone into thinking that this isn't something that's just going to affect illegal immigrants, right? But it's also going to target American families, because I guess people like you and me that are citizens, for no apparent reason at all, the military is going to kick in our doors and just deport us to, even though we're American citizens, and there's no place to deport us to. But anyway, I digress. They are promising to use the military to do mass raids on American families at a scale that harkens back to some of the worst things our country has ever done. Todd Schultz, the president of FWD.US, an immigration advocacy organization, an illegal immigrant advocacy organization, told the Associated Press in October. But Aguilera argued that the military is to play a support role, providing logistics support to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement and U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Once again, they are going to play a support role. There is a lot of fear mongering from the left and many in the media. Aguilera said, these are not going to be sweeps of neighborhoods. These are going to be targeted arrests, initially going after criminals. This is something that they have stated 1,000,001 times over. But those of the DNC press continue to pretend like they don't understand what Tom Homan and Trump is articulating, right? Aguilera pointed out that federal law limits how Trump can use the military domestically, meaning ICE officers are likely to lead operation efforts with a logistical hand from the military. Once again, with a logistical hand from the military. On the border, the military would serve as a show of force while also helping be the eyes and ears for Border Patrol officers who are stretched thin across multiple sectors. Once again, they will be on the border as a show of force. That's historically how we use the military, Aguilera said. Force projection to dissuade people from coming in. But their role is basically to help detect, helping move migrants to buses, all the logistical support. Aguilera also argued that ICE is likely to make wider use of workplace raids, where again, the military's logistical might could be harnessed to assist with detaining and transporting arrested migrants. They are not going to set loose the military in neighborhoods trying to detect illegal immigrants, Aguilera said. So once again, this is something that has been reiterated over and over and over and over again. But these people continue to pretend like they don't understand what's going on when they do exactly. And the reality is that they just don't care. The people that you see that are advocating for illegal immigration, the people that you see that are working against mass deportation, it really just goes to show that they don't care about you, the American citizen, at all whatsoever. I mean, here's a question for you guys, and I'm curious, maybe you guys can answer this in the live chat. Concerning the Lake and Riley trial that I started to stream off talking about, have they been covering that at all on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS? Like in any real, like the way that they covered the George Floyd trial, like have they covered it to that same magnitude? I'm just curious because I don't actually watch CNN, MSNBC, and all these stations like that, right? So I don't know if they're covering this stuff to that degree, but I'm curious. Maybe you guys can let me know in the live chat. And I'm already seeing, you know, the answer is no, they're not. Once again, no, not that I've seen. Obviously, they're not. Obviously, they're not doing that, right? But now, and that was just, I knew the answer to that question already, but I just wanted that to be confirmed and verified. I figured that wasn't the case. But now what I want to do is that I want to shift back into this article here. I want to show you guys something very quickly. Look at this here. Now, do you remember when we talked about not too long ago, the CNN report that showed that the Pentagon has been holding meetings, game planning around how to deal with Donald Trump, game planning on how to possibly frustrate policies that he might attempt to push forward that they don't agree with? Well, as you can see here, members within the Pentagon officials are now speaking out, right, anonymously against Trump and whatever his plans are. And they don't even know what his plans are yet. They don't even know what he actually plans to do per se. What we do know as far as what he's legally able to do, based off what I just read to you in the Fox News article, is that all the military can do is help them logistically, right? They're just assistants, essentially. They're not going to be kicking in doors, dragging people out of their homes. Regardless of the fact that we understand that to be true, you still have, even within the Pentagon, officials are fear-mongering, pretending like things are going to be something more than what they actually will be, based on what Trump can do by law, right? So I just want to read off a couple of quotes coming from those within the Pentagon. Once again, these officials that have been having secret meetings on basically how to frustrate the Trump administration and how to game plan the Trump administration, right? They're game planning around him. The Pentagon was publicly dismissive of Trump's pledge to employ the military to conduct mass deportation. The department does not comment on hypotheticals or speculate on what may occur, a Defense Department spokesman told The Intercept. Behind the scenes, officials were exasperated. It's absolutely insane, said the Pentagon official, who spoke on the condition of anonymity, because he was not authorized to speak with the press on the matter. I never thought I'd see the day when this was serious. Put that in scare quotes. He said, not in air quotes. He said, put that in scare quotes. I never thought that I'd see the day that this was serious. Put that in scare quotes. He said that the legal and logistical hurdles would be immense, and the proposal was unrealistic and unserious. Another Defense Department official in a different office, who was also not authorized to speak with the press, had almost exactly the same reaction. It's insanity, he said, of Trump's announcement. So we have the entire Pentagon, for the most part at this point, the Pentagon that's against Trump. We don't just have the coalition of governors, of DNC governors, that have come together against Trump in order to frustrate any of his policy efforts to take root in their state, right? Meaning that those of you who live in states like California, Illinois, New York, Massachusetts and whatnot, you essentially won't be receiving much benefit of a Trump administration, because your governors in Denver as well, or I should say Colorado as well, your governors are going to be doing everything possible to make sure that those policies don't have any tangible effect in your state. Outside of that, you even have the Pentagon working against Trump, and not only working against Trump, but speaking out against him in his efforts of moving forward mass deportation, saying that Trump is absolutely insane, as you can see here as the headline reads. But now what I want to do is that I want to get back into Tom Homan. Let's get back in there, because I want you to hear a little bit more of what he has to say concerning mass deportation, terrain de Aragua, and the like. So let's jump into that right now.
Part of that job will be large deportations, particularly of the hundreds of thousands of criminal aliens with orders to be deported already. But yesterday on Capitol Hill, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, led by Congresswoman Nanette Barragan, addressed that, saying that she's going to push back. Listen here, Tom.
The Congressional Hispanic Caucus is going to work very closely together along with our leadership to push back on this idea of mass deportations and the plans that he's putting together. Just yesterday, we had a meeting on this very issue. And what we see is the mass deportations are going to have a negative impact on the U.S. economy.
What's your reaction to that, Tom?
Game on. Look, you're a member of Congress. ICE isn't making this up. They're enforcing the law. We're in a situation now, you got members of Congress. Those who enforce the law are the bad guys, and those who break the law are the victims. I mean, the whole world's upside down. They're a member of Congress. ICE don't make this up. They're enforcing law that Congress wrote and Congress enacted that was signed by a president. and they're going to push back. And President Trump's made it clear, and this makes me angry. President Trump has made it clear, we're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. What member of Congress, what governor, or what mayor is against taking public safety threats out of their community? Haven't we seen enough crime and enough rape and enough death? Well, ICE is going to do their job, so shame on her. She ought to resign her seat at the House, because ICE is enforcing the laws that Congress enacted, and they're going to do it without apology.
Well, then watching this Laken Riley trial certainly is a sober reminder of just that. I want to ask you about the other part of this Laken Riley trial that really hasn't gotten much attention, is that his brother was connected to Tren de Aragua, the Venezuelan violent gang, which 4 years ago, no one had ever heard of Tren de Aragua. Now you can see it's in half of the states across the country and really taking a foothold. In fact, the senior leadership of Border Patrol and ICE have told me directly, Tom, that they have started in the last year to make targeting Tren de Aragua gang members a priority. What's your plan to deal with TDA?
Well, we're going to make them a priority on the Trump administration, but I looked at a stat the other day. The removal of criminal aliens, deportation of criminal aliens under Joe Biden has decreased 74%. So, no, we're going to make it a priority. Tren de Aragua, they're on notice. Look, their days of violence and bloodshed in this country are coming to an end very fast. And no message to Tren de Aragua, my gang's bigger than your gang, and we're going to take you out. Now we're going to remove you, we're going to put you in prison, then we're going to kick you out of this country. We're going to secure the border, and we're going to save lives. Not only just Americans, but we're going to save lives of citizens and those legal migrants who many times are the victims of these illegal alien crimes.
Can we listen to that one more time?
Yeah.
Tom Homan is not playing no game. He said, my message to Tren de Aragua is, my gang is bigger than your gang. I got to listen to that one more time. I got to listen to that one more time.
And ICE have told me directly, Tom, that they have started in the last year to make targeting Tren de Aragua gang members a priority. What's your plan to deal with TDA?
Well, we're going to make them a priority on the Trump administration, but I looked at a stat the other day. The removal of criminal aliens, deportation of criminal aliens under Joe Biden has decreased 74%. So, no, we're going to make it a priority. Tren de Aragua, they're on notice. Look, their days of violence and bloodshed in this country are coming to an end very fast. And no message to Tren de Aragua, my gang's bigger than your gang, and we're going to take you out. Now we're going to remove you, we're going to put you in prison, then we're going to kick you out of this country. We're going to secure the border, and we're going to save lives. Not only just Americans, but we're going to save lives of citizens and those legal migrants who many times are the victims of these illegal alien crimes.
Yeah, that definitely needs to be put on a shirt. Ms. Andrea J. That definitely needs to be put on a shirt. My gang is bigger than your gang, and we're going to kick you out. My gang is bigger than your gang. I want to shift over right now to something that JD Vance talked about with Tucker Carlson not too long ago, and how what he stated, he gave a prophetic word, you can say, concerning about the manipulation of polling and how the mainstream media is going to work to create essentially fake polls to try and show and prove that the American population don't support mass deportation, even though we know that over half the population does support it. I want to play this clip where he talks about that, and he says that give it 18 months. Give it 18 months and you're going to see like a bunch of fake polls start coming out. It hasn't even been 18 months. And the finagling of the data surrounding how the American people want mass deportation is already starting to happen. But I want to get into this clip first. And before we do that, please hit the like button if you haven't already. That's extremely important. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. That would be great if you did. Hit the bell notification next to the subscribe button as well. And also Telegram. Please follow me on Telegram. That's extremely important. Okay. Once again, to circumvent social media censorship and YouTube shadow banning. Okay, so let's get into this clip by JD Vance right now.
And I've been in politics all of 2 years, but there are all of these really subtle ways in which the media, the tech sector, the people who call the shots try to manipulate the American public and manipulate political leadership into not doing the things the American people actually want. So here, let me give you an example. Mark this down. I guarantee in 18 months or so, we're going to have, this is going to be prophetic. So right now, according to public opinion polling, 65% of Americans, give or take, support mass deportations, meaning 25 million people here, you've got to send some of them back to where they came from. Okay, that's a common sense issue. 2/3 of Americans, give or take, support it. In 18 months, there will be media stories and there will be public opinion polls to back it up that actually Americans do not support mass deportations, that Donald Trump is doing all of these terrible things and he has to stop. It's inhumane, it's evil, and the American public don't support it. The same people who put those public opinion polls together are the same people who say, for example, that Donald Trump was going to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. Remember that? 3 days before the 2020 election, Donald Trump was supposed to lose Wisconsin by 17 points. And set to the side all of the debates about what happened in 2020, Wisconsin was basically a tied election. So these guys use public polls, they use the media, not even just to manipulate public opinion, but to manipulate our leadership about what public opinion actually says.
So how does that happen? So those polls are fake, is what you're saying?
Oh, absolutely, they're fake. They're absolutely fake.
Once again, it hasn't even been 18 months, ladies and gentlemen. He said 18 months. It hasn't even been 18 months. As early as, 3 days ago, on November 17th, here's a CNN article here that reads, as Trump vows mass deportation, polls suggest growing support, but not a mandate. And I just want to get into just some of what they're saying here, right? Support for deporting undocumented migrants has grown since Donald Trump was last in office. But the level of public backing for mass deportation varies significantly depending on the framing of the question, suggesting there are limits to the public appetite for denying any pathway to citizenship to people in the U.S. illegally. So now they're saying, depending on how you frame the conversation, right, if you can manipulate the question in a way that will make people a little bit more sympathetic, then the data changes. When you just ask the people straight up, do you support mass deportation? We all know the answer is overwhelmingly yes. Over half the population said yes. But then when CNN and these other DNC outlets get their hand on it, and they start to manipulate the question in order to tug to your heartstrings, now all of a sudden that's how they're justifying saying, okay, well, technically support has grown for mass deportation, but it depends on how you're framing the question. It depends on how you're addressing the matter. Then we see that apparently people don't support it the way that they say that they do, right? So they're already manipulating and putting a spin on the reality that over half the population support mass deportation and want that. CNN's national exit polling, so this came from CNN. This is their own polling data. You heard what JD Vance said was going to happen, right? CNN's national exit polling this year found that immigration was a strong issue for Trump in this election, but it does not suggest a mandate for mass deportation, or really. They also said by about 56 to 40% that most undocumented immigrants in the U.S. should be offered a chance to apply for legal status rather than being deported to their home countries. It's already begun. It's already begun. Forget 18 months out. We're only 2 weeks removed from the election, and they're already twisting and spinning the data. Nearly 4 in 10 Hispanic voters who backed Trump said they favored a path to citizenship. Okay, it's already begun. We don't have to carry on with this article. You get the gist of it, but the entire article plays out like this with the manipulation of the actual polling data, which shows that the majority, overwhelmingly the majority of American citizens support mass deportation. And that's what they voted for when they voted for Trump. Donald Trump literally ran on mass deportation, very aggressively ran on that. And that's literally what people voted for. But now CNN is trying to tell you otherwise. And what I also want to do now concerning CNN and sticking with CNN is that I want to play this clip here in closing of this crazy lady, as far as I'm concerned. And then just listen to what she's saying concerning the militarized mass deportations, and military men are going to be in the street, apparently taking women and children, snatching single mothers away from their babies, and all this other stuff that just is not true. That is not true. Let's look at this crazy woman here speak her speech. Let's get into this in closing.
Every fiber of my being, because I'll probably be one of those people.
Let me take it from the top. Please hit the like button if you haven't already.
Promise you with every fiber of my being, because I'll probably be one of those people, that if anybody comes for these people and tries to drag them out by force, there will be protests of people like me, American citizens, who are going to stand there and do everything possible to prevent these women and children, which is all who these people are.
How about the criminals? How about the terrorists? How about the
But how do you sort
Stop.
through? How do you know who it is?
How do you sort through? That's the problem. I don't know who
Stop. I'm sorry. I live next to these people. I can tell you.
You see how she's in denial? Look at how she completely dismisses the criminal element. She dismisses them. She completely dismisses it, right? And plays stupid, saying, how do we know who they are? We know who they are already. We know who they all are. But she's playing stupid. This is how much she doesn't care about you and your safety. She can care less about you and your safety. She's just sticking to the DNC script. Let's start that over. I want to take it from the top one more time, and then I'm just going to let it run. But this woman is completely crazy. And she's talking about we're going to protest and stand in the way of ICE deporting and arresting these illegal immigrants that are in the country committing crime, or that have already come into the country as convicts, right, from their homeland, and that are trying to get rid of the cartel. They're trying to get rid of Tren de Aragua. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that a crime in and of itself? Like, isn't that called like obstruction of justice or something like that? Like, you know, if a police officer is trying to make an arrest and I'm standing in the way of him making an arrest, I believe I can be arrested and charged with, I think that it's called obstruction of justice. Like, we're trying to, you know, arrest this guy over here who's a criminal. We're trying to get him out of here, and you're literally trying to stop me. Well, guess what? Now you're under arrest. Now you're under arrest. So them, apparently, allegedly, they're going to have a protest to stop ICE and stand in the way of them deporting Tren de Aragua gang members, which is crazy. But she's trying to frame it around like women and children, which is ridiculous. If these protests are had and she's standing in the way of arrests being made, then what should follow immediately afterwards is that her and all the people involved in that protest need to be snatched up and arrested as well. That's what should happen.
You want to know what's in this box? You don't have to be smart to figure out that America is facing a progressive energy.
Promise you with every fiber of my being, because I'll probably be one of those people, that if anybody comes for these people and tries to drag them out by force, there will be protests of people like me, American citizens, who are going to stand there and do everything possible to prevent these women and children, which is all who these people are.
How about the criminals? How about the terrorists? How about the
How do you sort through? How do you know who it is? How do you sort through?
That's the problem. I don't know who.
Stop. I'm sorry. I live next to these people. I can tell you they are women and they are children. Are there terrorists among them? I don't know. But I can tell you that there are.
Neither does the government.
But I can tell you. But let me tell. Okay. But what I'm telling you right now, practically speaking, is that there will be people, American citizens, who will prevent these little kids from being dragged out of these.
She's such a piece of garbage. I can't even continue on with this. Look at how she's playing this. She keeps putting this on like single mother and children. There's going to be kids. There's going to be kids. Knock it off. These people are horrible, disgusting people. This woman is a horrible and disgusting person.
Shelters. There are. And what's going to happen to these people? What is going to happen to the military when the military opens fire on us?
No one's. Can you say? Hey, one sec, Chuck. We're way down a rabbit hole here.
We're not gonna go down the rabbit hole.
What's going to happen when the military open fires on us? She's living in her own delusional world. Her own delusional world where the military are going to be kicking in doors. And when she attempts to, stop ICE from arresting people, apparently the military is going to fire on her. This is ridiculous, man. This is ridiculous, but this is the foolishness that we're going to have to deal with for the next 4 years. When the deportations actually begin happening, oh my God. The wailing and gnashing of teeth on CNN and MSNBC is going to be glorious to listen to, and annoying as well, because this clip right here was 51 seconds, and it was really hard to sit and listen to it. But at the same time, I'm looking forward to the wailing and gnashing of teeth when the deportations begin, because it's going to be so ridiculous to see. They're going to be literally arresting gang members and cartel members and criminals, and you're going to see people like this insane woman here pretending that they're targeting women and children. Anyways, that's all I have for you guys today. I want to thank you all for joining me. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And also, once again, as I always beg you, Telegram, please follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. That is extremely important. And also follow me on Rumble. I'm currently simulcasting on Rumble as well. So follow me on Rumble at TD Media Group on Rumble if you're not following me on Rumble. Now let's get into the support. I want to thank everybody who supported me today. I cannot leave the stream without doing that first. So shout out to my man Saul, who keeps my family fed. He said, accused Riley was separated from her family. She 100% was separated from her family in the worst way. But does this woman care about how Laken Riley was separated from her family? No. This insane woman does not care about that. She cares more about illegal immigrant criminals being protected, Terrain Dead with gang members being protected, cartel members being protected. She's concerned with them being protected, not with American citizens being protected and separated from their family in the worst way. The way you can say and argue the fact that Laken Riley was separated from her family, but she doesn't care about that now, does she? Shout out to my man Kev C for 100 HNL. Is that Honduran money? I think that you've showed me support before. I think the HNL, is that Honduran? Is that Honduras money? Are you in Latin America somewhere, Kevin C? Let me know. I think that's like Honduran or Nicaraguan or something like that. I could be 100% wrong, but I think that's what that is. Kevin C said, with the free money gone, most undocumented will self-deport. It won't be a major militarized operation. I can see that because in the past we have covered here on this channel, particularly it was a story in Chicago where there were a number of Venezuelans who were actually going back to Venezuela because the money dried up in Chicago and because they didn't actually want to, work for their daily bread. They wanted 5-star hotels and cash cards. They actually left, right? They left the city. And we were seeing this like in places like New York and stuff as well. So, I don't doubt that there will be some self-deportation going on. I don't doubt that at all. Shout out to my man Untried Genius, who said, have you seen Wiley Nichols' Shadow Government? I haven't seen that, but I will now. Wiley Nichols' Shadow Government. I have not seen it Untried, but I definitely will look into it now since you're recommending it to me. My man Saul said Holman and Master P are about it. They 100% about it. They are 100%. Tom Holman is my new favorite character in politics. Okay, he's my new favorite character. He's definitely about it, man. He's serious about the business of mass deportation and getting the border secure. He's very serious about it, and that's what we need. Look at the difference between Borders Are Tom Homan and Borders Are Kamala Harris. It's like night and day. You have one guy who's actually very passionate about doing his job, and you have another person and Kamala Harris, who basically was just playing. She was just playing. You know, she was just messing around. She was just there to oversee and make sure that people keep coming across the border, you know, at an enormous rate. Shout out to the Church of Black Power with the super sticker. I appreciate you for the 99-cent super sticker. Thank you very much. Shout out to Raven Allen, the disfactor, who said, when migrants outnumber any part of the native workforce, it's a problem. Right there with you. I'm right there with you. There was a jobs report that I thought I remember that came out some months back. It was way before the election. But at that point, Kamala Harris, I think, had already entered the race, right? Or was selected by the DNC to replace Biden. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have sworn I remember that there was a jobs report that came out that showed American citizens lost X amount of jobs, but so-called migrants gain X amount of employment. Like, it showed negative employment for U.S. citizens, but a positive, you know, gain of employment for migrants. Do you all remember that? Please let me know if what I'm saying is true. Like, I could have swore I've seen that, because I remember I wanted to discuss it, but I never got into that. Right? I never got a chance to report on that. But I could have swore that was the case not too long ago, maybe about 4 months ago. Trigenius said she know well that when deportations start, she's going to be looking like the little fat black boy and Dursky memes. I know what you're talking about. The little, when they're like looking just like that. All of a sudden, it's not her problem. Yeah, all of a sudden, it's not her problem. You know, all of a sudden, it's not her problem. Shout out to my man DSB. DSB came through and said she's a gaslighter. She wants to start some ish while she sits back. Exactly. These people gaslight like crazy, but when the you-know-what hits the fan, they're sitting back, you know, in their mansions, in their multi-million-dollar DNC mansions. You know what I mean? When the you-know-what hits the fan. If there is any protesting and rioting in the streets going on, she's not going to be out there. No. She's not going to be out there. She's just gaslighting to get vote blue no matter whoers to jump out in the street and get themselves arrested for I think the term is, once again, obstruction of justice. Right? Shout out to Benton Jr. Bay, who said, throw her stank self with pantsuit in jail if she gets in the way. Absolutely. You need to get locked up. But she needs to get locked up herself. Once again, for obstruction of justice, if you want to jump up with your pantsuit to get in the way of this mass deportation effort. Once again, it's obstruction of justice. You got to go to jail too. And with all that being said, once again, that does it for today's stream. Thank you all for showing the support that you've shown.
So this is our current Mayor Johnson. He's already pushing back against this. But he has backtracked. So first, let me play the interview with him. Backtrack on what he just said.
No one believed it at first, but now everyone wants one.
A customer returned his knife because he missed our bite.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Mark Salinger, joined today by Mayor Mike Johnson, Mayor of Denver. Thanks so much for being here with us. Thanks for speaking with us. I want to start with homelessness and the audit that was released yesterday by the auditor's office. There were a lot of problems, it seems like, that were discovered. Things like host not keeping track of how much money was being spent at shelters. Things like security services not keeping people safe that led to deaths at the shelter system. How do you view this audit?
Yeah, we view it as important. These are recommendations we've taken seriously, and the recommendations we have already been working on. I've said to my staff, it's a little bit like seeing an audit that says we recommend the Broncos, get rid of Nathaniel Hackett and Drew Lock and look for a long-term quarterback and a long-term coach. We knew that 2 years ago. We knew that a year ago. We've been acting on these. Some of these are findings from 2022, even before I became mayor. But what we knew was, yes, we absolutely wanted to focus on safety. We've made real dramatic changes to safety at the sites. We've had no major security incidents since then. We were very focused on transparency and spending. We've done many public budget hearings as you know, and we've now cut the budget on homelessness going next year by $84 million. So we're both showing we can deliver better services at lower costs with more accountability, and that's exactly what we want to deliver.
You see these suggestions as things you've already implemented?
And these are things we've already been, I mean, the safety changes we were on 10 months ago. We had the same concerns. We didn't think there were adequate safety precautions with some of the providers we had, so we stepped in, we took over those sites, we put these safety protections in place, and we haven't had major security incidents since then.
Do you regret things like not keeping track of how much money is being spent at shelters, or is that kind of just part of the growing pains when you're trying to start a program like this that's totally new?
Yeah, some of these budget transparency requests for 2022, which were before I came into office, I think we've been real clear and the council's been clear on wanting to see line by line where the expenditures are, and we've presented all that to them publicly. So we think all that is clearly available. And yes, we've definitely found places for improvements. We found places where we can save money on contracts, where we can spend less, where we can spend smarter. So we think we've had a good partnership with the council on that. And again, I think that's reflected in us spending $84 million less next year and still having a goal to house more people next year than we did last year. That's going to be, I think, a great success for us.
I want to switch to immigration now. Donald Trump has said that he will deport hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people from across the United States when he takes office in January. I want to get your thoughts on deportations. Are there deportations that you support and those that you do not? Are there certain people that are in Denver right now that you say, yes, they should be deported? What is your line where you say, yes, I support these deportations, and no, I don't support these other ones?
Yeah, I think our line is clear. We think if you are a violent criminal that is committing serious crimes like murder or rape in Denver, you should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law and you should be deported. We support that. We have always supported that. We'll continue supporting that. We've worked with previous administrations on that. We will do it going forward. But let's be clear, that's not actually what the president is talking about. He's, I have to take him at his word when he says, I'm going to try to deport 12 million people, and I will use the U.S. military to do that. We have never seen that in this country before. And 12 million people, that's 60% of those are currently working on the job today. 25% of those are children. Those are people that never have had a speeding ticket in their life. They are here working hard, trying to pay taxes, get status, play by the rules. And so I do not think anyone in America believes that that's what they've signed up for, but I have to take the president at his word when he says that's what he plans to do.
So let's take the president at his word. He said that he's willing to use the military to take out these deportations, to come into places like Denver especially and deport people. What happens if the military comes in? What does Mayor Mike Johnson do?
Well, I think if that were to happen, I think that would be illegal, that would be immoral, and that would be un-American. When you're talking about U.S. soldiers who should be coming back to their hometowns as heroes, not coming back as captors. But yeah, if you were talking about putting the U.S. military out on streets to take 14-year-old girls out of a 9th grade history class and arrest them, or to come to a baseball game and pick up someone's mom and dad while they're watching a game, or to come to your King Supers and pull folks out of line, I don't think any U.S. soldiers signed up to do that, nor do I think that it's illegal for an American president to ask them or require them to do that. And so we hope that is not going to be the plan, but we'll try to be prepared in every way we can to protect the residents here and to uphold the law, which we think that would clearly be in violation of.
So the future commander-in-chief of the U.S. military has said that is what he plans to do. How is Denver preparing for that? You've told other news outlets in the past couple of days that you were willing to send Denver police officers to the county line and say, the military isn't allowed to come in here. Our police force will stop you. Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I want to be clear. We have no plan for armed conflict with the federal government. We have no desire to do that. There is no interest, and we have no plan to do that. What we are worried about is if we take him at his word that the plan is to use the U.S. military and to deploy them into cities to round people up. We think that is illegal and immoral, and it's un-American, and we would do everything we can to resist it. We'll look at legal options. We'll look at ways that we can mobilize people civically. We'll look at civil disobedience. All those are options. We have no plan to get in military conflict. We have no desire to do that. But we do think that the threats that he's made are serious, and we think people should take them seriously.
You would encourage people to protest?
I think we're going to look at every option. But yeah, I don't think that there are, I talked to some high school kids this week who were terrified about this. I don't think those kids are going to stand there and watch 3 of their classmates get pulled out of a history class with the other 27 stand by and do nothing. I don't think that's what Denverites or Americans would do in this context at all. I mean, I look at the last time we had this conversation as a country was the internment of Japanese Americans in World War II. That's been an absolute stain on this country for 80 years. And I think everyone that was a part of it said that was a mistake, and that was in a time of war. There is no time of war here. These are people that are going to school and working on jobs. I don't think any Americans signed up for that to be what the next year of this country looks like.
These comments that you made earlier this week invoking Tiananmen Square, saying that Denver police officers will be at the county line to stop. They're out there. So I want to make sure that we nail down exactly what you perceive as a potential future for how to handle this situation in Denver. I want to just ask you very specifically, are you open to sending Denver police officers to the county line to stop federal forces or National Guardsmen from other states from coming into Denver?
We have no plan to do that. And we really hope that we don't ever have to do that. I think
no plan, but are you open to it?
What we're going to do right now is, it's hard to keep an eye on what the future president actually plans to do and what the proposal actually is. Some people think it's just focusing on violent criminals. If it were just a strategy to focus on deporting violent criminals, we would be ready partners to work on that. We do that currently with the previous administration. We do it with the future one. If the plan really is to round up women and children out of workplaces and school buildings and public hospitals and grocery stores, I think that there are a lot of residents in Denver and around the state and around the country who would say that's not my America, and I wouldn't tolerate that. So do I expect people would civilly disobey? I think they probably would. The same people that came to provide services to folks who were struggling, I think would also not stand by to watch them their rights be violated. So we have no plan to do that, no desire to do that. But I think we're trying to prepare every possible scenario based on what could happen.
So I want to ask you one more time about that. Would you be willing to do what you said in sending the Denver Police Department to the county line to stop federal forces or other National Guardsmen from coming in?
Yeah, I think we're at the beginning of this process right now. This is a
you don't want to answer that.
Well,
question.
No, but the thing is, what my job is to provide the best possible service to every resident of Denver at the least risk to them and the least risk to the rest of the country. So that's what we want to do. So we have to figure out every option we could exhaust to do that. And I think there are a lot of ways. There are legal challenges. We're talking to legal representation locally and nationally. There are statutory changes we could make at the city level or at the state level. There are community leaders we can mobilize and civil resistance that is possible. There are all sorts of options. You think about in any major challenge like this, you have to look at every option. But I think the most effective movements for social change in this country have been nonviolent. Right? The civil rights movement didn't need an army. They needed to be on the right side of history. I think we're going to be on the right side of history on this.
It sounds to me like you're walking back the comments from a couple days ago saying that you would be willing to send Denver police officers. Do you regret making those comments and now getting questions like this, me asking you about that? And I'm sure Denver police officers are also going home to their families and saying, hey, I heard the mayor is telling you that you might be deployed to face off against federal forces. Do you regret making those comments?
Yeah. What I wanted people to understand was the scale of what could be coming if we take the president at his word, which is I don't think anyone envisioned U.S. military troops being deployed in American streets to gather up women and children. But if that happens, I think it'll be a much more dramatic scene than people anticipated. That's what I was trying to establish. Would I have taken it back if I could? Yes, I probably wouldn't have used that image because that's an image I hope we can avoid. What I was trying to say is this is an outcome I hope we can avoid in this country. I think none of us want that. There is no North High School grad who signed up to be an Army Ranger who wants to come back to his hometown and round up his former high school students. No one wants to do that. So I think our purpose was to make the case that's what we want to avoid, but I certainly did not mean to stoke fear on either side of the line.
You talk about civil disobedience. You've mentioned that a couple of times now. Would you be willing to participate in those as the mayor of Denver? Would you be willing to go out and protest these things?
I would. If I believe that our residents are having their rights violated, if I think things are happening that are illegal or immoral or un-American in our city, I would certainly protest it, and I would expect other residents would do the same.
Trump's new border czar, Tom Homan, has said that he is willing to arrest leaders like yourself for standing in the way of these policies that they want to enact. Would you be willing to go to jail for these things?
Yeah, I'm not afraid of that. And I'm also not seeking that. I think the goal is we want to be able to negotiate with reasonable people how to solve hard problems. Republican and Democratic presidents in the past have all tried to find solutions to these problems. President Reagan helped people get access to work so they could stay and support themselves. Biden and Harris worked on restricting entry at the border to close down. There are a lot of ways to approach this problem. We don't think it has to come to this. But yeah, I think when you look at, Ralph Carr has always been one of my heroes. He was the governor who in the middle of the internment of Japanese Americans said this was the wrong thing to do. And he stood up. It was unpopular. People were mad at him about it. That was in the middle of wartime. If the president or any of his actors are going to do things that we think are illegal or immoral or un-American, we'll stand up against those.
You've been in politics and public service for a while. Does this feel like we're at a turning point? Are you setting yourself up to be part of the resistance against the future president of the United States?
I don't view this as setting up to be part of the resistance. My job as mayor is to support and protect all 720,000 people who live in the city, and to make sure we enforce the law without fear or favor, right? That we're going to make sure that everyone is entitled to the rights the Constitution says they are entitled to. And so that's our job. And I think there are times in all of our work where what you believe is morally or legally correct is in conflict with someone else. And when you do that, you have to stand up for things you believe in. We'll do that, but I think there's a way to do that that matches the values of a great majority of Americans who say, yes, we think there are a small number of violent criminals who've committed crimes who should be eligible for deportation. That's true. And I don't think anyone believes that there are people who are on the job today or in a high school history class today or taking their kids to the hospital today that should be rounded up and deported from those locations when they've never committed a crime.
You said multiple times that the city of Denver is preparing for whatever may come, and I understand that you have no idea what may come. Could you give us a little bit of insight, specific examples on how you are preparing?
So I think we have a multiple of issues, obviously, above and beyond just immigration. We're looking at impact of federal grant dollars that we have across all of our city departments. We have something like the Colfax Bus Rapid Transit Project, which is a federally funded project. If somehow the president were to cut funding for transportation projects, what would that mean for us? What would it mean if we were going to have to try to have an effort to pull fluoride out of all of our water systems, if that's something that Robert Kennedy is serious about? Those all have real implications on how we think about going about doing the work. If we have electric vehicles that are receiving tax credits that suddenly disappear while we're trying to electrify the city and reduce our climate impact. So in every department, we think if you take the president at his word, there are things for us to consider and prepare for. And so we're trying to be thoughtful to do that across every potential agenda item he's laid out, not knowing which ones he'll carry out and which ones he won't.
Back to immigration, have you met with people like Denver Police Chief Ron Thomas about this?
We've talked to all of our cabinet about it, and we're working on a meeting with the safety team this afternoon on this and other topics. And so we'll be prepared for this the same way we were prepared for election night. We were prepared for any potential civil unrest that could happen. So we'll be in touch with those teams about options. We're also talking to our city attorney and talking to all of our legal partners, both here and around the country, because we think this raises some really complicated legal questions, which I think the country would have a hot debate about if you really had the military deployed on streets in times without any war activity, without any evident threat to the country by people without criminal records. We think that's a real legal crisis for the country.
Does Chief Thomas support the plan to potentially, I know you're not planning on it, but to potentially use DPD officers to go up against federal forces?
Yeah, we've not built a plan to do that. I've not asked him about that, nor have I asked him to opine on or support it. I think our goal is to build all of the preventive measures we can to be ready, and believe that those will suffice in a country of reasonable people who want not to head into that kind of conflict.
I know I'm asking you this similar questions over and over again, but I'm trying to get as specific examples as possible. And I know that these are hypothetical situations because nobody knows what's going to happen in January once President Trump is inaugurated. But let's take him for his word, as you have said you are, and federal forces or National Guardsmen from other states show up on Denver's doorstep in January. What does Denver's response look like?
That is actually the plan we have to build. And so I'm honest in telling you, we haven't built that plan yet. We will have one before the inauguration, and we'll be prepared for whatever might come. I think what we're starting now is that hard conversation with all of the stakeholders that need to be involved. But I think we want that response to be peaceful. We want it to be nonviolent. We want it to be focused on upholding American values, which are people fairly. And all of these folks are in removal proceedings. Anyone that has arrived in the city and county of Denver has a court date. And they have a court date where the American government will decide whether their asylum claim is legitimate or not. And they will deport them if it's not. They will allow them to stay if it is. What we ought to be focusing on is how do we make those proceedings happen faster. Right now, it's a 7-year wait for someone to go through that process.
But I'm sure you have something in your mind. What does day one look like? How do you say, oh my gosh, it's coming here? What does that look like?
Again, I think we won't know what that looks like until we know what is coming here. If there are 10 ICE agents who come into the city and county building and want to have a conversation about how to focus on highly violent criminals, that's a collaboration we could have. If there are tanks rolling down Colfax, that would be a very different scenario and not one that I imagine any of us want to see. But I think if that happens, you would have a lot of Denverites who are very upset about it, even more so than I would be.
You'd be out there protesting as well.
We would be. I just don't think that is the America we want to live in, nor do I think any Denverite voted for that.
Wrapping up now, President Trump has said that he will start these deportations in Aurora. Operation Aurora is what he said. Again, taking him for his word. Do you worry or do you foresee as the mayor of Denver that this will be centered right here in your hometown?
I think there is a real chance that we are the first test case of this national strategy, and I think that's why we want people to be aware that we're taking it seriously. We have people in the city who are terrified. We have folks who are on work permits legally, who are dreamers, who work in this city, who are coming to their supervisors and saying, do I need to worry about hiding? And so that is a fair concern that exists. And we have folks who are saying, why would we want Denver to be the center of some sort of major conflict with the federal government? So that's where I think we have to take him at his word that he said he plans to come here first. I don't know what Mayor Kaufman's plans are for Aurora or how he would approach that. But we think we have to be prepared for that possibility, and our job is to make sure we can do everything we can to keep all the residents safe, and that's what we'll focus on.
Mayor Johnson, anything else that you'd like to add?
No, I just would say that there are
deploy the police to the borders.
Presidential elections have consequences. People vote on a number of issues, and the president gets to put forward an agenda. I think that there's also still a place for people to say, we have shared values that are deeper than any one policy issue, and that is, do you want to be a part of a chapter of American history that you will be embarrassed to have witnessed, or a part of a chapter that you'll be proud to have written? Right? And I think that this will be a real challenge. How we handle it will tell the story of what we're telling to our kids 25 or 50 years from now. I do not want to be the generation that feels ashamed to tell the story of what happened with the internment of Japanese Americans. We have the Ralph Carr Justice Center named after Ralph Carr for that reason.
I want to get what his ass originally said on this shit. Because this motherfucker was talking all kinds of shit. I wish they would, and all of that type of shit. Yes, he did. He did. He did say that. He was talking big shit. Yeah, like I said, he was talking mad shit. News Nation, let's see what News Nation wants to say.
Hey there, how you feeling? Hope your Saturday's off to a great start. I wanted to tell you about this story because Trump is vowing to initiate deportation efforts on his very first day back in office. But the mayor of Denver is vowing to resist the president-elect's plans for mass deportations. Mike Johnston insists Denver is committed to protecting undocumented residents. He's so confident that city residents would support these efforts that he's actually comparing potential public resistance to the 1989 Tiananmen Square protests in China. This all comes as a new caravan of about 15,000 migrants heads for the United States-Mexico border right now. News Nation's Elizabeth Pran is here now with more.
There really are two conflicting narratives this week because we're getting reports of a caravan marching toward the Texas-Mexico border, while some mayors and city leaders, even governors, are speaking out against the possibility of future mass deportations, one of them being Denver Mayor Mike Johnston. He's not mincing words, likening the future possibility of deportations to Tiananmen Square. Still, it is illegal under federal law to enter the United States, to circumvent, to bypass immigration laws. But we all know that there are sanctuary cities, self-proclaimed safe havens. That includes cities such as Denver, Chicago, Los Angeles, New York. So you are getting mixed reactions. So groups that are supporting Johnston say that these words are necessary. That's how serious it is to protect these folks. The other side, they're saying, listen, this could be a civil war. Denver police will be forced to be at odds against the federal government. This is a misuse of taxpayer dollar funds. And the city has spent, according to its data, between $240 and $314 million. So right around $300 million in the past 2 years supporting migrants. They say about 42,000 have entered. They break down, it could be about $7,000 per migrant. That includes food, housing, medical care, education. And we're getting a statement from the Denver mayor. He writes in part, Denver is proud to be a welcoming city. We will do everything in our power to protect those who live here. We are considering a number of options to strengthen protections for all of our residents. This is on the heels of Governor Polis and Governor Pritzker launching an initiative to protect what they say is state-level institutions in a looming threat against authoritarianism. Our sources on the ground tell us that this new caravan of people in the southern Mexico, they are from Central and South America. They include children working their way north to cross the border. Keep in mind, for some of these, this is well over a 1,000-mile journey. Aside from the threats of gang or violence, many could face dehydration or separation.
I don't know. We have to wait. We have to keep walking. We have to wait for him to become president and decide what to do with us. We're all waiting for his answer, whether he will let us cross into his country or will deport us to Venezuela.
President-elect Donald Trump has not commented on this most recent caravan heading up to the Texas-Mexico border. He has in weeks past commented on the fact that strengthening our borders and conducting deportations is something he will do at any cost.
And during this election, economy was number one, immigration number two. News Nation's Elizabeth Pran, thanks for that report. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.
Oh, now Phil Weiser is going to challenge him in court. Oh my God, these ones. This is the same motherfucker that issued this.
Welcome to the wonderful world of Wilton, where an afternoon of baking and decorating becomes a color.
And the Texas Land Commissioner is offering President-elect Trump 1,400 acres of state land to be used for deportation facilities. Meanwhile, the Colorado Attorney General is preparing to challenge Trump's mass deportation plan in court. Let's bring in Colorado Attorney General Philip Weiser for more on this. Phil, thank you for coming on. Trump says he plans to declare a national emergency and use the military to enact deportation. So what do you expect that legal battle to look like?
It's hard to know exactly what's coming. We're going to be ready for a range of scenarios. The military has very limited role under law in terms of what type of activities it can conduct. We're going to make sure that we operate by the law. One of the big concerns I have is an idea that is core to who we are as Americans, due process of law. We're worried about citizens. We're worried about people's spouses, grandparents getting swept up in these indiscriminate raids. Here in Colorado, we believe in inclusion. We think about Aurora, which has been singled out as the Ellis Island of the West. We don't want to see the sort of disruptions being talked about that's going to harm our workers, going to harm our families and our communities.
Now, what's your reaction to Texas offering state land to use for deportation facilities?
Texas can do what Texas wants, and obviously each state has its own sovereignty and decisions. In Colorado, we want to make sure that we honor what is core to America, an ideal of e pluribus unum. For many, we're one. And in Colorado, we do have a lot of people who've come here as immigrants. My family is an immigrant refugee story. My grandparents, my grandmother survived the Holocaust, were liberated by the U.S. Army, came to the United States, a land that welcomed them. That welcoming spirit is how we in Colorado operate. And it's really important that we not mistreat people who are vulnerable. And there are a lot of immigrants now who are scared. The Dreamers come to mind. This is a group of individuals who only know the United States of America as their home. And they're now rightfully concerned about what's going to happen. Our message is the same as it was in the first Trump administration. We've got your back. We went to the U.S. Supreme Court in the first Trump administration to defend the rights of the Dreamers, and we won. We're ready to do it again.
Now, Trump has pointed to Aurora, Colorado, in your state as an area he says is plagued by immigrant crime. He says gang members have overrun the city. The mayor of Aurora says those claims were exaggerated, but officials do say this Venezuelan gang is a problem. So what did happen in Aurora, and should undocumented immigrants be deported if they're convicted of violent crimes?
Under our law, it's very clear. When you commit violent crimes, deportation is a lawful and appropriate action. And anyone who's in a criminal justice system and can be deported, that's a appropriate and a regular step. But we just need to put this into context. The Aurora police chief talked about 10 members of this gang who have been under, again, criminal investigation in the criminal process. That's 10 people. It's important that we take all those claims seriously, we investigate them. But what is being talked about are mass deportations, indiscriminate. It's really important that we honor this idea of due process, which is everyone is going to be treated fairly based on the circumstances of their situation. My fear is they'll use this situation of some criminal activity as a basis to go after so many people that will undermine our community, that will be disruptive, and that will violate people's rights. That's what we're going to stand up against.
So why has getting that criminal activity under control proved so challenging? And would you accept federal help to do that?
We have law enforcement in Colorado that's dedicated and committed to addressing criminal activity, whether it's gangs, violent crime, other crimes. We're going to make sure to use all the resources we can and all the resources we need. That's something we're committed to keeping people safe. The federal government, in terms of the local U.S. Attorney's Office or the FBI, is already a partner. We believe in that partnership. We're going to continue to do everything we can to make sure that we hold criminals accountable and we keep Coloradans safe.
What other challenges are you anticipating from the incoming administration, and how do you plan to address them?
We do have a number of challenges that we're seeing. Obviously, different groups are concerned. Let me talk about reproductive rights. In Colorado, we passed in our state constitution a commitment to make sure that abortion care is protected so that women don't have to risk their own lives not getting health care. This is now in our state constitution. We know in Colorado that 2/3 of access to abortion depends on mifepristone, which is a medication that was previously challenged. We defended access to mifepristone at the Supreme Court. We're now going to be concerned about what a new FDA might do, which could undermine access to reproductive freedom. When the Supreme Court and the incoming president says abortion care is left up to the states, we are going to hold them at their word and make sure that we have access to the medication we need. And we're concerned about efforts that could seek to undermine that. That's just one of several basic freedoms that we know is potentially at risk. My commitment as Colorado's Attorney General is to protect reproductive freedom and to make sure that everyone's treated fairly.
That said, the American people voted for President-elect Trump based on his campaign promises, including the one he made over and over again about mass deportations. So why not allow him to enact the policies he was elected to pursue?
The United States of America has a basic constitution that protects everyone who's here. Due process of law, that we treat people fairly, that we don't allow the deportation of U.S. citizens or of people's grandparents who may be in the process of getting citizenship, or the dreamers who have relied on a promise from this nation. This is who we are as Americans. We live under the rule of law. We treat everybody fairly. Any president who seeks to undermine that commitment is going to be taken to court, as happened in the first Trump administration. And in that first Trump administration, when it was the case of the Dreamers, it went to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the effort to undermine the commitment made to the Dreamers failed. And the Trump administration lost that case. The rule of law prevailed. We are ready to do that again.
All right, Colorado Attorney General Philip Weiser, we appreciate your time today, Phil. Thank you.
Quarterback gets ready, steps up, hands off the wrist to the running back.
Oh, Fritz.
He spins outside.
What you got there?
Oh, express.
What, 7 conservative justices now? Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, cool. So that's what's happening on this end. So thank y'all for tuning in. Really look out for this round's madness.
Remember that little kid asked me if I was looking for his family? Remember when I spoke to the kids? When I was looking for where? There's no breaking the law. I will cooperate with ICE. Like, we're not going to cooperate with ICE. They're like asking us, well, what are ways that we can mitigate this or something? I was like, well, you start by cooperating with ICE. No, you don't have to cooperate with ICE. You don't have to tell them where they are. You don't have to. So hell if I don't. No. I'm about to have ICE on speed though. Right. Right. Yep. Obstruction of justice. So make sure y'all get that number right Roly, what else is Citizens supposed to come up? We'll see y'all after the Broncos beat the hell out of the Raiders. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe on all our platforms. On Black News. We appreciate everybody that's having tonight. Twin in the building. Shout out to Twin. 285 in the building. Shout out to 285. Hype Men. We got Michael Pan. Asian Ally. Him tapping in. We had Jay Millie stop by shortly. Appreciate Ezzo flying through. Leonard. He said Leonard for coming through. And some troll that must have got dealt with. That was the last comment they left. I dropped the link. How the hell? Say about Michael Warner.
swivel button, we would definitely on board. So this is going to conclude season 4, episode 35, part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us later on today now, since it's now Sunday, for part 2. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's your Black Experience Enhanced. And join us this Tuesday for a brand new episode. We're going to have our Cuzzo, our Black Panther brother, Guyger, co-hosting. So we'll see y'all then for that. And we'll see y'all later on today for part 2 of the Frontline Black News. Hopefully sometime this weekend for the RDA. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and black empowerment. Chan Krumah, Jesse Paris, signing off from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town known as Roly, Colorado. Peace. Peace to you.